Καλημέρα σας. Σας καλωσορίζουμε στη δεύτερη μέρα του συνεδρίου μας του 27ου Συνεδρίου InfoCom World. Εχθές ήταν μια γεμάτη μέρα με ομιλίες και δόθηκε έμφαση στο AI πάνω στα δίκτυα, στην ασφάλεια, στο security, στη σχέση του AI με τον άνθρωπο, με το HR. Αναλυθήκανε πάρα πολλά δεδομένα, μάθαμε πάρα πολλά πράγματα. Σήμερα είναι η δεύτερη μέρα με τα workshops, το οποίο οι εταιρείες θα μας κάνουν κάποιες παρουσιάσεις και θα μάθουμε ό,τι πιο τελευταίο υπάρχει αυτή τη στιγμή για το AI σε διάφορα θέματα. Η πρώτη μας ομιλία είναι με τον Christian Stan, ο οποίος είναι architect από την εταιρεία Pure Storage. Mr. Christian Stan is a cloud native architect from Pure Storage. Good morning, Christian. The stage is yours. We're waiting.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. So let me start with a quick sharing, and then let me do this. All right. So good morning, everyone. If you don't mind, I will after the introduction, I will stop my video. I'm not fully sure about the bandwidth I have because I'm doing this session from a hotel room, and you know, with hotel internet access, it's not always the best. So I will just focus on giving you the presentation material and answering your questions you may have during the presentation. So my name is Jacint. I'm a systems engineer. I'm working for Pure Storage. And I will not talk about Pure Storage today, okay? I will talk about Portworx. Portworx is our Kubernetes and modern virtualization integration. It's not a CSI driver, so I will describe everything. But I just wanted to give you a background. So probably for majority of you, even Pure Storage is a new thing. We are kind of new on the market. Pure Storage started about 15 years ago. And I'd like to say that Pure Storage grew up on virtualization. So even the announcement of the company happened in VM World in 2011. And today, when Kubernetes and modern virtualization is gaining more and more popularity, we like to focus and we like to give the same attention we gave like 14 years ago for traditional virtualization. So what I'd like to talk about today is what we have today for modern virtual machines. Running, different workloads, maybe databases, maybe analytics, maybe AI, and how we can simplify the day-to-day operations, managing storage and managing data in this space. For the presentation material, I will use our joint slide deck with Red Hat. Our solution is not limited to Red Hat, so we are working with SUSE, we're working with open source Kubernetes solutions as well. But this is kind of our latest material. We put it together with Red Hat in order to emphasize, that what we together can do for customers who are looking for a modern way to run VMs and containers in the same environment. All right, so let's get started. So why is this whole thing is happening? What's the interest and what we are hearing from customers? So obviously, number one, customers are looking for avoiding higher cost, and probably all of you are aware of the latest developments in the virtualization space. The things are happening, prices are rising, and so on. So we need to figure out how we can provide a lower cost solution for enterprises, and even for small and medium businesses to be able to run traditional VMs, but also modern applications. We also need to provide operational efficiency. So so everybody is looking into, how can I run my infrastructure and my data management platforms to be able to provide both, data for VMs and also for containers. And the container part is a little bit tricky because originally 10 years ago when Kubernetes started, nobody wanted to run, applications that are using data on it. So the first version of Kubernetes 1.0 was just, focusing on web scale applications, running in the cloud, providing web-based applications, no data, everything, stateless, only stateless containers, and that's it. But as Kubernetes was going forward, and gained more popularity, more and more applications turned out working really well on the platform, and also developers are pushing to run their applications in containers instead of running them on in virtual machines, in terms of development efficiency, moving faster, and things like that. And the third point is that a lot of customers are looking into a public cloud and hybrid environment. I know in Greece, Microsoft Azure is very popular. We are working, with many customers that are looking into Azure, how they can move their applications into Azure, how to run in a public cloud environment, how to run more like in a hybrid environment, and customers are looking for solutions where they can operate and manage their environments exactly the same way, both on-prem and in the public cloud. Okay, so I'd like to, come with the customer story. So some of you may heard about Sirius XM, which is an online platform. They are using Portworx for their OpenShift clusters. I wanted to share an existing customer who found that basically Portworx is hitting all of the marks regarding this. So it works on-prem, it works in the cloud, even at the edge. And it's an integrated ecosystem, both for containers and VMs. So what is the infrastructure picture here? So as I mentioned, Portworx is our Kubernetes integration. I will start my story from the bottom. So this means that although Portworx is part of Pure Storage, you don't need Pure Storage to be able to run the Kubernetes integration. So you may have like any vendor which provides a SAN access to your Kubernetes cluster. So it can be Dell or HPE or Hitachi, Huawei, any of these, IBM, any of these arrays, and Portworx is going to work with it. We can work in a hyperconverged manner or fashion. So for example, if you have physical servers with internal SSDs, then Portworx will be able to manage these and create what we call a kube data store for your Kubernetes environment or for modern virtualization. And it also works in the public cloud. So for example, if you have if you are running, for example, ROSA, which is Red Hat OpenShift or AWS, or if you are running like a Kubernetes as a service in any of the public clouds, like Azure has AKS, or Amazon have EKS, or Google GKE, or even if you build your own Kubernetes cluster in the cloud, Portworx is going to work with it. On the OpenShift part, Red Hat provides virtualization. So it's a unified platform to run VMs and containers on the same platform. It scales from small clusters to tens of nodes to run your virtual machines, and it's a modern way to run VMs and containers on the same environment. What we provide on the Portworx side is storage automation. So it's a self-service storage for databases and VMs. We provide automatic capacity management. It's very important on-prem as well, but it's even more important in the cloud. So in the cloud, you can start very small. And as your applications are growing, Portworx will automatically resize the persistent volumes that provides capacity for the VMs or containers. And it also important on-prem because, in a lot of cases when you, for example, you have a database environment and the database is running out of capacity in the underlying virtual machine or in the underlying container, Portworx will be able to automatically extend the capacity in that specific database. We provide protection, so we have different disaster recovery capabilities. I will talk about the different type of DR environments what we can create with Portworx. And we also have an end-to-end backup to provide backup for modern VMs and containers that will include all the configurations and the performance and the persistent storage for the applications. We work with an S3 backend. We support S3 object logs, so we can provide ransomware protection for the backed up applications. And because it's a software solution that integrates into Kubernetes, we will work exactly the same way on-prem, in the cloud, in a virtual or in the physical cluster. You are going to use the same operator, you are going to use the same commands, the same DR, the same everything to be able to work. It doesn't matter if you are running in the cloud or on premises. So what are the typical use cases and what's the vision we are going after? So obviously more than virtualization. So you probably you are looking into the same picture. Maybe you are looking for a cost-effective and also modern approach how to run VMs and containers on the same platform. We want to provide the same operational efficiency and the same way operating VMs and containers on the same environment. And also AI is something, maybe some of you just, looking into machine learning to make the day-to-day operations more efficient. Maybe some of you are looking into, how to run like inference workloads and AI workloads. And either way, you need a high-performance storage app, a storage platform underneath your OpenShift and Kubernetes clusters to be able to serve the data required by machine learning and artificial intelligence. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. So how we integrate with Kubernetes, how we integrate with other vendors. So and ultimately, what is the what is the issue what we are solving? What is the challenge on the market what we are solving? So let's say you have your first location, your first site, and you want to run OpenShift or you want to run a Kubernetes cluster, and you have maybe a couple of VMs, and a couple of applications that is running a database, and you need persistent volumes. So the typical, what we see with customers, what they are doing, they typically take their storage vendor. It can be like a Dell, HP, or Hitachi, or maybe NetApp, or anything like that. It doesn't matter. If you looking at the market, every single vendor is going to have their what they call the CSI plugin. The CSI is the container storage interface. This has been declared in 2017 to have a standard how Kubernetes is going to work with external storage. So basically, you have your first site with the first storage array. You are downloading, the documentation how to work with the specific storage vendor. You are building your integration with Kubernetes, how to create, the persistent volumes, how to run VMs, you working with that backing array in your Kubernetes cluster. And then maybe, you can solve things like, maybe your storage vendor is supporting encrypting of the data. Maybe the CSI driver supporting, creating volume snapshots. Maybe it's supporting, migrating, VMs from one node to another. Maybe it has some basic, business continuity or disaster recovery capabilities. But typically what we see is that customers typically have multiple type of storage arrays, multiple vendors. Maybe they have, a lot of customers we talk, especially here in Greece, have a multi-vendor strategy to have at least two different storage vendor in the environment to be able to, if I have, issues with one of the vendor, then I can solve my challenges with the other vendor. And if you are working with the CSI, then every single vendor will have a different implementation of the CSI model. They will have, different capabilities. Some of them will, support encryption, and the other one will not. In one of the platform, you may purchase the self-encrypting drives, with the others not. Maybe you are also running a hyper-converged model where you have internal SSDs in the servers, and you are, trying to make these accessible for your Kubernetes pods and maybe for your VM. So this is what Portworx is unifying. We will actually run kind of like a data store. We are calling these days Portworx the solution itself as a cube data store, because if you're looking at the differences between like a VMware infrastructure and the modern virtualization infrastructure, what you see from a storage perspective, there is no such like a data store concept, and this is what makes, for example, VMware very, very simple to manage, because with like 5 clicks, you can create a clustered file systems between your host, and you will be able to, live migrate or vMotion your VMs from one environment to another one. And with the CSI model, this concept is not there. So with the CSI model, if you are running VMs and if you're running pods, they have one-to-one mapping, one-to-one relationship between the storage and the VMs itself. So this is what basically we are doing with Portworx, with the cube data store, that we will manage the underlying storage, the underlying LANs or the underlying internal SSDs. We will took them and we will create a pool on the Kubernetes cluster, and basically the pods and the virtual machines will automatically and dynamically provision persistent volumes from this pool instead of, working directly with the storage. Why is this important? Because first of all, we will provide the same functionalities across any storage vendor in any environment, either on-prem or in the cloud. And also we will simplify, automate, and accelerate all of these operations. And I will talk about the details just in a couple of minutes, if you allow me. We will also provide synchron and asynchron DR capabilities, so you would be able to stretch a storage pool, a storage data store between the cluster, which is running, on one side, like one vendor of storage, and running in the other side with a different vendor of storage. So all of these are possible because Portworx is running as part of the OpenShift cluster. It runs as part of the Kubernetes cluster, and it's basically storage agnostic. So we will be able to provide encryption, all the storage, like the advanced storage functionalities, like snapshots, migrations, cloning, all of these. And we will also able to provide business and disaster recovery capabilities, even if you are running like different type of environments across on your, different locations. So what Portworx is bringing into the picture, high performance. So Portworx is, we changed the architecture in order to make it really fast. We call it PX fast. It's our second generation performing architecture. The reason we did this, because a couple of years ago we started to see customers, running their AI on Kubernetes platforms. If you looking into this space, you may know that NVIDIA is solely focusing on Kubernetes environments. They are very active in the Kubernetes community. They are presenting on every KubeCon how their integration is working with with containers, and majority of the customers are running their AI environments in Kubernetes, which requires a very high performance storage environment, even with what we call GPU direct integration between the backend array and the containers that are running the GPU intensive workloads. We provide disaster recovery, so we provide async and sync, or even like, in some scenarios, a stretch cluster between two locations. We have a full backup capability with the GUI, with scheduling, with everything you would need in a backup environment, but it's a modern backup environment. Like in traditional backup environments, you say that, hey, I have this VM, I want to have a backup of this VM, in every hour or maybe once in a day or things like that. In modern environment, maybe, the backup team and the operational team, they are separated from each other. And maybe, the backup team will say that, okay, hey, operations team, if you want to have your containers or your VMs backed up, make sure that you create a tag on the namespace. I don't know, let's say backup equals 1 hour, and we will set the backup environment to work with those, labels, with those tags, and we will automatically create backups. We also have migrations between Kubernetes clusters. So let's say if you have an application in which is, for prototyping is running on site A, and it goes production on site A, but you want to move it to site B because, I don't know, you have some maintenance work going on site A, or maybe on site B you have more more hardware, more resources, and you want to migrate this application, Portworx will be able to do this. And we have a deep ecosystem. We are working with different vendors, like, we are working with Red Hat on OpenShift. We are working with SUSE on Rancher and Harvester, or now they call it SUSE virtualization. We are working with many open source contributors and so on. So this is sometimes we take a lot of time, comparing the features and functionalities between, like a typical virtualization infrastructure. This is on the left side. This is what we actually got used to in the past 20 years, running virtual machines. And if you're just looking at KubeVirt, it can be, maybe even OpenShift virtualization or SUSE virtualization. They really only can provide a very, very basic functionality of the virtualization environment without a proper storage integration, and they would rely, on external storage vendors, to figuring out how to work with the different things, and together, KubeVirt, either it's OpenShift or it's SUSE virtualization, together with Portworx Enterprise, we can basically provide a one-to-one mapping for the typical virtualization functionalities what we got used to in the past 15 years. So either you are looking into basic functionalities, what we would call basic, like vMotion, or providing shared storage capabilities with high availability and high performance, or, even, storage eye control. Basically, Portworx can provide all of these functionalities. And additionally, we also provide recovery, like disaster recovery, metro storage capabilities. We provide volume encryption, and application consistent backups and restores. So, when it comes to disaster recovery, so why it's a tricky, or why it's a difficult topic to talk about the disaster recovery capabilities. And for me, let me just go back to this side. So how VMware manages this, and basically we got used to that. Okay, it's a very simple thing in a VMware environment, because let's say you have two locations. Okay, so we talk about disaster recovery. So you have two locations, and on both locations, in a VMware environment, you would either use the vSphere application, which would replicate the VMs between the two locations, or you would probably use your storage vendors replication capability. But basically, what happens in a VMware environment, if you think about the DR, it's fairly simple, because the VM contains everything what you need to run for the application. So let's take an example like a database VM. Okay, so if you take a virtual machine which runs your mission critical database, if you replicate the data store, or you replicate the VM, that inside the VM you have everything. You have the application, you have the database service, which knows that, I'm a database service, I need to listen on port, let's say, I don't know, 3306 for my database services. It knows the IP address because it has the operating system. It knows everything. So if on site 2, the only thing you have is you have a couple of VMware servers, and you have the data store replicated, you can import that VM, boot that VM up, and basically it will bring up the database, and the database will be available on port 3306, and you will be able to connect to the database. Maybe you will need to change the IP address of the VM, but it will be able to run the database, and the database will be accessible by the application. Disaster recovery in Kubernetes environments is very different, because a lot of the configuration elements are outside of the persistent storage. So maybe if you have like a third-party solution, let's go back, maybe if you have like two sites with two Dell arrays, which will be able to, replicate the volumes between the two Kubernetes cluster. If you don't take care of the Kubernetes specific configuration of your container or your VM, it can be config maps or secrets, or just the service itself, or the IP address where the container is listening, then even though if you replicate the persistent volume, you will not be able to set up the application automatically on the secondary side. So you will, once the data is replicated, you would need to manually redeploy the application on the secondary side, having the data there, which is fine with probably an application or two, or maybe 5. But imagine if you have, tens or hundreds of applications, and you need to redeploy every single one of them once you want to fail over to a secondary side. So basically what we are doing in all of these cases, what Portworx is doing, Portworx is replicating the applications based on the namespace. So every single component that you have in the namespace will be part of the disaster recovery solution. So everything, the persistent volume, the deployments, the how many pods you are running, the configurations in the config maps, maybe the database passwords in the secrets, you know, everything that is included in the namespace, it gets replicated to the secondary site. So on the secondary site, when you have like a plant failover or you have a disaster, on the secondary site, you need to issue a single command and it will bring up the applications that are replicated on the secondary site, and it will continue to run on the secondary site. If on the primary you had 4 containers serving your workloads for your database or for virtual environment, it will exactly the same number of pods or containers coming up on the secondary environment. We support with Portworx, we are supporting asynchronous and synchronous replication methodologies. So with the asynchronous, we are, you know, you can create replication strategies, you know, 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, maybe replicating every single hour, and it will only replicate the differences and will replicate every single Kubernetes object, which is part of the namespace. With synchronous, we will actually stretch the data store, the kube data store between 2 Kubernetes clusters, so between 2, I don't know, separate OpenShift clusters. And basically, we are synchronously replicating the data from the primary and the secondary. And again, just like with the asynchronous, we will need just like a single command to issue on the secondary side to be able to bring up the application. The fully stretched configuration is available only with Portworx and Pure Storage together. So it's an active cluster solution from us, but basically we can fully stretch OpenShift clusters and provide, you know, like an active configuration for your mission critical applications. To show you a couple of examples how this works in practice, when you want to run a live migration, the underlying volume must support RWX, so read-write many volumes. You know, sometimes volume mode, sometimes block mode. We support both. We have replicas on, you know, multiple physical nodes that are running the virtual machines. We are replicating the data, so we have the copies available on multiple nodes. And basically, we have something what we call the storage orchestration, which integrates into the Kubernetes scheduler, and we will actually tell the Kubernetes scheduler that, hey, we have the storage replica available on node 2 and node 3 as well, so you can actually live migrate the volume to node 2 or node 3 as well when you want to, you know, evacuate the virtual machines from that specific node. Obviously, KubeVirt is doing the remaining part of the magic. So when the VM is transitioning from one node to another, then basically it's mapping the CPU and the memory between the two, so it becomes actually a live migration. So it's a non-disruptive operation, you know, moving the VM from one node to another. Actually, lately, OpenShift started to support live migrating VMs between Kubernetes clusters, and we do support that with Portworx as well. The other thing, and this is one of the bigger headache in modern virtualization environments, when you have like one of your physical.
Sorry, we have only
Yes,
1 or
yes.
2 minutes, please, to finish.
Oh, sorry. Oh, so it was showing me, you know, 12 minutes to go. That probably it was because of the technical issue.
Okay.
Okay, so I will finish with this slide. So this is the bigger headache in Kubernetes and modern Word examples, because typically we see with CSI models, it takes, you know, sometimes 10 to 15 minutes when the node fails that OpenShift to detect the node. It will ask the storage to move the LAN, which is working with the volume, to be able to move. We have the Stork integration that would tell the orchestration that, hey, we have the data available on other nodes as well. and you know, we can restart and reattach all of these typically in a minute. So if you are looking into like direct you know, comparison between like OpenShift virtualization and VMware, this will be a major difference if you are going with the CSI driver, which is something we can solve. So if you work with Portworx, then you will be able to have a very low failover times. And basically, I will jump to our QR code. So how you can get started? We are running labs in every month in an EMEA time zone based labs. You can sign up these labs, and you will have virtual instructors that are helping get you to the lab. We have 3 different type of labs. We have one with OpenShift virtualization. We have basic Kubernetes operations, and we have also one for disaster recovery. You can contact us anytime. Probably you will get our contact details, but the best way to get started with Portworx and modern virtualization is to go one of our labs. We do them every month. You can sign up. It doesn't cost anything, and you can get started with modern virtualization.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stan. We collect all the questions, and we will send you by email later. Thanks for the presentation. And now is Mr. Sage from Aginode, and he speaks only on how AI is redefining enterprise and multi-tenant IT infrastructure data centers. Mr. Sage.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me well.
We're hear you, but we're not see your presentation.
I will share my presentation now. Yes, hope you can see it.
Moment. Yes, make a full screen. All right now. Okay, Mr. Justice, you have 45 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, and I really appreciate the time you allocated to us to introduce the topic of today, which is how AI is impacting the data center infrastructure. And we see and we hear a lot of things about AI, about data center, both. There is a lot of combination of topic here, and the presentation is being to be split between 3 main parts. The first part will be around more on the trend related to this cloudification and SaaS mode. The second block of the presentation will be more on the AI impact, really how on the data center we see changes in the physical infrastructure of the data center linked to the AI revolution. And I will end it by some example and some words on who we are. So first on the trend, you know that, and it's not a surprise about digitalization that is today in our daily life, and it's really transforming every part of our operations, from work processes inside, but also outside, with a lot of remote working possibilities since the COVID time, obviously. But this digitalization is really helping a lot of the industries, especially on the R&Ds, where we have seen R&D cycle to be cut by 10 in terms of time, and making our BIM possibilities with digital duplicates, in order to fast track some of the development. Those are just some of the example of the digitalization that we see on our daily life. But this is creating an exponential growth in data transmission, data creation, data storage, which this obviously require a massive volume of storage and computing capabilities. And this is part of the data center mission to manage that. And you will see that more and more of those storage and compute are in the cloud or in the data center nowadays. And it's what we see here, the cloudification or the edge computing that we see as a second trend on this transformation. Obviously, there is a capex reduction related topic where you don't have any anymore all the IT staff in-house. You externalize your IT. And when we look at the hyperscalers, which is a special animal in the data center environment, we see, of course, a lot of those hyperscalers moving in what we call cloud zone across Europe, creating edges areas, which could be not a micro edge, but big edges in this case. And this migration to the edge is also linked to a need for decentralization and sovereignty, which is a hot topic in terms of regulation everywhere today in the US, in Europe, with this trend. Obviously, the rise of IoT and 5G is also driving a lot of data. And with 5G and with some of special application, the need of edge computing, so the need to have the capability to compute, to manage the data close to where it will be used becomes critical, which means that we see more and more an hybrid model where you mix an hybrid, you mix you mix in-house and cloud architecture. So what we call this hybrid solutions. And when we look at the artificial intelligence, there is massive, real massive investment around AI, with two main blocks. One is the training that we know, and all the hyperscalers today are training AI models. These are the big hyperscalers, the big data centers that we see being created in the US mainly, also a lot in Asia, and more and more in Europe. But the trend or the second wave of AI impact will be to the usage of AI models, or what we call the inference. And this is really what will definitely impact the AI infrastructure of a data center. An hyperscaler training data center is a special plant where you produce model and you produce data. The main impact is when we will start using this AI model, because they will be spread everywhere, in every company, in every data center, even in somewhere in the past it was very stable in terms of infrastructure. When we look at still a trend is on the density of what we see in a rack in the data center. Obviously, the power capacity is increasing, linked to this demand of high power computing. And today we can see racks with more than 100 kilowatt, which was something not possible 5 years ago. We were only talking about, in average, a rack of 12 kilowatt. Today, we hear rack up to 500 kilowatt, which are not 19 inches rack. There are special racks, but anyway, it's a massive increase in the power consumption, in power need, which has an immediate impact in the cooling. And this has forced the industry to move from traditional air cooling to liquid cooling. And here you have a variety of liquid cooling, from rear door cooling to immersion cooling. And in between, you have a lot of variation to the direct liquid cooling and so on. So this is a real game changer, the increase of the power per rack, the power need per rack, which is definitely something critical. In terms of power challenge, we see that the efficiency in terms of PUE of a data center has reached a plateau. Today we have a level of PUE which is approx at 1.5, which is something which has been stabilized since the 2020 years. Now the main challenge for a data center operator is to work on the use of this energy, not to reduce, but mainly to use and to have innovation in cooling, what I just mentioned. But the problem then is having access to this massive demand in terms of power, and in some cases, the network is not ready to provide such amount of megawatt. It's not ready. Is not also capable to manage this new demand versus the other activity. It could be the industry, but also the residential demand. And we have seen like a project in Spain where you have a 1 gigawatt data center project that have moved to a new area in Spain, the Extremadura, where you have renewable energy. So we see a lot of changes and trend around the data center linked to this high demand in terms of cloudification, AI-related topic, increase of density in terms of watt per rack, and the relation with the cooling. Moving to the second block, which is more on the impact on the data center, purely related to AI. This is typically a schematic that we see in an AI data center for enterprise, where you have the spine leaf architecture with typically 100 gig as maximum of data rate of bandwidth to be managed in a classical data center. But nowadays, we see technologies moving up to 1.6 terabit per second, up to 2 terabit per second. And even if the enterprise is more on the 100 gig per second, the AI application is more at 400 and above. So that means that the architecture, the protocols, the physical connection that you need to connect a 400 gig, a 800 gig, or a 1.6 terabit per second connection is not the same than the one you need for a 10 gig or a 100 gig architecture. And it's where we have seen a massive change. And what is becoming also tricky is that you will have to migrate and to plan some migration of your data center to move from the classical 10 gig to 40 gig to 100 gig to 400 gig. And this is a massive trend that we see in every data center, even the enterprise data center, even though they are going to run 100 gig or 40 gig network on their data center, they will require one pod, one rack, one room to be AI ready or to manage AI with such 400, 800 gig, which means that the infrastructure will need to be completely hybrid and upgradable. In this graph, you see on the right-hand side the enterprise switch port split on the market, and on the left-hand side, more the cloud the multi-tenant data center ports that are used. And in the enterprise, we are limited to 100 gig, which is the pink part, and the yellow part is where we start 200 gig and above. And we see that in the enterprise, as I mentioned before, we don't see much above 100 gig, but on the cloud, on the multi-tenant facilities, we are already at 200 gig, and as I mentioned, 400, 800, and 1.6 tera. It's something which exists already. But here we start entering the impact on the data center. More traditionally, in a computing data center, in an enterprise data center, or in the first generation of multi-tenant data center, we had CPU-based architecture, meaning that the demand in terms of densification, in terms of power, in terms of cooling, in terms of bandwidth, it's completely different to the new generation of GPUs. And here we see now that you have a hybrid model where every GPU architecture is in fact a mix of CPU and GPU architecture, because you have the GPU architecture running the high power computing services or training the model or inferring the model, but you anyway need some CPU base to manage all this network. And the in-band management server is managed by CPU, but the real machine is running on GPU. So that means you have already a hybrid architecture where you are the front switch matrix, which is more on CPU, where the rear switch matrix is connecting GPUs. And here you see that you need a hybrid solution with different topologies, different protocols, different connections. And more, we see this kind of hybrid models mixing CPU and GPUs. And in a lot of cases, especially in the enterprise data center, I'm not talking here about the big hyperscaler or training AI model, but the one who are really the enterprise who are their own operation, their own IT, they all plan, if not already done, they all plan to have an AI rack, an AI pod, depending the size of the company, depending of their strategy. So I mean, everyone is anticipating the need to use AI, like in a bank, which is very stable in terms of IT systems. They already anticipate this need of AI pod or AI rooms, meaning that they will have to manage more power, more cooling, new data rate, new protocols, and have a combination of GPUs and CPU, parallel optics connection with dual LCs connection. So in terms of architecture, your platform requires to be flexible, agile, with the possibility to migrate from a classical 10 gig, 4 gig network to a 400 gig network, for example. And this is something which is tricky if your passive infrastructure is not designed to support this kind of evolution. What we have seen between the CPU and GPUs and between GPUs connection is that the classical network that we used to have on the classical Ethernet are not capable anymore to support this massive need of data transmission. And new protocol like the Rocky or the InfiniBand solutions have been developed for that, to increase the connection between GPUs in a mesh organization, meaning that you completely redefine the way the different machines are talking together with a possibility of density which is massive. And then you have the scaling and scale out process where you increase the density within the rack, and then you increase the number of racks which are connected together. So that means there are two ways to increase the capacity. At the end, you need to have connection between the machines which are within the rack and which are in different racks, which create a very complex network of very high density in terms of fiber connections. And it's where having a passive infrastructure which is capable to address the CPU to GPU connection, but also the admin part of the data center, which is obviously required, and the need of having 100 racks managing GPUs. Then it's where the expertise in terms of AI become critical. You see here some classical architecture where the densification become a full mesh organization, and not anymore the classical leaf spine architecture that you have in an enterprise data center or in the third generation of multi-tenant data center. But this is typically the current trend that we see, and the architecture needs to be ready to support these changes. The main impact that we see on most of the data center is starting now. Obviously, we see the high big data center, the hyperscaler, they have already been built to support 400, 800 gig bandwidth, which is not the case of the data center which has been created some years ago, or which are currently being built for operation and not for AI only. And the AI training, where you have those high power computing, those massive amount of NVIDIA machines, we are talking here about AI training, which is a special data center. The main impact we start now with inference. Now a lot of AI models are available on the market. New will arise, meaning that a lot of companies, a lot of multi-tenant data center will be able to rent, use, host AI inference machines with special agreements, with special capacity. But it requires anyway, even if it's small, it requires a kind of high bandwidth in order to be able to run. And in this case, you have the need to have a data center which is very flexible. But I mean, there is a trend. What we see is to be AI ready. An enterprise data center, a bank data center, an hospital data center, a stadium data center, all those type of classical IT infrastructure in the past are now becoming and need to be AI ready. They need to host some GPUs, some capacities, and for the bigger one, a lot of. So I mean that the migration, the cohabitation of the classical application with the AI become critical. And here you need a migration scenario, a cohabitation scenario in your data center in order to be able to integrate this new challenge, but also to be ready when you will decide to move from your classical IT application and add new AI machine in your IT. So let me show you some example on how you can manage at the end this kind of different scenarios, having CPUs and GPUs on the same data center, or having CPU infrastructure and planning to add GPUs infrastructure, or wanted to build a complete GPU architecture. It could be a pod in your data center, or it could be a full AI data center. But most of the projects we see today in Europe are mainly a hybrid model where you have enterprise or multi-tenant data center with a part which is dedicated to AI. In APAC, the experience we have is that we have both, but we are also working with a big hyperscaler that are definitely implementing massive number of HPC machines with Rocky and InfiniBand solution with 800 gig solution in volume. So those are different things. In Europe, we see mainly data center, small to medium-sized data centers, integrating or starting to plan to integrate AI pods, AI racks, AI applications. So how to do that? You need solutions that are capable to manage the different data rate, moving from 100 gig to 400, 800, or 1.6 tera. And here there is already a mechanical switch from base 12 fiber to base 8. Obviously, it's not so easy to have this kind of mechanical compatibility, and it's what we have developed with what we call the N-Space solution, which is a very modular, a very flexible platform where each cassette can be of module 12, of module 8, and then you have a lot of flexibility in terms of possibility, and you can play with this by changing one cassette, by moving from LC's solution to parallel optics. So having this kind of possibility to start with a certain performance, a certain level of bandwidth, and you can plan your migration over the time because of the modularity per cassette, per module, per tray, with a lot of small design that we don't see much here. But what is key here is that you need to be able to manipulate this kind of high density up to 144 fibers in a very compact tray. You need to be able to manage, to patch, but also to change one of the fiber related to one service during the life of the data center. So this kind of hot swap concept is key here, and having the capability to manage that from the front for some operation or from the back, depending on how the data center is managed, is something which is really critical. And having those kind of platforms made of base 8 and base 12, managing 144 fiber in one rack, having those kind of cassettes that can be customized, produced in volume in LCs or in parallel optic with different scenarios of connection in base 12, base 8. This is where you have the complete flexibility to start with a certain architecture, and with the same mechanical architecture, you can accommodate over time the different bandwidth. And this is something which is critical, and this is what we have learned over the years. And working with Tencent, or working with ByteDance, or working with banks in Europe, is what we have learned in terms of migration. Those migration concepts are key in a data center, because the data center is built for at least years, 5 years, 10 years, and you don't know today what will be the bandwidth in 10 years. You can plan, but there are so rapid changes that you need to anticipate at least to what we know in terms of data rate. From 10 gig we have in some cases in the data center to 800 gig if you start running few GPUs in your data center. And here it becomes the key that you don't have to change everything in your infrastructure. It's not possible. It's too costly. It's too risky to to change the mechanical infrastructure. So having something which is flexible and designed to support from 10 gig to 1.6 terabit is something critical, and it's what we have developed here. Here I show you also quickly some of the customers that are using our solution. It could be a bank like HSBC with a quite massive number of fiber ports, but a very big one in APAC with a lot of fiber and still copper connection in some cases. But here we definitely see that there is an hybrid model also from the bank, having massive data center, with a combination of copper for some application and for very short distances to very high bandwidth in some cases, and in number of 400 or 800 gig, very small number in this case. Another one which is more related to close to an hyperscale training center is really a data center where we see a mix of single mode and multi-mode solution in order to manage the different generation of GPUs that are used here. Of course, and it's good to mention some of the projects that we have made in Greece, and I'm really proud to see that with PPC, OTA, or Sparkle, or Digital Reality. Some of the big names that you all know on the data center, especially in Greece, and obviously we are not doing all the data center of those big names. But some of them are using our solutions, and we are working to plan for additional project. But we are here also to support in this period of time where you plan for a project, you plan for a migration. Our technical teams, our field application engineer teams are here to really support the project team to anticipate what is needed today, what will be the requirement for tomorrow. And for the one who don't know us much as Aginode, we have quite a long story coming from the years of Alcatel, which became Nexans in the year 2000, and in 2023 we became Aginode. So we have a legacy, a long history in manufacturing fiber optic cable, high data rate copper cable, and connectivity, doing assemblies. So we are not born yesterday. We have this kind of long history. We are very proud of it, and it's where we come from. And I'm sure that all those names now ring a bell to you guys. Something that I would like to highlight, and it will be the end of the presentation, is on the organization where we are with industrial presence. You see the yellow spot here are where we have plants, where we do manufacture. And in Greece, in Lamia, we have a fiber optic cable plant. And obviously we have the office in Athens and so on. So we have different manufacturing facilities in order to be able to design and produce all the cables, all the connectivity, all the panels, the metal part, the plastic part, and obviously being able to terminate the connectivity with the cable is where we have all the expertise in Shanghai and in Noasir in Morocco, where we are those big plants doing assemblies. But something is very important, and this will be my really last slide, is on an alliance that we have recently created in order to be much more complete when we work on a data center project. we cannot do everything by ourselves. We need partners, and this is this kind of ecosystem between Senko for some of the connectivity, with Fluke Networks for commissioning and testing the solution, and very recently with Eraeus Coventix, we are working for multi-core technologies. So I mean, we are also anticipating the need for even higher density, and multi-core is a technology of tomorrow that will help us to again produce multi-core fiber optic cables terminated with special FIFO connectivity in our plants, able to provide 800 gig or 1.6 terabit links with a reduced diameter, making the possibility to reduce the density but improve the heat dissipation, the airflow that is required to cool the system, because everywhere you will have a combination of air and liquid cooling. The more you reduce the size of the infrastructure, the better it is, and it has a direct CO2 impact, but also a direct impact on the size of the infrastructure. And the partnership also with Nexans will help also to address the energy infrastructure of the data center, because I have talked a lot on the connectivity, on the 800 gig migration linked to the AI, but the energy infrastructure is key, and having the right fit in terms of energy for the high voltage and medium voltage infrastructure in the data center makes sense. And working with Nexans help our customers to better anticipate all the trends from the energy part to the connectivity part. So thank you very much. I'm a bit ahead of schedule, so but thank you very much, and I hope that the presentation was clear, and so I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Seiji. Your presentation is very clear and very nice. Maybe later we have, because we are in online now, maybe later we have collect some questions. We will send you by email. All right, thanks a lot. Προχωράμε σε ένα μικρό διάλειμμα και θα συντονιστούμε πάλι σε 8 λεπτά, στις 11.30 ώρα, να δούμε την επόμενη παρουσίαση. Σας ευχαριστώ. κύριος Πρόδρομος Χριστομίδης από την Schneider Electric. Καλημέρα, κύριε Χριστομίδη.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Δώστε μου ένα λεπτάκι να κάνω share και την οθόνη μου. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ για την σημερινή σας παρουσία. Ονομάζομαι Χριστομίδης Πρόδρομος από την εταιρεία Schneider Electric. Σήμερα θα δούμε μαζί τις λύσεις της εταιρείας μας στο κομμάτι του data center, σε ό,τι έχει να κάνει με τριφασικά UPS, κλιματισμό, racks, λύσεις monitoring και ψηφιακών υπηρεσιών. Η Schneider Electric είναι μια πολυεθνική εταιρεία με παρουσία στην αγορά της Ελλάδος και της Κύπρου για πάνω από 50 χρόνια. Διαθέτουμε λύσεις ενεργειακής διαχείρισης και αυτοματισμού. Οι λύσεις μας αφορούν προϊόντα και υπηρεσίες τόσο για το κτηριακό κομμάτι, όσο και για τη βιομηχανία, την ηλεκτρική διανομή, χαμηλή και μέση στάση και φυσικά το κομμάτι του data center, το οποίο θα δούμε και σήμερα μαζί. Προχωράω στο επόμενο slide. Κάποια στοιχεία επικοινωνίας, σε περίπτωση που μετά το πέρας σημερινής παρουσίασης θέλει κάποιος να δούμε κάτι πιο συγκεκριμένο μαζί. Μπορώ να τα βάλω φυσικά και στο chat για να είναι διαθέσιμα. Προσωπικά μιλώντας, είμαι ηλεκτρολόγος μηχανικός. Βρίσκομαι στην εταιρεία τα τελευταία 4 χρόνια. Τα πρώτα 2,5 στην ομάδα των services και τον τελευταίο 1,5 χρόνο στην ομάδα των data centers για την αγορά της Ελλάδα, Κύπρου και Μάλτας. Και ουσιαστικά ο ρόλος μου είναι να υποστηρίζω την ομάδα των πωλήσεων στο σχεδιασμό των λύσεων για το κομμάτι του data center. Ας προχωρήσουμε σιγά σιγά στο πρώτο μέρος της παρουσίασης, το οποίο περιλαμβάνει τα τριφασικά UPS. Έχουμε ετοιμάσει εδώ 4 slides, τα οποία έχουν όλες τις σειρές μας στα τριφασικά UPS, ξεκινώντας από την σειρά των Easy. Η σειρά των Easy UPS ξεκινάει από τη χαμηλή σειρά των 3S στα 10 με 40 kVA. Προχωράμε στην επόμενη σειρά των 3Mi από τα 60 έως 200 kVA. Η σειρά των 3L στα 250 με 600 kVA και η πιο πρόσφατη σειρά που έχουμε εντάξει στο πορτφόλιό μας στη σειρά των Easy, η σειρά Easy Modular, η οποία είναι επεκτάσιμη από 50 έως 250 kVA με την προσθήκη επιπλέον power module των 50 kVA το καθένα, τα οποία μάλιστα μπορούν να αντικατασταθούν και live swap εν θερμό. Όπως μπορούμε να δούμε στην εικόνα, υπάρχουν διαφορετικά διαθέσιμα frames. Είναι τα frames τα οποία δέχονται εξωτερικές μπαταρίες, αλλά και τα frames με εσωτερικές μπαταρίες από τα 10 kVA έως τα 80, που είναι μια all-in-one λύση. Στη σειρά των 3S υπάρχουν επίσης τα μοντέλα τα οποία είναι 3-1, δηλαδή έχουν τριφασική είσοδο και μονοφασική έξοδο, ενώ όλα τα υπόλοιπα μοντέλα φυσικά βγαίνουν και σε 3-3, από τα 10 έως τα 600 kVA. Μερικά βασικά χαρακτηριστικά των μοντέλων αυτών: συντελεστής ισχύως 1, η απόδοσή τους είναι έως 96% σε λειτουργία διπλής μετατροπής και έως 99% σε eco mode. Έχουν τη δυνατότητα παραλληλισμού, είτε για επαύξηση ισχύως είτε για εφεδρεία. Οι μπαταρίες που παίρνουν στην περίπτωση των εσωτερικών ισορρευτών είναι modular μπαταρίες VRLA, ενώ στην περίπτωση των εξωτερικών ισορρευτών μπορούμε να έχουμε πάλι είτε VRLA είτε μπαταρίες ιόντων λιθίου, με εξαίρεση το μοντέλο του 3S, το οποίο μπορεί να δεχτεί μόνο VRLA μπαταρίες. Προαιρετικά μπορούμε να προσθέσουμε μια κάρτα επικοινωνίας, η οποία διαθέτει πρωτόκολλα επικοινωνίας SNMP και Modbus TCP/IP. Έχουν προεγκατεστημένες σκληρές επαφές και φίλτρα καθαρισμού για τη σκόνη. Προχωράω στο επόμενο slide. Είναι η νέα σειρά, η οποία θα είναι διαθέσιμη από τις αρχές του επόμενου έτους και ονομάζεται Easy Pro. Ουσιαστικά η σειρά αυτή θα αντικαταστήσει την υφιστάμενη σειρά των Easy 3S από 10 έως 40 kVA και έρχεται με βελτιωμένα χαρακτηριστικά. Όπως μπορούμε να δούμε, τα συγκεκριμένα frames έχουν πάλι all-in-one λύσεις με εσωτερικές modular μπαταρίες και με εξωτερικές μπαταρίες. Υπάρχουν πάλι διαθέσιμα τα μοντέλα 3.1 και 3.3, αλλά εδώ έχουμε βελτιωμένα χαρακτηριστικά, όπως είπα, τόσο στην απόδοση, η οποία φτάνει πλέον στο 96,2%. Μια κύρια διαφορά είναι το ότι οι συσσωρευτές Πέρα από VRLA, μπορεί να δεχτεί πλέον η συγκεκριμένη σειρά και συσσωρευτές ιόντων λιθίου. Επίσης, τα UPS αυτά διαθέτουν ενσωματωμένο backfeed protection και προεγκατεστημένη την κάρτα επικοινωνίας, ενώ υπάρχει και μια νέα οθόνη 5 inch για την διεπαφή με τον χρήστη. Ένα τελευταίο επίσης σημαντικό χαρακτηριστικό είναι ότι τα συγκεκριμένα UPS έχουν έως 30% γρηγορότερο χρόνο για την φόρτιση των συσσωρευτών, κάτι που βοηθάει και στο battery life, στην ζωή των συσσωρευτών αυτών. Προχωράω στην επόμενη σειρά. Η επόμενη σειρά είναι η Galaxy. Είναι η πιο premium σειρά που διαθέτουμε αυτή τη στιγμή στο πορτφόλιό μας. Τα συγκεκριμένα UPS, αρχικά έχουμε την σειρά Galaxy VS από τα 10 έως 150 kVA, εν συνεχεία την σειρά Galaxy VL από τα 200 έως τα 500 kVA και η πιο πρόσφατη προσθήκη στη συγκεκριμένη σειρά είναι τα Galaxy VXL, μια πολύ compact σειρά, η οποία ξεκινάει από τα 500 kVA και στην οποία με την προσθήκη Power Module των 125 kW μπορούμε να φτάσουμε μέχρι τα 1250 kVA. Είναι το τέρμα δεξιά μοντέλο που βλέπουμε στο συγκεκριμένο slide. Τα frames αυτά φυσικά βγαίνουν με εξωτερικές μπαταρίες, VRLA, ιόντων λιθίου και νικελίου καδμίου. Επίσης υπάρχει δυνατότητα για λύσεις με εσωτερικές μπαταρίες από τα 10 kVA έως τα 100 kVA, all-in-one λύση. Στη συγκεκριμένα frame επίσης υπάρχουν επιλογές με νη-1 Power Module, σε περίπτωση που επιθυμεί ο χρήστης να έχει εφεδρεία σε επίπεδο Power Module. Υπάρχουν scalable μοντέλα, για παράδειγμα το μοντέλο που είναι από τα 50 έως 150 kVA, στο οποίο έχουμε τη δυνατότητα να προσθέσουμε είτε Power Module των 20 kVA είτε Power Module των 50 kVA για να πετύχουμε την επιθυμητή ισχύ. Υπάρχουν επίσης μοντέλα τα οποία είναι marine certified, αποκλειστικά για χρήση στην ναυτιλία. Επίσης, η συγκεκριμένη σειρά έχει προεγκατεστημένη την κάρτα επικοινωνίας, τις ξηρές επαφές, τα φίλτρα για τη σκόνη και έχει τη δυνατότητα αντικατάστασης των Power Module εν θερμό, χωρίς να υπάρχει ανάγκη διακοπής λειτουργίας στο UPS. Τέλος, για να κλείσουμε το κομμάτι των τριφασικών UPS, έχουμε την πιο παλιά σειρά, η οποία παραμένει ενεργή στο πορτφόλιό μας. Είναι η σειρά των Symmetra PX. Ουσιαστικά, εδώ βλέπουμε ότι βγαίνει σε 3 διαθέσιμα frames. Το πρώτο frame είναι επεκτάσιμο από τα 16 kW στα 48. Το δεύτερο frame από τα 32 kW στα 160. Αυτό γίνεται με Power Modules των 16 kW. Και το τρίτο frame, το μεγαλύτερο, από τα 100 kW στα 500 με Power Module των 25. Στα κύρια χαρακτηριστικά των μονάδων αυτών έχουμε συντελεστή ισχύως 1, απόδοση έως 96% σε double conversion mode. Όπως ανέφερα, είναι μια modular λύση, που σημαίνει ότι έχουμε τη δυνατότητα αύξησης ισχύως με την προσθήκη επιπλέον Power Module. Έχει τη δυνατότητα παραλληλισμού για εφεδρεία και επαύξηση ισχύως. Είναι hot swap, δηλαδή εν θερμό μπορεί να γίνει η αντικατάσταση τόσο των Power Module όσο και των μπαταριών και των Intelligent Module του συγκεκριμένου UPS. Μπορεί να δεχθεί εσωτερικές modular VRLA μπαταρίες αλλά και εξωτερικές VRLA μπαταρίες, ενώ στο μεγαλύτερο μοντέλο, το 250-500, υπάρχει δυνατότητα σύνδεσης και με καμπίνες ιόντων λιθίου. Προαιρετικά μπορεί να γίνει προσθήκη ενός επιπλέον ερμαρίου για την ηλεκτρική διανομή με συγκεκριμένες ασφάλειες, το Modular Power Distribution. Έχουν ενσωματωμένες κάρτες επικοινωνίας και το μεγάλο μοντέλο που βλέπουμε δεξιά στην οθόνη έχει μια ενσωματωμένη LCD οθόνη για την επαφή με το χρήστη 10 inch. Προχωράμε κάπου εδώ και περνάμε στο πορτφόλιο που έχουμε στο κομμάτι του κλιματισμού. Εδώ έχουμε χωρίσει την παρουσίαση σε 4 κατηγορίες, αναφορικά με τις μονάδες που διαθέτουμε αυτή τη στιγμή στο πορτφόλιό μας. Ξεκινάμε από τις in-row μονάδες, οι οποίες, όπως μπορούμε να δούμε σε αυτό το slide, βγαίνουν σε 2 μεγέθη, σε πλάτος 30 πόντων και 60 πόντων, με την ψυχτική ισχύ τους να μπορεί να φτάσει από τα 10 έως 70 kW, ανάλογα με το μοντέλο που θα επιλέξουμε και τις ανάγκες φυσικά του χρήστη. Οι μονάδες αυτές συνοδεύονται με μια εξωτερική μονάδα για την απόρριψη της θερμότητας, είτε με έναν condenser σε περίπτωση που έχουμε DX μονάδες, είτε με κάποιο ψύκτη σε περίπτωση που έχουμε μονάδες νερού. Στην επόμενη διαφάνεια μπορούμε να δούμε ενδεικτικά οι επιλογές που υπάρχουν αυτή τη στιγμή διαθέσιμες και πού βρίσκονται σε σχέση με την ψυκτική ισχύ που αποδίδουν. Στο πάνω μέρος έχουμε τις direct expansion μονάδες, οι οποίες, όπως βλέπουμε, ξεκινάνε από το μοντέλο των 10 kW, το οποίο από φέτος έχει αντικατασταθεί με την νέα σειρά, η οποία βγαίνει στα 11 kW και έχει βελτιωμένα χαρακτηριστικά. Συνεχίζει με την 30 μονάδα, η οποία είναι στα 25 kW, και με την 60 μονάδα, η οποία φτάνει στα 35 kW ψυκτικής ισχύως. Στο κάτω μέρος έχουμε τις μονάδες νερού, ξεκινώντας από την 30 μονάδα στα 24 kW. Συνεχίζουμε στην αντίστοιχη μονάδα στα 38 kW high temperature, η οποία αναμένεται μέσα στο 2026 να αντικατασταθεί από την νέα μονάδα με βελτιωμένα χαρακτηριστικά που θα δίνει 40 kW ψυκτικής ισχύως. Και τέλος η 60 μονάδα, η οποία φτάνει στα 52 kW. Στην ενδιάμεση στήλη έχουμε μια υβριδική μονάδα, η οποία χρησιμοποιεί και τις δύο τεχνολογίες και η οποία μπορεί να αποδώσει μέχρι 24 kW. Όπως μπορούμε να δούμε, στην δεξιά πλευρά είναι ουσιαστικά η τεχνολογία με τις συνδρόμου μονάδες που συζητήσαμε ως τώρα, που οι μονάδες αυτές τοποθετούνται ανάμεσα στα racks για την ψήξη του ενεργού εξοπλισμού. Υπάρχει όμως και η αρχιτεκτονική του room cooling, όπου μπορεί να μπει περιμετρικά ενός pod μονάδες οι οποίες ψύχουν το χώρο ανάλογα με τις ανάγκες της υποδομής. Για να δούμε λίγο πιο συγκεκριμένα κάποιους πολύ συνοπτικούς πίνακες, ανάλογα με την αρχιτεκτονική που έχουμε να υποστηρίξουμε, σε μικρά computer rooms μπορούμε να πάμε σε λύσεις οι οποίες, όπως βλέπουμε στον αριστερό πίνακα, ξεκινάνε από τα 3 έως τα 50 kW, είτε με μικρές μονάδες room cooling, είτε με split units, τα οποία μπορούν να τοποθετηθούν στην οροφή. Σε ένα μικρό data center υπάρχει η medium large σειρά, η οποία μπορεί να αποδώσει από τα 30 kW έως τα 200 kW, και φυσικά σε όλες αυτές τις επιλογές υπάρχουν πολλά διαφορετικά configurations που μπορεί να επιλέξει ο χρήστης, ανάλογα με το αν, για παράδειγμα, υπάρχει ψευδοπάτωμα στο χώρο ή ό,τι άλλο επιθυμεί σχετικά με το τι περιλαμβάνει μέσα η μονάδα από δυνατότητες επικοινωνίας, αν θα έχει τη δυνατότητα ήγρασης ή αφήγρασης του χώρου κτλ. Έχουμε πολλές επιλογές τις οποίες μπορούμε να προσφέρουμε. Και τέλος, σε περιπτώσεις που έχουμε πολύ μεγάλα data halls, εδώ μπορούμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε τη large σειρά, η οποία, όπως βλέπουμε στο δεξιό πίνακα, φτάνει από τα 150 έως τα 250 kW. Προχωράμε στο επόμενο slide, όπου έχουμε οπτικοποιήσει εδώ και το πορτφόλιό μας στους chillers, στους ψύκτες που διαθέτουμε αυτή τη στιγμή. Στο πάνω μέρος βλέπουμε τους αερόψυκτους ψύκτες, οι οποίοι ξεκινάνε από τα 25 kW και μπορούν να αποδώσουν μέχρι τα 2,4 MW. Στο κάτω μέρος έχουμε τους υδρόψυκτους ψύκτες από τα 580 kW έως τα 2,4 MW αντίστοιχα. Και στην ενδιάμεση γραμμή έχουμε τους ψύκτες free cooling, οι οποίοι ενδείκνυνται σε περιοχές όπου έχουμε χαμηλές περιβαλλοντικές θερμοκρασίες, τις οποίες μπορούν να εκμεταλλευτούν και οι οποίοι ξεκινάνε αντίστοιχα από τα 70 kW μέχρι τα 2,4 MW. Προχωράμε τώρα στην πιο πρόσφατη προσθήκη στο πορτφόλιο του κλιματισμού. Ουσιαστικά η εταιρεία μας στις αρχές του 2025 προχώρησε στην εξαγορά της εταιρείας Motiver, μέσω της οποίας μάλλον προσθέσαμε τις liquid cooling επιλογές που θα δούμε παρακάτω. Ουσιαστικά η κίνηση αυτή έγινε έτσι ώστε να καταφέρουμε να ανταποκριθούμε στις ανάγκες της αγοράς με την ραγδαία άνοδο της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης και με την εμφάνιση AI servers, οι οποίοι έχουν πολύ μεγάλες καταναλώσεις και πολύ μεγάλες ανάγκες σε ψυκτική ισχύ, οι οποίες αυτή τη στιγμή μπορούν να φτάνουν και τα 132 kW ανά rack και αναμένεται τα επόμενα χρόνια να αυξηθούν εκθετικά. Έτσι, πολύ συνοπτικά, Θα δούμε εδώ για αρχή τα CDUs, Coolant Distribution Units, τα οποία βγαίνουν τόσο σε rack-mounted επιλογή, όσο και σε floor-mounted επιλογές. Μιλάμε για μια liquid-to-liquid αρχιτεκτονική, η οποία εντός του rack ξεκινάει από τα 102 kW και πάει με το νέο μοντέλο MCDU 10 στα 210 kW. Οι floor-mounted επιλογές ξεκινάνε από τα 625 kW και φτάνουν μέχρι τα 2,3 MW, οπότε νομίζω αντιλαμβάνεστε για τι μεγέθη μιλάμε πλέον. Μια δεύτερη επιλογή είναι το chill door, το οποίο ουσιαστικά τοποθετείται στο πίσω μέρος του rack, και εδώ υπάρχουν επίσης πολλές επιλογές. Όπως βλέπουμε, μιλάμε για rack από 42 έως 60U, με ψυκτική ισχύ ξεκινώντας από τα 30 kW και φτάνουμε μέχρι τα 75 kW, οπότε ανάλογα με την περίπτωση μπορούμε να προτείνουμε και το αντίστοιχο μοντέλο. Τέλος, οι μονάδες HDU, Heat Dissipation Units, Liquid to Air αρχιτεκτονικής. Έχουμε το μοντέλο MHDU 10, το οποίο είναι rack-mounted επιλογή στα 10 kW, και τις μονάδες MHDU 500 και 510, οι οποίες μπορούν να αποδώσουν ψυκτική ισχύ 87 kW και 144 kW αντίστοιχα. Επομένως, στο κομμάτι του κλιματισμού έχουμε έτσι μια συνολική λύση για να καταφέρουμε να ανταποκριθούμε σε όλες τις ανάγκες. Προχωράμε στην επόμενη κατηγορία. Έχω συμπεριλάβει εδώ ενδεικτικά κάποια slide για τα prefabricated modular data centers, δηλαδή προκατασκευασμένα data center. Πολύ ενδεικτικά, στο πρώτο slide μπορούμε να δούμε πώς είναι εσωτερικά αυτά τα data center. Ουσιαστικά μιλάμε για ένα container, το οποίο μπορεί να περιλαμβάνει, ανάλογα φυσικά με τις ανάγκες της εκάστοτε υποδομής, UPS, μπαταρίες, κλιματισμό, busbars για την ηλεκτρική διανομή, κάποιο air containment, το οποίο υπηρεσίες. Οπότε μια compact λύση με πολλά πλεονεκτήματα φυσικά σε περιπτώσεις που δεν υπάρχει διαθεσιμότητα χώρου, για παράδειγμα σε ένα data center, και μπορεί αυτό να τοποθετηθεί, το prefab να τοποθετηθεί εξωτερικά, και φυσικά με πολύ καλούς χρόνους κατασκευής και θέσεις σε λειτουργία. Βλέπουμε εδώ τις κατηγορίες που έχουμε στο συγκεκριμένο πορτφόλιο. Μια all-in-one λύση από 10 έως 250 kW. Μιλάμε περίπου για 5 έως 24 racks, τα οποία μπορούν να μπουν στο συγκεκριμένο containment, και μπορεί να περιλαμβάνει όλη την γάμα των προϊόντων, όπως ανέφερα, UPS, μπαταρίες, κλιματισμό. Σε μεγαλύτερες περιπτώσεις, αν πάμε σε ένα εύρος από 250 kW έως 2 MW, υπάρχει η επιλογή του Modular Data Hall, το οποίο πλέον μιλάμε για ακόμα και περισσότερα από 200 rack. Και τέλος, η επιλογή του Modular Power, όπου εδώ είναι καθαρά στο κομμάτι της ισχύως, σε ένα εύρος 625 kW με 2 MW, το οποίο περιλαμβάνει διακόπτες χαμηλής και μέσης τάσης, UPS, μπαταρίες, και μπορεί να μπει είτε σε ένα container εξωτερικά ενός data center, είτε με ένα open skid, ένα σκελετό δηλαδή περιμετρικά, στο εσωτερικό χώρο. Πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο σε όλο αυτό παίζουν φυσικά πάντα και τα services. Υπάρχουν η δυνατότητα να προσφέρουμε σε αυτό το κομμάτι προληπτικές συντηρήσεις, επεκτάσεις εγγύησης, συμβόλαια συντήρησης για την βέλτιστη λειτουργία του εξοπλισμού, η ψηφιακή παρακολούθηση μέσω της πλατφόρμας EcoStruxure που θα δούμε παρακάτω, αλλά όχι μόνο του εξοπλισμού αυτού, αλλά και της ηλεκτρολογικής εγκατάστασης μέσω του Power Monitoring Expert. Φυσικά, ανάλογα με τις ανάγκες του εκάστοτε πελάτη, μπορούν να γίνουν ETO λύσεις, δηλαδή λύσεις προσαρμοσμένες στις συγκεκριμένες ανάγκες. Και έχω συμπεριλάβει και στο επόμενο slide κάποιες φωτογραφίες από το εργοστάσιο όμως, το οποίο βρίσκεται στην Βαρκελόνη. Στο κάτω μέρος έχουμε κάποιες φωτογραφίες οι οποίες είναι από την διαδικασία κατασκευής, και στο πάνω μέρος μπορείτε να δείτε τα power module, πώς είναι και εξωτερικά και εσωτερικά, με κάποια UPS και διακόπτες που διακρίνονται στις φωτογραφίες αυτές. Να επισημάνω εδώ ότι μια τέτοια λύση παραδώσαμε πέρυσι και στο Ηράκλειο της Κρήτης, στο νέο data center της Digital Realty, μια λύση η οποία παραδόθηκε σε λιγότερο από ένα χρόνο. Προχωράμε τώρα στην επόμενη κατηγορία, η κατηγορία των racks. Εδώ συναντάμε δύο μεγάλες κατηγορίες, τη σειρά Easy και τη σειρά των Net Shelter. Πάμε να δούμε λίγο πιο αναλυτικά. Η σειρά των Easy ξεκινάει από μέγεθος 24U με πλάτος 60 πόντους και διαθέσιμα βάθη 81 μέτρο και 1,2. Ενώ υπάρχουν και τα μεγαλύτερα racks, 42 και 48U με πλάτος 60 ή 80 πόντων και τα αντίστοιχα βάθη 80 πόντων, 1 μέτρο, 1,1 και 1,2. Κάποια βασικά χαρακτηριστικά των μοντέλων αυτών είναι ότι έχουν διάτριτες πόρτες σε ποσοστό έως και 81%. Διαθέτουν πλαϊνά τα οποία μπορούν να κλειδώσουν είτε και να αφαιρεθούν σε περίπτωση που το επιθυμεί ο πελάτης. Έχει μονή πόρτα στο μπροστινό μέρος και διπλές πόρτες στο πίσω μέρος με κλειδαριές. Η δυνατότητα στατικού φορτίου φτάνει τα 1.200 κιλά και δυναμικού φορτίου τα 600 κιλά. Έχουν προεγκατεστημένες ρόδες και ποδαράκια και ενσωματωμένη ηλεκτρική γείωση, ενώ επίσης καλύπτονται από εργοστασιακή εγγύηση 5 ετών και αισθητικά επιλογές που έχουμε είναι σε μαύρο χρώμα. Προχωράμε στην Net Shelter σειρά. Εδώ έχουμε ακόμα περισσότερες επιλογές, όπως μπορούμε να δούμε και στις εικόνες στο δεξιό μέρος της διαφάνειας. Έχουμε αρχικά τα wall-mounted racks, τα οποία βγαίνουν σε μεγέθη 6, 9 και 12U, με 60 πόντους πλάτος και βάθος 40 και 60 πόντων. Έχουμε επίσης το Generation 1, την S6 σειρά, η οποία έχει πάρα πολλές επιλογές σε μεγέθη 12, 18, 24, 42, 45, 48U, ανάλογα με τις ανάγκες μας, και αντίστοιχα τα πλάτη και βάθη. Και επίσης τη Soundproof σειρά, η οποία συνήθως είναι για λύσεις πιο σε λύση γραφείου, που όπως μπορείτε να δείτε και αισθητικά εναρμονίζεται πιο όμορφα με το χώρο. Αυτή βγαίνει σε μεγέθη 12, 17, 32 και 38U. Φυσικά σε όλα αυτά τα racks υπάρχει μια πολύ μεγάλη ποικιλία accessories των οποίων μπορούμε να προσφέρουμε. Εδώ βλέπουμε ότι το στατικό φορτίο στα wall mount είναι στα 90 κιλά, στα soundproof στα 780 κιλά και στην S6 σειρά στα 1814, ενώ αντίστοιχα το δυναμικό φορτίο 380 κιλά στα soundproof και 1020 στην S6 σειρά. Έχουν και αυτά προεγκατεστημένες ρόδες και ποδαράκια, με εξαίρεση φυσικά τη wall mount σειρά. Ενσωματωμένη ηλεκτρική γείωση και έρχονται με 5 χρόνια εργοστασιακή εγγύηση τα wall mount και η Generation 1 και 2 χρόνια τα soundproof. Και αισθητικά εδώ βλέπουμε ότι έχουμε πολλές επιλογές, είτε για μαύρο χρώμα είτε άσπρο χρώμα και φυσικά ακόμα πιο όμορφες επιλογές στα soundproof racks. Η σειρά Generation 1 που είδαμε σε αυτό το slide έχει από πέρυσι έχει αντικατασταθεί εν μέρη, παραμένει ακόμα διαθέσιμα, αλλά έχει αντικατασταθεί εν μέρη με τα Generation 2 racks, τα οποία βλέπουμε ότι βγαίνουν σε διαθέσιμα μεγέθη 42, 45 και 48U, με πλάτος 60, 75 και 80 πόντους και διαθέσιμα βάθη στα 1,07 και 1,2 μέτρα. Ουσιαστικά η σειρά αυτή έρχεται κατασκευασμένη από υλικά που είναι 97% ανακυκλώσιμα. Έχει στατικό φορτίο, δυνατότητα στατικού φορτίου 1.814 κιλών και δυναμικού φορτίου 1.020. Έχει διάτριτες πόρτες σε ποσοστό 80%. Οι πόρτες μπορούν να ανοίξουν έως 270 μοίρες. Διαθέτει ένα σύστημα κλειδώματος 3 σημείων, τόσο στο χερούλι της πόρτας όσο και στο πάνω και κάτω μέρος του rack. Φυσικά καλύπτεται από εργοστασιακή εγγύηση 5 ετών και υπάρχουν διαθέσιμα μοντέλα σε μαύρο και άσπρο χρώμα. Προχωράμε στην πιο πρόσφατη προσθήκη που έχουμε στην Net Shelter σειρά. Είναι η Advanced σειρά, η οποία ουσιαστικά έρχεται να ανταποκριθεί και αυτή στις ανάγκες που έχει δημιουργήσει η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη με τους νέους AI servers. Η σειρά αυτή βγαίνει σε μεγέθη των 48 και 52U, με διαθέσιμα πλάτη 75 και 80 πόντους και βάθη 1,29 και 1,47. Αντίστοιχα και αυτή η σειρά έχει βελτιωμένα χαρακτηριστικά, όπως μπορούμε να δούμε. Η δυνατότητα στατικού φορτίου φτάνει τα 1.928 κιλά και δυναμικού φορτίου τα 1.588. Παραμένουμε σε λύση με διάτριτες πόρτες, 80% το perforation, και οι πόρτες αυτές έχουν τη δυνατότητα να ανοίξουν έως 130 μοίρες. Διαθέτουν επίσης σύστημα κλειδώματος 3 σημείων, όπως φαίνεται και στο γραφικό δεξιά, στο χερούλι της πόρτας και στο πάνω και κάτω μέρος του rack, και καλύπτονται και αυτά από 5 χρόνια εργοστασιακή εγγύηση. Προχωράμε τώρα στις λύσεις των Power Distribution Units των PDU που μπορούμε να προσφέρουμε. Χωρίζονται και αυτά σε σειρά Easy και σειρά Net Shelter. Και όπως μπορούμε να δούμε, διαθέτουμε PDUs τα οποία μπορούν να τοποθετηθούν κάθετα, δηλαδή να είναι PDU 0U, αλλά και οριζόντια, τα οποία μπορούν να πιάνουν είτε 1U είτε 2U εντός του rack. Μιλάμε για PDU τα οποία είναι είτε μονοφασικά είτε τριφασικά και έχουν στην είσοδο C20 ή IC309 input, ανάλογα με τις ανάγκες φυσικά του πελάτη, και στην έξοδο έχουμε outlets είτε σε 13 σε 19 είτε σε 15 σε 21, ανάλογα φυσικά με τις ανάγκες της υποδομής. Τα PDU μπορούμε να πούμε ότι χωρίζονται σε 4 διαφορετικές κατηγορίες. Η πρώτη κατηγορία, η Basic, η οποία δεν έχει κάποιο ιδιαίτερο χαρακτηριστικό. Είναι η πιο απλή σειρά η οποία έχουμε αυτή τη στιγμή στο πορτφόλιό μας. Η επόμενη σειρά είναι η Metered σειρά, η οποία δίνει τη δυνατότητα στο χρήστη να παρακολουθεί live τις καταναλώσεις και τα συνδεδεμένα φορτία των PDU και να θέτει κάποια συγκεκριμένα alarms σε περίπτωση που υπάρχει κάποιο overload ή κάποια βλάβη στον κρίσιμο εξοπλισμό. Η τρίτη σειρά, η σειρά Switched, ουσιαστικά έχει όλες τις λειτουργίες των metered PDUs, αλλά δίνει και τη δυνατότητα στο χρήστη να μπορεί να ανοιγοκλείσει τα outlets απομακρυσμένα. Και η τελευταία σειρά, Meter by Outlet, η οποία μπορεί να είναι είτε switched είτε όχι, ανάλογα φυσικά με τις ανάγκες του τελικού πελάτη, μας δίνει τη δυνατότητα να λαμβάνουμε μετρήσεις σε επίπεδο outlet, σε επίπεδο εξόδου. Προχωράμε στο επόμενο slide, όπου εδώ έχουμε συμπεριλάβει πολύ ενδεικτικά κάποια από τα rack accessories τα οποία διαθέτουμε αυτή τη στιγμή στο πορτφόλιό μας. Φυσικά υπάρχουν και πολλές ακόμα επιλογές σε ό,τι έχει να κάνει με cable management, με blanking panels, με ανεμιστήρες κτλ. Πολύ ενδεικτικά έχουμε βάλει το automatic transfer switch, τα οποία μπορούν να μπουν εντός του rack και χρησιμοποιούνται κατά κόρον σε περιπτώσεις που έχουμε ενεργό εξοπλισμό, ο οποίος έχει μονή τροφοδοσία και θέλουμε να το δώσουμε από 2 διαφορετικές πηγές, σε περίπτωση που έχουμε μια αρχιτεκτονική 2NIF με feed A, feed B. Επίσης, έχουμε το LCD monitor, το οποίο είναι rack mounted, πιάνει ένα U και στο οποίο μπορεί ο χρήστης να συνδέσει κάποιον σερβερ ο οποίος είναι μέσα στο rack και να έχει από εκεί άμεση διεπαφή μέσω του πληκτρολογίου, του mouse και φυσικά της οθόνης. Και σε συνδυασμό με την οθόνη αυτή, κάτι που βλέπουμε να χρησιμοποιείται πάρα πολύ στα computer rooms είναι και το KVM switch, όπου δίνει τη δυνατότητα στο χρήστη να διαχειριστεί πολλαπλούς σερβερ μόνο με αυτό το keyboard. Προχωράμε τώρα στην λύση του Net Shelter Rail Containment. Έχω και ένα μικρό βιντεάκι σε αυτό το σημείο. Ουσιαστικά, η λύση αυτή προτείνεται όταν έχουμε μία ικριοσειρά ή 2 ικριοσειρές, τη μία απέναντι από την άλλη, και θέλουμε να εγκλωβίσουμε είτε τον ψυχρό είτε τον θερμό διάδρομο. Αλλά ας δούμε ένα λεπτό το βίντεο, να γίνει και λίγο πιο ξεκάθαρη συγκεκριμένη τεχνολογία. Όπως παρακολουθήσαμε λοιπόν, είναι μια τεχνολογία η οποία μας δίνει δυνατότητα, ανάλογα με την υποδομή και την εγκατάσταση του χρήστη, να τη φτιάξουμε όπως ακριβώς θέλουμε. Ουσιαστικά μπορεί αυτό να γίνει είτε κλείνοντας με διπλές πόρτες τις δύο κυριοσειρές, είτε με μονή πόρτα και με κάποιον τοίχο στο χώρο της εγκατάστασης. Και φυσικά, όπως είπα, είναι επεκτάσιμο, δηλαδή ακόμα και μετά την πρώτη εγκατάσταση μπορεί αυτό να επεκταθεί με την προσθήκη επιπλέον ράξ και κλιματιστικών μονάδων. Προχωράμε τώρα στην επόμενη κατηγορία της σημερινής παρουσίασης, η οποία έχει να κάνει με το monitoring. Εδώ ουσιαστικά έχουμε δύο μεγάλες κατηγορίες. Η πρώτη κατηγορία αφορά το κομμάτι των netbots για την περιβαλλοντική παρακολούθηση και η δεύτερη κατηγορία την πλατφόρμα EcoStruxure που έχει να κάνει με τις ψηφιακές υπηρεσίες που διαθέτουμε αυτή τη στιγμή στο πορτφόλιό μας. Όπως μπορούμε να δούμε εδώ, οι χώροι του IT αντιμετωπίζουν κάποιες συγκεκριμένες προκλήσεις σε ό,τι έχει να κάνει με περιβαλλοντικές συνθήκες τις οποίες έχουν να διαχειριστούν, όπως για παράδειγμα ο έλεγχος της θερμοκρασίας και της υγρασίας του χώρου, η άμεση ειδοποίηση σε περίπτωση πιθανής διαρροής ή κάποιας πυρκαγιάς και φυσικά επειδή μιλάμε για χώρους οι οποίοι έχουν συνήθως περιορισμένη πρόσβαση, παίζει πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο το access control και το surveillance των χώρων αυτών. Σε όλες αυτές τις προκλήσεις μπορούμε να απαντήσουμε με την επιλογή του netbots, την οικογένεια του netbots, όπου όπως βλέπουμε στα αριστερά μας έχουμε τρεις διαφορετικές επιλογές. Οι δύο πρώτες, το netbots 250 και netbots 750, είναι δύο rack mount επιλογές και υπάρχει και η wall mount επιλογή του netbots 755. Ουσιαστικά σε αυτές τις κονσόλες μπορεί να ενσωματωθούν οι αισθητήρες που βλέπουμε στα δεξιά, αισθητήρες θερμοκρασίας, υγρασίας, τόσο ενσύρματοι όσο και ασύρματοι, το κορδόνι διαρροής, αισθητήρες καπνού και δονήσεων, αισθητήρες οι οποίοι μπαίνουν στην πόρτα για να μας ειδοποιούν πότε υπάρχει κάποιο άνοιγμα της πόρτας αυτής. Φυσικά υπάρχουν διαθέσιμα pods για την επέκταση αυτών, καθώς επίσης και υπάρχει το σχετικό kit για το rack access, το οποίο λειτουργεί στη συχνότητα των 125 kHz και των 13,56 MHz με τις αντίστοιχες κάρτες. Μπορεί ο χρήστης να ανοίξει το rack. Και τέλος υπάρχει και η δυνατότητα προσθήκης κάμερας, η οποία μπορεί να επιτηρεί το χώρο και κάθε φορά που ανιχνεύει μια κίνηση να τραβάει ένα κλιπάκι για να το στέλνει στον χρήστη και να τον ενημερώνει για το ποιος έχει εισέλθει στο χώρο. Πολύ ενδεικτικά έχουμε έναν πίνακα. Ωραία. Ένα πίνακα εδώ που βλέπουμε ουσιαστικά το compatibility της κάθε κονσόλας. Θα εντόπιζα τις κύριες διαφορές από το netbots 250 στο netbots 750, στη δυνατότητα που έχει το 750 για σύνδεση με τον αισθητήρα διαρροής και για τη σύνδεση με την κάμερα. Κλείνοντας το κομμάτι αυτό, ας περάσουμε στις ψηφιακές υπηρεσίες τις οποίες διαθέτουμε αυτή τη στιγμή στο πορτφόλιό μας. Όπως καταλαβαίνει κανείς, στην σημερινή εποχή είναι πολύ σημαντικό οι άνθρωποι του IT να έχουν 24/7 επίβλεψη του εξοπλισμού τους και η ανάγκη αυτή νομίζω γίνεται ακόμα μεγαλύτερη σε περιπτώσεις όπου έχουμε πολλαπλά site και θέλουμε όλα αυτά να τα παρακολουθούμε σε μια ενοποιημένη πλατφόρμα. Τη λύση αυτή έρχεται να δώσει η πλατφόρμα του EcoStruxure IT με είτε cloud υπηρεσίες είτε on-premise υπηρεσίες ανάλογα με τις ανάγκες της εκάστοτε υποδομής. Όπως μπορούμε να δούμε στην συγκεκριμένη διαφάνεια, έχουμε τρεις επιλογές για cloud υπηρεσίες μέσω της πλατφόρμας EcoStruxure. Ουσιαστικά η πρώτη επιλογή είναι το ID Expert, για το οποίο θα δούμε και λίγο παρακάτω περισσότερες πληροφορίες. Μιλάμε για μια υπηρεσία η οποία μας δίνει τη δυνατότητα real-time επιτήρησης του συνδεδεμένου εξοπλισμού, στο οποίο ο χρήστης έχει τη δυνατότητα να λαμβάνει τις ειδοποιήσεις είτε μέσω email είτε μέσω mobile εφαρμογής στο κινητό, αλλά θα δούμε και περισσότερα παρακάτω. Υπάρχει επίσης η υπηρεσία του IT Advisor, η οποία ουσιαστικά είναι μια υπηρεσία μοντελοποίησης. Εκεί ο χρήστης μπορεί να φτιάξει ένα ψηφιακό δίδυμο, ένα digital twin της υποδομής του και να τρέξει διάφορα σενάρια και προσομοιώσεις σε ό,τι έχει να κάνει με το κομμάτι του UPS, του κλιματισμού, των racks κτλ. Μια πολύ ωραία και εντυπωσιακή υπηρεσία. Και τέλος, η υπηρεσία που πέφτει στο κομμάτι του service είναι η υπηρεσία του Asset Advisor. Ουσιαστικά χρησιμοποιεί την ίδια πλατφόρμα με το IT Expert. Απλώς εδώ την εποπτεία του εξοπλισμού, του διασυνδεμένου εξοπλισμού, αναλαμβάνει να κάνει το hub της Schneider Electric, το οποίο επιτηρεί 24/7 τον εξοπλισμό του πελάτη και σε περίπτωση που υπάρχει κάποια βλάβη, ειδοποιεί άμεσα τον πελάτη είτε μέσω live chat στην εφαρμογή, είτε μέσω κάποιου email τηλεφώνου για τα actions τα οποία πρέπει να προχωρήσει για την επίλυση της βλάβης αυτής. Και φυσικά εκδίδονται κάποια μηνιαία reports με την απόδοση του εξοπλισμού και με κάποια recommendations για το τι μπορεί να γίνει για την βελτιστοποίηση της υγείας του διασυνδεδεμένου εξοπλισμού. Επομένως, εδώ έχουμε τις τρεις επιλογές σε cloud υπηρεσίες. Αντίστοιχα, υπάρχουν και οι on-premise υπηρεσίες σε περιπτώσεις όπου έχουμε να κάνουμε, ας πούμε, με κάποια τράπεζα ή με κάποια δημόσια υπηρεσία, όπου εκεί τα πρωτόκολλα ασφαλείας δεν επιτρέπουν τη χρήση cloud υπηρεσιών. Έχουμε τις on-premise υπηρεσίες. Είναι ουσιαστικά για το IT Advisor υπάρχει και η on-premise έκδοση, η οποία μπορεί να κάνει αντίστοιχα τη μοντελοποίηση και το digital twin της υποδομής. Και υπάρχει και η επιλογή του Data Center Expert, όπου μέσα από εδώ ο πελάτης μπορεί να κάνει real-time monitoring του εξοπλισμού του και να λαμβάνει κάποια alarms ανάλογα με τα thresholds τα οποία έχει θέσει. Στη διαφάνεια αυτή μπορούμε να δούμε λίγο κάποια πράγματα περισσότερο για την υπηρεσία του IT Expert. Ουσιαστικά ο χρήστης αυτό που έχει να κάνει είναι να κατεβάσει ένα gateway στον υπολογιστή του, στο server του, να το εγκαταστήσει και μέσα από αυτό να εντοπίσει τις συσκευές μέσω των IP τους που θέλει να διασυνδέσει στην πλατφόρμα. Ουσιαστικά στο κεντρικό εικονίδιο μπορείτε να δείτε περίπου πώς είναι η πλατφόρμα αυτή, όπου μπορεί ο πελάτης να βλέπει πολλαπλά site, όχι μόνο ένα, δηλαδή σε περίπτωση που υπάρχει μια αλυσίδα καταστημάτων, μπορεί ο IT Manager να έχει εικόνα από όλα τα site ταυτόχρονα σε ενοποιημένα dashboard. Και φυσικά υπάρχει και η mobile εφαρμογή, όπου ο χρήστης μέσα από το κινητό του μπορεί να λαμβάνει ζωντανά δεδομένα και ειδοποιήσεις, ενώ υπάρχει και η δυνατότητα του live chat που ανέφερα προηγουμένως με εκπροσώπους της Schneider Electric. Πολύ ενδεικτικά, έχουμε συμπεριλάβει εδώ κάποια screenshots από το πώς ακριβώς είναι η εφαρμογή αυτή. Στο αριστερό μέρος μπορούμε να δούμε κάποια dashboard που εμφανίζονται με τις μετρήσεις που παίρνουμε από τον διασυνδεδεμένο εξοπλισμό. Στη δεύτερη εικόνα βλέπουμε εδώ τα UPS, τα οποία είναι συνδεδεμένα στην υπηρεσία αυτή. Στο τρίτο βλέπουμε εδώ κάποια γραφήματα με βάση τις μετρήσεις που έχει επιλέξει να βλέπει ο χρήστης. Και στο τέταρτο έχουμε κάποια ενεργά alarms που υπάρχουν αυτή τη στιγμή και τα οποία σε ειδοποιούν ότι στο συγκεκριμένο ATS, στο συγκεκριμένο UPS υπάρχει κάποιο σφάλμα και πρέπει να προχωρήσει σε κάποιες συγκεκριμένες ενέργειες για την επίλυσή τους. Ας δούμε σε αυτό το σημείο άλλο ένα σύντομο βιντεάκι για την υπηρεσία αυτή. Πολύ ωραία. Και κάπου εδώ φτάνουμε στην ολοκλήρωση της σημερινής παρουσίασης. Έτσι, για να συνοψίσω, ουσιαστικά σήμερα είδαμε όλο το πορτφόλιο της Schneider Electric για το κομμάτι του data center, από τριφασικά UPS, λύσεις κλιματισμού, prefab, racks, PDUs, accessories και φυσικά το κομμάτι του monitoring, είτε μιλάμε για τις περιβαλλοντικές συνθήκες, είτε μιλάμε για ψηφιακές υπηρεσίες, οι οποίες δίνουν live δεδομένα στον χρήστη. Το μόνο το οποίο ίσως δεν έχει συμπεριληφθεί εδώ στη σημερινή παρουσίαση είναι το κομμάτι των μονοφασικών UPS, στο οποίο επίσης υπάρχει μια πολύ μεγάλη γκάμα προϊόντων και σειρών, τόσο με την easy σειρά όσο και με τα smart UPS. Φυσικά, αν υπάρχει κάποια απορία ή κάποια ανάγκη γι' αυτό, μπορείτε να επικοινωνήσετε μαζί μου, αλλά επίσης πολλές πληροφορίες υπάρχουν διαθέσιμες και στο επίσημο site της εταιρείας. Και κάπου εδώ, αν έχουμε κάποιες ερωτήσεις, θα κλείσω και λίγο το παράθυρο για να δω αν μπορέσω να σας ακούσω, γιατί δυστυχώς μέχρι τώρα δεν είχα εικόνα.
Με ακούτε τώρα?
Μισό λεπτάκι να προσπαθήσω να μπω mute.
Τώρα με ακούτε?
Ναι, ακούγεστε μια χαρά. Εγώ τουλάχιστον σας ακούω.
Κύριε Χρυσοστομίδη. Ωραία. Ευχαριστούμε τον κύριο Χρυσοστομίδη για την παρουσίαση.
Δυστυχώς, κύριε Λασκούδη, αν με ακούτε, συνεχίζω να μην έχω για κάποιο λόγο ήχο. Αν έχετε κάποια ερώτηση και μπορείτε να μου την προωθήσετε στο chat ή εν συνεχεία θα είμαστε σε επικοινωνία φυσικά. Ωραία, σας ευχαριστώ πολύ για τα οπτικά σήματα, γιατί δυστυχώς με το ηχητικό δεν έχουμε πάει καλά σήμερα. Αυτά από μένα. Καλή συνέχεια σας εύχομαι και σας ευχαριστώ πολύ για τη σημερινή παρουσίαση.
Ωραία, σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Προχωράμε στην επόμενη παρουσίαση από την εταιρεία Intertech, όπου είναι μαζί μας ο κύριος Δημήτρης Σταμάτης, διευθυντής marketing της εταιρείας. Μαζί του είναι η κυρία Ιβάνα Μπλάζεβικ και η κυρία Σούζαν Σάμποτ από την εταιρεία DocuWare. Αν έχω καταλάβει καλά, το βασικό θέμα που θα μιλήσουμε σήμερα έχει να κάνει ουσιαστικά με τη μετάβαση από την απλή ψηφιοποίηση των εγγράφων σε μια έξυπνη αυτοματοποιημένη διαχείρισή τους μέσω της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης.
Πρακτικά κάπως έτσι είναι. Καλησπέρα και από εμένα. Καλησπέρα από την εταιρεία Intertech. Είμαι ο Δημήτρης Σταμάτης, marketing manager στην εταιρεία. Την παρουσίαση δεν θα την κάνω εγώ σήμερα. Την παρουσίαση, όπως πολύ σωστά είπατε και προαναφέρετε, θα την κάνει η Ιβάνα Μπλάζεβιτς, συνεργάτες μας, η Ιβάνα Μπλάζεβιτς και η Σουζάν Σάπουλ, οι οποίες θα μας μιλήσουν για τη λύση DocuWare, η οποία είναι μια λύση που, όπως πολύ σωστά προλογίσατε, είναι μια λύση η οποία μας περνάει πλέον στην επόμενη φάση, σε ό,τι αφορά όχι μόνο την διαχείριση των εγγράφων μέσα σε μια εταιρεία και την ψηφιοποίησή τους, αλλά μιλάμε για ένα εντελώς πλέον διαφοροποιημένο workflow, το οποίο έρχεται για να αλλάξει τα δεδομένα στον τρόπο με τον οποίο μια εταιρεία δουλεύει και αυτοματοποιεί διαδικασίες όσο αφορά τα έγγραφα, τη διαχείριση των εγγράφων, την ασφάλεια των εγγράφων και το πώς δουλεύει γενικότερα με όλα τα έγγραφά της, από απλά emails μέχρι δύσκολα έγγραφα τα οποία έχουν να κάνουν με συμβόλαια κλπ, προκειμένου να απελευθερωθούν πόροι, χρόνος και ενέργεια, αναφορικά με τον τρόπο εκεί που μια εταιρεία, δηλαδή, για να το πω έτσι πολύ απλά, μια εταιρεία εκεί που αφιερώνει πάρα πολύ χρόνο στο να κυνηγάει διαδικασίες, οι διαδικασίες να γίνονται πλέον με πιο αυτοματοποιημένους τρόπους, ούτως ώστε να απελευθερώνεται χρόνος για τους ίδιους τους εργαζόμενους και να κάνουν focus εκεί που πρέπει να κάνουν. Η λύση DocuWare είναι κάτι το οποίο είναι καινούριο, είναι πολύ αναπτυσσόμενο. Είναι κάτι νέο, το οποίο έρχεται να απαντήσει σε διάφορα ερωτήματα. Δεν θα προχωρήσω να πω πάρα πολλά. Απλά αυτό το οποίο θα τονίσω είναι ότι και θα ήθελα να κρατήσουν όλοι οι ομιλητές, και εκεί είναι που θα εστιάσει και η Ιβάνα μαζί με την Σουζάν, είναι σε κάποια πολύ σημαντικά πλεονεκτήματα που έχουν να κάνουν με το ότι η παραγωγικότητα μέσα από τέτοια συστήματα εκτοξεύεται, τα κόστη μειώνονται και οι συνεργασίες μεταξύ των τμήματων, που είναι επίσης ένα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό στοιχείο σε διάφορες εταιρείες, ενισχύεται ακόμη περισσότερο. Θα γυρίσω λίγο στα αγγλικά, επειδή οι συνεργάτες μας δεν είναι Ελληνίδες. Η κουβέντα αυτή θα γίνει στα αγγλικά, So I'm going to change from Greek and to English. Ivana, Suzanne, hello again. Nice to have you. Nice to meet you again. I was planning to do this introduction in English, but I had to do it in Greek since I wrote this in Greek. I think it's best. This is the best. So as to I wrote this to get a brief understanding of what DocuWare solution is, what it does for the customer and for the company, and which are the benefits. So this is from me. The floor is all yours, and we're expecting to listen and to see beautiful things regarding the DocuWare solution. So this is from me.
Thank you so much, Dimitris. Also for the introduction in Greece. Unfortunately, Ivana and I both don't speak Greek, so we do need to do this today in English. And I'm going to share my screen. I hope you can see my screen. Share.
Yes.
Perfect, Susan. Excellent. What we've done also is we've turned on the subtitles in Greek. We are not Greek speakers, so we hope that they make sense to you. So we'll try and speak slowly, that the translation comes as good as possible. So we do want to talk to you today a little bit of DMS Reloaded, AI as game changer. So Ivana and I would like to introduce ourselves. Ivana?
Yes, thank you, Susan. Yeah, just briefly from my side, my name is Ivana Blažević. I'm Regional Sales Director for Central Eastern Europe, and working in this case very close with our partner Intertek since 3 years in this region. Yeah, and looking forward to today's webinar.
Thank you, Ivana. I am Susan Trauput. I do work with Ivana in this region. I'm also working very closely with Intertek. So we support each other with our partners in this region. So we'll jump right into our presentation. So let's start really at the beginning. What is document management, and why do you need a system for your documents? When we look here at the presentation, we see everybody knows the situation. You've saved a document, whether it's in your email, if it's on your desktop, you've printed it out, it's somewhere, and you simply cannot find it. The big question is, how can you quickly gather the information when your supervisor says, hey, I need this document, I need to pay a bill? We might really feel like Sherlock Holmes, but it's a time-consuming and takes away from time where we could be spending on different important tasks. DocuWare itself got the same over 30 years ago, and we've made it our mission to help customers in this situation and make it easier for them to find DocuWares. So the question is, who is DocuWare, and what have we done? So DocuWare was founded back in 1988. Our headquarters are right outside of Munich in Germany. And we've been a specialist in the field of document management for over 30 years. We've been in the cloud for the last 10 years. We have over 780 employees, and we have locations, branch offices in the UK, in Spain, France, and the United States. We're very happy to say we have over 20,000 customers around the world. Almost 1 million satisfied users, and DocuWare is available in 24 languages. Even though Ivana and I do not speak Greek, DocuWare can be translated into Greek. So that's not a problem when you decide to buy the software. What is also really interesting about us is we sell in this area strictly over our partner. So many of you may know Intertek. If not, we can make introductions at the end. But Intertek is our trusted partner in Greece, and they would be glad to support you with us, of course, with any projects you may have. So let's jump into, what does DocuWare do? So we're going to start very much at the beginning. We talk about digitalization. A lot of people say this is paperless, and it's a pretty good description. The goal here is to move information into a digital format so it can be easily indexed, searched, accessed, shared, archived. So you don't have problems with paper anymore. Paper is slow, you can lose it, it's expensive, and it can be a really pain to deal with it. Digitalization drives efficiency. This is all about cutting unnecessary costs and doing the same volume of work with fewer resources. My guess is many of you have already started to do this, but there's a limit to cutting, and we're trying to get to the next level. Document management at its core takes information that's now digital and makes it more useful to you, your team, and your entire organization. Finding stuff is easier. Security can be locked down. Workers can use mobile devices. And there's also compliance that's very easy to use within DocuWare. This level of information drives productivity, the ability for your organization to do more with the same amount of resources. It's not about cutting costs, but ensuring the workforce hours aren't lost to tedious manual tasks. Our customers really love this. They talk about it all the time. But what's really important here is really our workflow automation. Now you can take all of the digital information, automate it where it goes, who sees it, who needs approval, who gets notifications, and your workers only need the information when they need to make a decision. Suddenly, your team isn't just productive, they're also efficient, ensuring that everyone is executing the most important, valuable work that really drives your organization forward. So let's transfer this into software language. We start at DocuWare really at the very beginning, document capturing. Think about where you receive your documents, whether that's paper, email, generated from your ERP system, PowerPoint presentations. DocuWare can very easily capture all of these documents from different sources and put it into the system. After collecting those documents, the most important informations are indexed. They are stored in large digital archives with, for example, customer names, project numbers, whatever makes sense for your business. And you are able to access these documents with one click. You can make instant decisions with these documents and basically save the time that you usually use dealing with paperwork for more important tasks. So what do you gain with DocuWare? This is where the efficientness comes together. Every approval, every change, every access is traceable. Your team always knows who did what and when. This makes the entire work process faster and more reliable. Imagine being able to quickly and securely handle all responses to customers, partners, supervisors from the touch of your hand. This will help boost efficiency and increase overall customer satisfaction. So I've gone into a lot of theory about document management, but the big question is, what does that mean for us? What is the point of this? And our presentation today is supposed to, or it also focuses on AI. And this is the point right now, is our world is changing. We're stepping into an era of rapid transformation. We see that global challenges such as competition, globalization, growth, regulations, natural disasters are impacting all of our businesses. These challenges really require innovative solutions, and AI is at the forefront of this. We reshape the way we manage and process information. The new world of work is important for everybody in order to drive our future. Nothing is normal anymore, and maybe it never has been, but perhaps we've reached a new level of abnormality. We all want to be successful. We want to win. But in order to win, you need to know the challenges and know what lies ahead. AI offers us the tools to adapt, automate, and innovate among these global risks. They can help us swiftly respond to current market developments, ensuring that we stay resilient and productive in the face of change. And as we know, businesses today are operating under so many global risks that can significantly impact our operations. Competition, natural disasters, climate change, and these solutions that we have will help provide real-time insights into emerging vulnerabilities and help forecast potential threats. AI can help streamline regulatory compliance processes, ensuring that businesses stay ahead of changing regulations without compromising efficiency. So basically, we are saying in order to navigate these times, it's crucial that we embrace the AI that we have, helps us adapt, automate, and innovate. And this will enable us to migrate risks and seize opportunities in order to continue to grow. From there, I'd love to give it over to my colleague, Ivana, who will talk about current market developments. Ivana.
Great. Thank you, Susan. So we have seen now the previous slides, what kind of challenges our customers are affecting right now with their businesses. And we have also seen what kind of risks we have within our businesses. And so we can see within our customer base, but also according to some researchers, their priorities in companies are rapidly changing. So let's start with generation or driving growth. So today companies need to balance growth and costs. This means attracting new customers, strengthening loyalty, and improving the customer experience. Our customers expect digital ways to interact across many channels. I mean, you probably know it yourself. Quick Microsoft Teams meeting, availability via mobile phone. If a customer wants something, they expect a lot from us. And this is also what we can see within our customer base. And so the digital solutions make this easier and faster to act and react with our customers, to communicate with our customers and with different businesses. For example, through different portals. Then we have the topic of faster digitalization. So companies, our customers, want to stay competitive. They want to be a digital leader. They want to drive digital transformation. And in this case, a modern source, a modern IT infrastructure is ideally for this. Those solutions makes businesses more agile, more effective, and more innovative. And IT service providers manage all aspects of building and operating IT systems. Then we have the third point of optimizing business processes. So automating workflows has become even more important since COVID. We all know this. So the digitalization and automating workflows enable digital work from anywhere. Just not to speak about the users, but also maybe about the perspective or from the perspective of a CEO. Our CEOs, our customers, they are traveling a lot. They are working from anywhere. So therefore they need a solution where they're able to approve right away a document from the airport, to approve a document right away from the train, so that they can really work from everywhere. And this is where our customers are benefiting a lot with our solution, because they have all their documents in one pocket, means on one mobile phone, and can take any kind of decisions very fast and very easy. And this allows, of course, also the employees to focus more and to be or to creating more value, because if a supervisor can approve a document within seconds, obviously the whole team behind us can work faster and more effective in this case. And there's where we place obviously our workflow management solution. Then we have hybrid working models. I know this is a different topic in different countries, but especially the younger generation, they expect hybrid work models. They would like to work from home, not always from the office. And this is where our customers are gaining for a solution, obviously to attract new employees. So they want to provide hybrid working models to be able to attract the younger generation in this case, or younger employees for the company. And obviously we have the business processes. This is important to grow and reducing your costs within company. So as Susan has mentioned a few slides before, it's all about to work more and to be more efficient with the same amount of employees. So every company wants to grow. They want to gain more customers, and they want to be a service champion with their customers. And if you have digitalized workflows in a solution like Document, you're obviously able to do more with the same amount of stuff. And this is where our customers are aiming for a solution, because employees are as well expensive in this case. So why do not keep our employees, but do more work with them? And so those are the topics which are really important for our customer base and our prospects, and that we see when we have our meetings. Everyone wants to grow, everyone wants to be more effective, and everyone wants to have a really nice solution where the employees love to use it in the end. But when we go one step further, if we have a closer look in some official researches from Salesforce or Gartner, for example, when we talk about document management and workflow automation, they can definitely say 75% of companies will be forced to adapt their hybrid working models to meet demands for flexibility. Only a third of employees say that the technology that they use is easy to use. So means a lot of employees are not happy with the existing technology that they have right now. And the most important part, time saving, obviously. So 4 hours per 40-hour working week can be saved through workflow automation. And when we also look or have a look back to the management level, C-level, 4 hours per week is quite a huge amount of time where they can spend with other strategic topics, for example, instead of looking and searching for documents to be able to take a decision. And this is also, again, what we can see within our customer base. But so far from the theoretical part, in this case, we would like to introduce you to Document. So it means to show you really the user interface and how our customers can save time while working with Document. Okay, Susan, I will now share my screen. Maybe you can just let me know if everything is working.
Yeah.
So you should now see my screen, right?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Perfect, great. So we are right away on the user interface of Document. Document is a web-based solution, so huge benefit for you as a customer. You do not have to install a software. You will receive your personal company link and you can start to work right away. Obviously, we have as well an app available right away. So every CEO or user can log in via the mobile app and open the DocuWare user interface. I'm also now presenting in English. I hope this is okay for you because it's easier for me to be able to explain everything better. But obviously the whole user interface is available in Greek. So you can see few or less functions that we provide because we do not want to overload the user interface. For us, it's the priority, number one, to have a simple user interface for our customers so that every user of DocuWare can start to work with DocuWare right away. So we have here our document trace, and this is basically your digital desk. So everything that you receive right now via paper on your desk is exactly the same in DocuWare. So we have the document trace, and here is the point where our documents arrive. So you can open those documents to preview them on the right-hand side, and obviously the whole user interface can be adjusted. Obviously you can zoom in, zoom out to have a better user experience. Now we have here search functionality, so everything that is already within DocuWare, you will find it right away here. Some lists, those shows you an dynamic overview. So means you are always able to see how many active contracts do we have, how many contracts are in approval process, as an example. How many technical documents are in an approval process? This can be the same for HR. How many hirings do we have this month? How many approval processes do we have for ordering IT stuff, for example? So this is completely customizable, and it depends on which area you are using DocuWare. You will see here different descriptions. Then we have tasks. So obviously, if you have something to approve, you will see it right away here, and a folder structure. So every single document that you push into DocuWare will be automatically stored in a certain folder structure. Our customers love it because you probably know it yourself. You have a folder structure, you'll ask an employee to store a certain document in this folder, or you ask 2 to 3 employees, and everyone will store it on a different way in a different place. And this is how we are going, or we are avoiding this. So everything that you store is automatically pushed into a folder structure. So, but to give you a brief overview, what I would like to show you today is how to upload those documents into DocuWare, how to intelligently index them and store them. So we are doing this with this maintenance contract, and also we will start to get an email request. So everything that you receive via email can also be automatically pushed into the software. But let's start in this case with the maintenance contract. So we are going to choose the store button, choose a DocuWare file cabinet, and on the left-hand side, you can see some index fields called. So those index fields are also completely customizable. In the end, you can imagine this like a folder structure. What kind of information you would like to have as a prior or named in your folder structure? This is exactly this case here. We are providing DocuWare the most important informations about a document. And in this case, you as user, you can now choose with the drop-down list, for example, the document type. Let's say this is a contract. The contract type itself. This is as well a customized drop-down list. Let's say this is a maintenance and support contract. And also really beneficial if we would like to provide more information about the document, we can use the DocuWare highlighter stick in this case. So I or you as a user, you have just to go into the document. You can already see some parts are automatically highlighted. What does it mean? As soon as you click it, the information will be transferred into the left side. So means our customer avoiding any kind of typos. You do not have to write hours informations into it. You have just to use your mouse, click on the information, and with one click is everything transferred. You can also now set up a status, for example, it's an active contract or it's just a draft. We would like to
It looks like we lost Ivana. Ivana, are you still there?
I think the connection just froze.
Okay, so what Ivana is trying to show you here, unfortunately we have her screen, so I can't touch it. It's basically how easy it is with DocuWare to put documents into the system. And once these documents get into the system, then they're very easily able to be searched for. You can have different links, etc. Unfortunately, I don't have this set up, so I'm going to share my screen again and we'll jump back into the presentation. Ivana showed you a very brief demo about DocuWare itself. So what the user interface looks like, how easy it is to put some information into the system. But what we'd like to also show you is a new feature. As we say, AI is a game changer for us.
Hello. Thank you, Susan, for taking over. I have been kicked out of Zoom.
Exactly. So we jumped over the demo and we'll talk about intelligent insights, or do you want to jump back into the demo?
We can also, Dimitris, what is your opinion? Briefly to Outlook?
I think we have the time to briefly show the basic functions of DocuWare. It would be good for the viewers as well. That's my opinion.
Okay, perfect.
That's
I'm really
fine.
sorry. I was just
Okay.
kicked out of Zoom, so
Okay.
cannot tell why. But let's start to share my screen again. And if you see it, please just briefly let me know.
Yes, you're online again.
Perfect. So exactly on the same page, so we can provide a status, contract start and contract date, end date, for example, and this is now enough. So you can see we do not have mandatory fields. We can set up mandatory fields for users, but also you do not have to fill everything in. It depends on the use case. Now let's go and store this document. And now you receive a brief notification that this document is now within our file cabinet. This is when we talk, for example, about paper documents. So you're scanning them, pushing them into document trays. Now let's switch to Outlook. And you also receive requests and documents via email, obviously. And there we have a really powerful function for you. So everything that you receive via this way, you can immediately store from Outlook into DocuWare. And you can see here our very, very powerful DocuWare plugin. So we are choosing now DocuWare because we would like to store this request. We are choosing the DocuWare button. And in this case, also immediately some index fields will open again. So the benefit for you as a user, you do not have to leave your Outlook environment. So we have here some index fields. We can as well provide a document type. Let's say this is an information letter about our maintenance and support contract, for example. We can set up a project number again and as well use a client, for example. And you can see this is the whole database of the clients that we have. So let's say this is roller coaster in this case, and I would like to say email and attachment, but always show email first in this case. Now we are going to choose the store button together. In this document, and the email itself will be immediately pushed into the environment. And you receive also immediately a brief notification that this document is now stored. So as you can see, the idea, and also from the previous slide, we are capturing your documents wherever you are. If you receive them via Outlook, DocuWare is there, and we can capture this. If you receive paper documents, we are there. You just put them into the scanner, choose the DocuWare button, and the document is uploaded. If you create documents yourself, for example, via CRM software, we can immediately grab this document and push it into DocuWare to all the other documents. So now let's go back to the user interface. And so we have now seen how to select from some sources documents. And what is happening within the environment right now? If we have a closer look to lists, you have, as previously mentioned, a dynamic list. You can immediately see due dates of your contract. As you can remember, we set an end date for this contract. So you have a full overview, what is happening with your contracts, when should the contracts be cancelled, should we proceed or extend our contract, and so on. So you have really fully control over your documents. And obviously you also can see if any kind of contracts are again in the process for approvals and so on. So this is about lists. Maybe briefly to the folder structure. What is happening? Let's go to our contract documents. Now we have a full list of our clients. So Carly's, Louisa Park, Peters Engineering, Roller Coaster, for example. Let's go inside. Then we have here our contract and our information letter. Let's go to the contract, maintenance and support, draft. And this is our contract that we stored previously together. When we go back to Roller Coaster, we have now here as well our information letters. Let's go inside, maintenance and support, and here's our email that we have received. So dear customer, given to the occasion, we will offer you 10% discount if you extend this contract, for example. And obviously we can see all the attachments of the email. So you have really all informations right away together to be able to take very faster decision. Let's go have a closer look into searches. This is a more modern way to search for documents. You have again a full overview about your documents. You can say, okay, DocuWare, please show me all contracts that we have. Start the search button and you will receive a whole list of available contracts. You can see here the status is available, document type, project number, client. Let's go back to our contract. You can preview the contract again. And now also a really beneficial thing for taking very fast decisions. We have here a hidden tool called a toolbar of DocuWare. And you have here above relations. So it means, let's say we have now a contract. Okay, this is nice, but I would like to preview all the incoming emails affected to this contract, all the invoices, for example, about this contract, all the technical documentation about this contract. And for you as a user, it's very easy. Just go to related documents, open this, and again, you receive a list of all those informations as our letter that we received. We can open now the document in a new viewer, and we can compare those both things. Okay, do we have everything in place? Is everything fine? And obviously also very beneficial. I like to call it, it's like a Google search. So every single word that you have where you would look like for documents, you can easily type it in and start a search within your database. Okay, so far from the live demo of DocuWare. So those are really basics to give you an idea what our customers are using, how they are benefiting of DocuWare. I know we are just now talking about two kind of different documents, but now again, imagine you have related invoices to those documents, you have related other contracts to those documents, other contracts related to a certain project. And we are selecting really everything for you and relate all those documents that you and your supervisor can really fast and very quick take a decision on this. Perfect. Now, Susan, if you could then share the PowerPoint. When we then talk about AI, what does it mean with DocuWare beside those basic functions that we are providing?
Ivana, can you stop sharing so I can share, please?
Oh, yes. Just a sec. So, perfect.
Okay. You should
Thank you,
be able
Susan.
to see the screen.
Okay, further on top on this, what are we doing? And now in this case, I have prepared this in the Greek language, and I have done some screenshot for you guys. So you have already seen the English user interface of DocuWare, now translated into Greek with our own AI functions. Next to the document tray, you can see the button Intelligent Insights. And this is your personal assistant. So you can already see some predefined prompts here. DocuWare, please compare two documents. DocuWare, please show me XYZ. DocuWare, can you please summarize all the ingredients that we have offered in a certain time period? So those are just examples that you can use to be able to really fast look and search for those documents. Now I have to use the prompt in this case. DocuWare, can you please show me all projects related to Roller Coaster Thunderbird? Now you receive immediately a feedback, some explanations about this contract, and the contract is also immediately linked. The next slide, I asked, okay, this is nice, but please, can you summarize this contract for me? And this is what is happening right now. You receive immediately of DocuWare Intelligent Insights, an overview. What kind of informations are within this contract? In our case, to be fair, we have 2 slides within our contract. But let's imagine you have really 50 pages contract where you would like to have an overview and find out the most important information. And this is what we are doing for you with our AI to summarize this automatically. And the difference is when we talk about ChatGPT. I mean, you can also ask ChatGPT, please summarize this contract, for example. But what is the difference here? We are taking really just the information that we have within our database, within DocuWare. So it means we really answer with those informations that we have related to your own documents. Maybe not the summary, but the question before, how many documents we have related to this project. You're not able to ask this ChatGPT because you do not have access to the database, but you are able to ask the DocuWare to help you to summarize everything. And those is what we are working on when it comes to AI. I have also to highlight this is an add-on. So means a lot of our customers, they are starting with basics and extend the solution step by step, digitalize step by step. And at some point, our customers can then switch and also use our full AI power that we have right away.
If I may add here, Ivana, if I may add something
Yes,
here,
please.
I think this is where the magic happens with the software. I think this is this is personally my favorite part, because this shows the magic of the workflow, the assistance, and the time that can be saved by handing over to AI this type of tasks, so you can focus on the more important part of the work. This is where the magic happens. I really love it.
Yes, maybe Susan, if you go one slide back, if possible, and also especially this part. Oh, yes, especially this part. I mean, to find out how many related documents and contract you have to a certain project, to find this on paper and maybe to find this on your Outlook, plus paper, plus somewhere on the desktop, it's really, really time consuming. And we are taking over this with our AI, especially like you said, Dimitris, this is where the magic is happening. We have the full overview about your documents and can immediately, within seconds, provide you the information. Thanks, Susan.
Yeah, thank you, Ivana. As we've already talked about, this is DocuWare. We are redefining document management. We are redefining workflow automation. We are adding AI to our products. We show how flexible we can be and how we can really function in your businesses. This is basically just, I have 2 more slides. I know we're slowly running out of time. So we're really flexible with our DocuWare offering. We're easy to install. We're always available. It's a lot of functionality. So this is really something that DocuWare can be excited about and move to the future. And here we can just see DocuWare is powered by AI, workflow integration. It's very simple and it can be used everywhere. And just one last thing, a special offer for our participants today. We are really happy to consult you about a project that you may be working on. Scan our QR code, come and see what DocuWare has to offer, and we can set up a free consultation with our partner Intertech in order to show you exactly what DocuWare can do to help your business.
And maybe as a fun fact, this is also behind the QR code, you will actually use DocuWare already for the first time. So those are our own functionalities where we also select informations. In our case, obviously we need some contact details of you guys, and we are then more than happy to consult you through digitalization, automation, and AI if needed.
I think we made it on time.
Exactly. So,
Okay, thank you, Susan and Ivana, for this nice presentation. Dimitri, I don't know if you want to say something at the end.
No, I think the girls covered it up pretty much very well. I don't know if there are any questions from the audience, but in the case that you have questions, please feel free to contact us, either me or the girls, to go further with more details about the product and its capabilities. Ivana and Susan, thank you very much for participating here with us today. Thank you so much.
thank you for having us.
Thank you, bye.
Thank you. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Ήταν πάρα πολύ αξιόλογη η παρουσίαση και πολύ ωραία η παρουσίαση. Όποιος θέλει οτιδήποτε μπορεί να απευθυνθεί για την DocuWare, μπορεί να απευθυνθεί στην εταιρεία Intertech στην Ελλάδα και να έχει όλες τις πληροφορίες και όλα τα στοιχεία. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε.
Καλή συνέχεια.
Καλή συνέχεια και σε εσάς. Ευχαριστούμε.
Να είστε καλά. Και προχωράμε στην επόμενη μας παρουσίαση από το Παπάκι, όπου η κυρία Λαζάη και η κυρία Βογανάτσι θα μας μιλήσουν.
Καλησπέρα.
Είναι 20 μπορείτε να μιλήσετε, έχετε 45 λεπτά.
Ωραία, ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Θα διαμοιράσει την οθόνη Γιώτα, Παναγιώτα μας. Ωραία. Μας βλέπετε, μας ακούτε σωστά, έτσι?
Μια χαρά.
Ωραία. Σας καλωσορίζω όλους λοιπόν στο σημερινό διαδικτυακό μας workshop. Είμαι η Μαρία Βογανάτση, είμαι Sales Manager στο Παπάκι και χαίρομαι που είστε εδώ σήμερα μαζί μας. Θα μιλήσουμε για ένα θέμα που αφορά όλες τις επιχειρήσεις, μικρές, μεσαίες και μεγάλες, την ψηφιακή προστασία του εταιρικού brand. Στη σημερινή παρουσίαση θα δούμε με πρακτικό και ξεκάθαρο τρόπο πώς μπορούμε να προστατεύσουμε την online ταυτότητα μιας επιχείρησης μέσα από 3 βασικούς άξονες. Τα domain names, τα trademarks, δηλαδή τα εμπορικά σήματα, και τις σύγχρονες AI-driven υπηρεσίες, το online brand protection. Ο στόχος μας είναι απλός, να φύγουν όλοι από εδώ με μια ολοκληρωμένη, καθαρή εικόνα για το ποιους κινδύνους αντιμετωπίζει σήμερα ένα brand στο διαδίκτυο, καθώς και ποιες στρατηγικές μπορείτε να εφαρμόσετε άμεσα για να παραμείνετε ασφαλείς και προστατευμένοι. Θα ξεκινήσω από μια πιο ψηλή ματιά, δηλαδή από τον όμιλο στον οποίο ανήκουμε, την Team Blue. Η Team Blue είναι ένας από τους μεγαλύτερους ευρωπαϊκούς όμιλους Digital Services. Εξυπηρετεί πάνω από 3,3 εκατομμύρια μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις σε όλη την Ευρώπη και λειτουργεί ως ο ψηφιακός συνεργάτης τους. Προσφέρει λύσεις σε hosting, domains, cloud, ασφάλεια και συνολική προστασία ενός brand. Το όραμά της είναι ξεκάθαρο, να δίνει σε κάθε επιχείρηση τη δυνατότητα να αναπτύσσεται online με ασφάλεια, αξιοπιστία και πραγματική υποστήριξη, στηριζόμενη πάντα στις αξίες της εμπιστοσύνης, της τεχνογνωσίας και της ανθρώπινης εξυπηρέτησης που υπηρετεί. Στην Ελλάδα, η Team Blue εκπροσωπείται από 2 brands που νομίζω πως όλοι γνωρίζουμε. Είναι το Παπάκι, που ειδικεύεται στα domains, την online ταυτότητα και το brand protection. Και έχουμε και την TopHost, η οποία παρέχει ισχυρές hosting και cloud υποδομές, όπου θεωρώ ότι μαζί αυτές οι 2 εταιρείες δημιουργούν ένα πλήρες ψηφιακό οικοσύστημα που καλύπτει κάθε στάδιο της online πορείας και παρουσίας στο διαδίκτυο μιας επιχείρησης. Ας περάσουμε λοιπόν στο Παπάκι, στο Παπάκι του σήμερα, το οποίο είναι ένα από τα πιο αναγνωρισμένα brands στον χώρο των domains και της online παρουσίας στην Ελλάδα. Νομίζω πως αυτό που το χαρακτηρίζει ιδιαίτερα είναι ότι εξυπηρετούμε πραγματικά όλο το φάσμα των επιχειρήσεων, δηλαδή από freelancers, startup εταιρείες, μικρά καταστήματα, μέχρι μεγάλες εταιρείες και οργανισμούς με χιλιάδες domains στην Ελλάδα και στο εξωτερικό. Κάτι που εμείς θεωρούμε βασικό είναι ότι όλοι οι πελάτες να λαμβάνουν το ίδιο βαθμό προσοχής, να μην γίνονται διακρίσεις στο κομμάτι της εξυπηρέτησης και αυτό που ουσιαστικά θέλουμε να προβάλλουμε είναι ότι δεν έχει σημασία αν έχεις ένα domain ή αν έχεις 1000 domain στο πορτφόλιό σου. Η εξυπηρέτηση θα πρέπει να είναι πάντα ανθρώπινη, προσιτή και ουσιαστική. Κάτι που νομίζω πως αποτυπώνεται συνεχώς στο feedback που λαμβάνουμε. Στο Παπάκι παρέχουμε μια ολοκληρωμένη σειρά υπηρεσιών που καλύπτουν όλο τον κύκλο της online παρουσίας ενός brand. Αυτό περιλαμβάνει περισσότερο από 500 διαθέσιμες καταλήξεις σε domain names, υπηρεσίες όπως το DNS, τα SSL certificates, το επαγγελματικό email hosting και όλες τις βασικές μορφές hosting όπως είναι τα shared hosting, τα VPS ή dedicated υπηρεσίες. Παράλληλα, προσφέρουμε επιπλέον λύσεις που υποστηρίζουν τις επιχειρήσεις σε πιο εξειδικευμένες ανάγκες, όπως είναι, για παράδειγμα, υπηρεσίες ασφάλειας και προστασία από ψηφιακές απειλές, συμμόρφωση σε κώδικα δεοντολογίας και ασφαλή επικοινωνία. Υπηρεσίες commerce που διευκολύνουν τη λειτουργία και την τεχνική υποστήριξη των e-commerce δραστηριοτήτων, των e-shop κυρίως. Υπηρεσίες όπως είναι τα trademarks, η κατοχύρωση εμπορικών σημάτων και προστασία στην επωνυμία στην ελληνική αγορά. Τα corporate services, όπου πρόκειται για οργανωμένες υπηρεσίες διαχείρισης μεγάλων χαρτοφυλακίων σε domain names και όχι μόνο. Καθώς και το online brand protection, που είναι μια υπηρεσία για ενεργή εποπτεία και προστασία της παρουσίας ενός brand στο διαδίκτυο. Πάμε τώρα στο πιο ουσιαστικό κομμάτι του σημερινού workshop, που πιστεύω ότι όλοι θα αναρωτιόσαστε. Αυτό που στην πραγματικότητα απαντά δηλαδή στην ερώτηση τι σημαίνει online brand protection, τι σημαίνει να προστατεύεις το brand στο διαδίκτυο σήμερα. Για να το καταλάβουμε, πραγματικά αξίζει να κάνουμε μία μικρή επιστροφή πίσω στο χρόνο, στο παρελθόν. Δηλαδή λίγα χρόνια πίσω, τότε που τα πράγματα ήταν πολύ απλά. Μία επιχείρηση που ξεκινούσε, έκλεινε 1-2 βασικά domains, όπως είναι το .gr, το .com και αισθανόταν περισσότερο από καλυμμένη. Η λογική ήταν, το κατοχύρωσα, άρα είμαι εντάξει, προστατευμένη. Το brand μου είναι προστατευμένο. Η αλήθεια είναι ότι εκείνη την εποχή σε μεγάλο βαθμό όντως ήταν. Παρακολούθηση γινόταν μόνο όταν εμφανιζόταν κάποιο πρόβλημα. Αν κάποιος δηλαδή καταχραζόταν το brand σου ή ανέβαζε κάποιο ύποπτο περιεχόμενο στο διαδίκτυο με ένα παρόμοιο domain, συνήθως το μάθαινες αργά. Και γενικά δεν υπήρχε η αίσθηση ότι εκεί έξω υπάρχει μια ουσιαστική απειλή. Ήταν μια πιο ήρεμη περίοδος για τα brands που η παρουσία τους στο διαδίκτυο ήταν πιο απλή και πιο περιορισμένη. Αλλά και αυτό είναι σημαντικό γιατί εκείνη η εποχή έχει πλέον τελειώσει. Σήμερα το ψηφιακό περιβάλλον έχει αλλάξει θεαματικά. Ο τρόπος με τον οποίο λειτουργεί το διαδίκτυο, ο τρόπος που δημιουργείται περιεχόμενο, ακόμη και ο τρόπος που οι χρήστες μοιράζονται τις πληροφορίες, όλα έχουν εξελιχθεί. Μαζί τους έχουν εξελιχθεί και αυτές οι απειλές. Πρώτα απ' όλα έχουμε χιλιάδες νέες domain καταλήξεις. Από ένα .store, ένα .online, μέχρι ένα .shop και μια τεράστια ατέλειωτη λίστα. Αυτό δημιουργεί λοιπόν ένα τεράστιο περιθώριο για κατάχρηση. Γιατί οποιοσδήποτε μπορεί να κατοχυρώσει ένα domain που μοιάζει πολύ με το δικό σας και να το χρησιμοποιήσει με τρόπο που μπορεί να επηρεάσει την εικόνα σας ή να προκαλέσει ζημιά στην αγορά. Μετά έρχεται το phishing, που κάποτε θεωρούνταν ότι κάτι που συμβαίνει σε πολύ μεγάλες και αναγνωρισμένες επιχειρήσεις. Δεν μπορεί να συμβεί στη δική μου. Σήμερα μπορεί όμως να συμβεί σε όλους. Και μάλιστα συμβαίνει σε σημείο που δυστυχώς έχει γίνει μία ρουτίνα. Είναι πολύ εύκολο κάποιος να στήσει μία πλατφόρμα που να μοιάζει απόλυτα με τη δική σας και να ξεγελάσει χρήστες. Το impersonation είναι ακόμη πιο ανησυχητικό. Δηλαδή, οι fake landing pages, οι ψεύτικοι λογαριασμοί στα social, το copy-paste περιεχόμενο, τα emails που στέλνονται με ρυθμούς φωτός και όλα αυτά μπορούν να δημιουργηθούν μέσα σε λίγα λεπτά και όχι μέρες, όπως παλαιότερα. Φυσικά υπάρχει επίδραση του AI σε όλο αυτό και το AI έχει κάνει απίστευτα εύκολη την αντιγραφή ενός brand στις μέρες μας. Πλέον δηλαδή δεν χρειάζεται κάποιος να έχει ειδικές δεξιότητες για να αντιγράψει κείμενα, φωτογραφίες, χρώματα, αισθητική. Το AI τα κάνει αυτά με ακρίβεια που πριν 2 χρόνια ούτε φανταζόμασταν. Επιπλέον φαινόμενα όπως είναι το brand hijacking, το typo squatting και οι προσπάθειες παραποίησης σε domain names δεν επηρεάζουν μόνο την εικόνα μιας εταιρείας, αλλά μπορούν να επηρεάσουν τα έσοδά της, την αξιοπιστία της, την εμπειρία του πελάτη και σε πολλές ακόμη περιπτώσεις και την ασφάλεια των δεδομένων της που κυκλοφορούν στο διαδίκτυο. Άρα καταλαβαίνουμε ότι το σημαντικό σήμερα είναι ότι κανένας δεν είναι απρόσβλητος. Δεν αφορά λοιπόν μόνο τις μεγάλες εταιρείες, δεν αφορά μόνο τους γνωστούς στόχους. Οποιοδήποτε brand έχει online παρουσία, και αυτό σημαίνει σχεδόν όλα τα brands στις μέρες μας, μπορεί να βρεθεί αντιμέτωπο με αυτές τις απειλές. Γι' αυτό λοιπόν ακριβώς χρειαζόμαστε μια πιο σοβαρή, οργανωμένη και στρατηγική προσέγγιση. Δηλαδή μια προσέγγιση που δεν θα βασίζεται στη τύχη ή στην καλή θέληση των άλλων, αλλά σε δομημένες διαδικασίες. Αυτός λοιπόν είναι ο λόγος που μιλάμε σήμερα για τα OBP, το Online Brand Protection. Δεν είναι μια υπηρεσία ή ένα εργαλείο, είναι όμως ένας συνδυασμός ενεργειών που λειτουργούν παράλληλα και συμπληρώνοντας η μία την άλλη. Άρα μιλάμε για domain protection, δηλαδή για μια σωστή στρατηγική κατοχύρωση και διαχείριση και παρακολούθηση των domain names, για το trademark protection, την προστασία των εμπορικών σημάτων από καταχρήσεις και παραποιήσεις τρίτων σε Ελλάδα, Ευρώπη και παγκοσμίως, και το AI-driven monitoring, δηλαδή τη συνεχή παρακολούθηση του διαδικτύου και των νέων domain καταλήξεων με τεχνολογία που μπορεί να εντοπίσει ύποπτες κινήσεις πριν αυτές εξελιχθούν. Όλα αυτά λοιπόν μαζί δημιουργούν ένα ολοκληρωμένο σύστημα που βοηθά μια επιχείρηση να μένει ασφαλής, ενημερωμένη και ένα βήμα μπροστά από όλους όσους μπορεί να παρακολουθήσουν και να προσπαθήσουν να εκμεταλλευτούν τον brand της. Και θεωρώ ότι αν μία φράση που πραγματικά θέλω να κρατήσετε από αυτή την ενότητα είναι ότι ένα domain δεν είναι απλώς μια ηλεκτρονική διεύθυνση, είναι η ψηφιακή ταυτότητα του brand και αυτή η ταυτότητα χρειάζεται συνεχή προστασία, παρακολούθηση και ενεργή διαχείριση. Θα περάσουμε τώρα στην Παναγιώτα, η οποία θα μας μιλήσει και πιο συγκεκριμένα για το τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε διαμέσου του Online Brand Protection και κάποιες στρατηγικές που ακολουθούνται.
Σε ευχαριστώ πολύ, Μαρία. Καλησπέρα και από εμένα. Ονομάζομαι Λαζέη Παναγιώτα. Είμαι Account Manager του τμήματος Corporate στο Παπάκι. Συνεχίζοντας, και μιας και μιλάμε για ψηφιακή ταυτότητα, ας δούμε τώρα πώς την προστατεύουμε στην πράξη. Είδαμε ήδη τι σημαίνει online brand protection, τι έκαναν παλαιότερα οι εταιρείες και πώς εξελίχθηκε η ανάγκη για προστασία, ειδικότερα μετά την έναρξη της εποχής του AI, όπου τα περιστατικά κακόβουλων ενεργειών άρχισαν να εμφανίζονται όλο και πιο συχνά, όπως θα δούμε και παρακάτω. Πάμε λοιπόν να σας δείξουμε τι κάνουμε εμείς στο πλαίσιο του online brand protection μέσω της corporate υπηρεσίας του Παπάκη. Η υπηρεσία αυτή απευθύνεται σε μεγάλες επιχειρήσεις και ομίλους με ισχυρή παρουσία στην Ελλάδα και στο εξωτερικό. Αποτελούν άλλωστε και κύριο στόχο των επιτιθέμενων, γεγονός που καθιστά την προστασία του brand εξαιρετικά κρίσιμη. Και αυτό κάνει το στόχο μας ξεκάθαρο, να προστατεύουμε το brand πριν καν δημιουργηθεί πρόβλημα. Ένα από τα σημαντικότερα βήματα είναι η σωστή στρατηγική κατοχήρωση domain names. Και όταν λέμε στρατηγική, δεν εννοούμε απλά πάμε να κατοχυρώσουμε ό,τι υπάρχει. Αυτό δεν είναι εφικτό, ούτε οικονομικά, ούτε πρακτικά, και φυσικά το γνωρίζουμε. Τη στρατηγική τη χτίζουμε πάνω στους τομείς όπου δραστηριοποιείται η εταιρεία, στις αγορές στις οποίες στοχεύει, στις χώρες που μπορεί να έχει παρουσία, στο μέγεθός της και πιο σημαντικά στις πληροφορίες που παίρνουμε από τα τμήματα IT, marketing και legal, που για εμάς αποτελούν τους βασικούς πυλώνες για την ψηφιακή προστασία ενός brand. Με βάση αυτά, διαμορφώνουμε συνεχείς εξατομικευμένες προτάσεις κατοχύρωσης, ώστε το domain portfolio να ανταποκρίνεται όχι μόνο στο τώρα, αλλά και σε ό,τι έρχεται. Είτε αυτό είναι νέες καμπάνιες, νέα προϊόντα, επέκταση σε νέες αγορές, αλλαγές στη στρατηγική κτλ. Φροντίζουμε να υπάρχει κάλυψη σε κρίσιμες καταλήξεις, είτε είναι generic TLDs, είτε generic TLDs λέγοντας, εννοούμε καταλήξεις .com.net κτλ. Είτε είναι country code TLDs, που είναι εθνικές καταλήξεις όπως .gr, .uk κτλ. Με λίγα λόγια, δεν μιλάμε για μία απλή στατική λίστα domain names, μιλάμε για μία ζωντανή εξελισσόμενη στρατηγική. Το δεύτερο μεγάλο κομμάτι αφορά την νομική υποστήριξη και όχι ως τελευταίο βήμα, αλλά ως ενσωματωμένο μέρος συνολικής στρατηγικής online brand protection. Παρέχουμε νομική εκπροσώπηση για domains και trademarks σε διεθνές επίπεδο, μέσα από το proactive monitoring που κάνουμε, αν δούμε ότι υπάρχει κάποιο domain που θα έπρεπε να βρίσκεται στο πορτοφόλιο του πελάτη βάσει της δραστηριότητας του, προχωράμε άμεσα σε νομικές διαδικασίες, ανάλογα με το μητρό φυσικά, για να μπορέσουμε να το ανακτήσουμε. Το ίδιο ακριβώς ισχύει και για τα trademarks. Κάνουμε trademark audits, ώστε να ενισχύσουμε το πορτοφόλιο του πελάτη στην Ελλάδα, στην Ευρώπη, ακόμα και παγκοσμίως. Ελέγχουμε τι υπάρχει ήδη, τι μπορεί να λείπει, τι μπορεί να δημιουργήσει τριβές στο μέλλον και προτείνουμε την κατάλληλη ενίσχυση ώστε το brand να έχει πλήρη προστασία. Σε αυτό το σημείο είναι κρίσιμο να τονίσουμε κάτι θεμελιώδες. Το brand και το domain portfolio δεν λειτουργούν ανεξάρτητα. Η ουσιαστική προστασία ενός brand επιτυχάνεται μόνο όταν τα δύο συνυπάρχουν, ευθυγραμμίζονται και λειτουργούν συμπληρωματικά. Και αυτό συμβαίνει για πολλούς λόγους. Ένα trademark χωρίς αντίστοιχο domain αφήνει λειτουργικά κενά. Μπορεί νομικά να υπάρχει προστασία της ονομασίας, αλλά πρακτικά online ο χρήστης θα δει και θα εμπιστευτεί το domain. Αν το βασικό domain ή οι κρίσιμες παραλλαγές του δεν έχουν κατοχυρωθεί, τότε οποιοσδήποτε μπορεί να αποκτήσει και να χρησιμοποιήσει και impersonation, phishing ή redirect. Έτσι το brand χάνει το πρώτο επίπεδο ψηφιακής ασφαλείας. Αντίθετα, ένα domain χωρίς trademark αφήνει νομικά κενά. Αν μια εταιρεία έχει κατοχυρώσει ένα domain αλλά δεν έχει το αντίστοιχο trademark, τότε σε περίπτωση κατάχρησης ή κακόβουλης κατοχύρωσης, δεν υπάρχει το απαραίτητο νομικό υπόβαθρο για να διεκδικήσει το domain. Το έχουμε δει και στην πράξη και υπάρχει και σχετικό παράδειγμα το οποίο θα σας αναφέρω παρακάτω. Η συνύπαρξη των δύο δημιουργεί δίχτυ ασφαλείας, αν μπορούμε να το παρομοιάσουμε με κάτι, σε όλα τα επίπεδα. Το trademark λειτουργεί ως νομικός φραγμός, ενώ το domain πορτοφόλιο λειτουργεί ως ψηφιακή ασπίδα. Μαζί δημιουργούν την πλήρη εικόνα προστασίας που καλύπτει τόσο την πλατφόρμα του διαδικτύου όσο και το νομικό περιβάλλον. Όταν το trademark και το domain strategy δεν είναι ευθυγραμμισμένα, το brand μένει εκτεθειμένο και όχι μόνο σε phishing, αλλά σε cyberquoting, σε κακόβουλες κατοχυρώσεις πριν από rebranding και πολλά άλλα. Επιπλέον, η ταυτόχρονη διαχείριση trademark και domains επιτρέπει έγκυρη παρέμβαση. Δηλαδή, όταν εντοπίζεται νέα κατοχήρωση domain που μοιάζει με επερχόμενο προϊόν, για παράδειγμα, το brand μπορεί να κινηθεί αμέσως νομικά πριν γίνει η ζημιά. Και για να είναι ακόμη πιο ξεκάθαρο, ένα trademark προστατεύει το όνομα στα χαρτιά, ένα domain πορτοφόλιο προστατεύει το όνομα στο πραγματικό κόσμο. Μόνο όταν υπάρχουν και τα δύο, μιλάμε για πραγματική θωράκιση ενός brand. Συνεχίζοντας, όταν η πρόβλεψη που αναφέρθηκε και παραπάνω μπορεί να μην είναι αρκετή και έχουμε ήδη περιστατικά κακόβουλης κατοχύρωσης, έχουμε τη δυνατότητα του domain recovery. Και φυσικά προχωράμε σε άμεσες ενέργειες για την αναστολή λειτουργίας του εκάστοτε domain, ώστε να μην δημιουργεί έκθεση του brand, ειδικά σε κρίσιμες στιγμές. Παρ' όλα αυτά, η λογική μας είναι και παραμένει ξεκάθαρη. Δεν περιμένουμε να γίνει ζημιά πριν δράσουμε. Και επειδή μιλάμε για νομικές διαδικασίες, είναι λογικό να δημιουργηθεί το ερώτημα. Γιατί μια εταιρεία να επιλέξει OBP Services ή να δημιουργήσει OBP τμήμα, αντί να καλύψει αυτά τα θέματα μέσω του νομικού της τμήματος? Και εδώ είναι σημαντικό να ξεχωρίσουμε κάτι βασικό. Το ρόλο του νομικού τμήματος σε σχέση με τα OBP Services ή το αντίστοιχο OBP τμήμα. Κάτι που πολλές εταιρείες δεν έχουν ακόμα κατανοήσει, θεωρώντας ότι έτσι εξοικονομούν χρήματα. Ναι, το νομικό τμήμα μπορεί να αναλάβει όλες τις νομικές διαδικασίες, CCDs, UDRP, ADR, όμως δεν μπορεί να λειτουργήσει προληπτικά. Και αυτό δεν έχει να κάνει με ικανότητα, αλλά με το ρόλο του. Το legal δεν ασχολείται αποκλειστικά με περιστατικά γύρω από domains ή κακόβουλες κατοχυρώσεις, έχει δεκάδες άλλα καθήκοντα, όποτε αναπόφευκτα θα χρειαστεί περισσότερο χρόνο για να φτάσει στη λύση. Επίσης, δεν έχει την εξειδίκευση στο online περιβάλλον, ούτε την τεχνική πρόσβαση που απαιτείται, όπως DNS, domain traces ή συνεχές monitoring. Τα OBP είναι όμως σχεδιασμένα ακριβώς γι' αυτό, να λειτουργήσουν προληπτικά, σε πραγματικό χρόνο, να εντοπίσουν ύποπτα domains, phishing ή και impersonations, πριν καν φτάσουν στο σημείο να προκαλέσουν ζημιά. Χρησιμοποιούμε advanced monitoring και μπορούμε να κινηθούμε άμεσα με takedowns χωρίς να περιμένουμε την νομική κλιμάκωση. Ουσιαστικά τα OBP λειτουργούν σε γέφυρα, ενώνουν το τεχνικό κόσμο, το νομικό κόσμο και το επιχειρησιακό κομμάτι του brand. Και μέσα από αυτή τη γέφυρα μπορούμε να προστατεύσουμε μια εταιρεία όχι απλώς αντιδραστικά, αλλά στρατηγικά, στοχευμένα και πλήρως. Και έτσι χτίζουμε στην πράξη τη συνολική ασπίδα της προστασίας για το εταιρικό brand. Πάμε λοιπόν να δούμε κάποια πρακτικά παραδείγματα από όσα είπαμε παραπάνω, γιατί άλλο είναι να μιλάμε θεωρητικά για διαδικασίες στρατηγικές και νομικούς μηχανισμούς και άλλο να βλέπουμε τι συμβαίνει πραγματικά όταν ένα brand βρίσκεται αντιμέτωπος με κατάχρηση ή παραπλάνηση. Και πιστέψτε με, τα περιστατικά δεν αφορούν μόνο μικρές εταιρείες, αφορούν και κολοσσούς όπως είναι η Spotify, η Apple, η Google, η Meta, που επενδύουν δισεκατομμύρια στο brand τους. Το πρώτο περιστατικό αφορά το Spotify και το domain spotify.link. Ένα domain μικρό, αθώο, που δεν είχε ούτε ενεργή σελίδα. Ήταν αυτό που λέμε parked. Είχε κατοχυρωθεί, αλλά δεν χρησιμοποιούταν για κανονική ιστοσελίδα ή για κάποια υπηρεσία. Και όμως παρότι ήταν parked, θεωρήθηκε υψηλού κινδύνου. Γιατί? Γιατί περιείχε ολόκληρο το brand name του Spotify μέσα. Αυτό μόνο αρκεί να δημιουργήσει σύγχυση στους χρήστες. Ακόμα χειρότερα, δίνει τη δυνατότητα στον τωρινό ιδιοκτήτη και κάτοχο του domain να το ενεργοποιήσει ανά πάσα στιγμή και να το γυρίσει σε phishing sites, σε impersonation ή σε redirect, σε κάτι κακόβουλο. Και μιλάμε για το Spotify που απευθύνεται σε εκατομμύρια χρήστες όλων των ηλικιών με εντελώς διαφορετικά επίπεδα ψηφιακής παιδείας. Όλο το κοινό θα μπορούσε να βρεθεί εκτεθειμένο μέσα σε λίγες ώρες. Πάμε τώρα στη διαδικασία που ακολούθησαν. Το πρώτο βήμα ήταν η αποστολή ενός cease and desist, μιας νομικής επιστολής που ζητά την άμεση απενεργοποίηση της σελίδας ή την παράδοση του domain. Θα έλεγε κανείς, μα αυτό το domain ήταν parked, γιατί η cease and desist? Κι όμως, το cease and desist είναι μια κίνηση που καταγράφεται. Ενισχύει κατά κάποιο τρόπο τη νομική υπόθεση και δείχνει ότι το brand έδρασε. Δεν υπήρχε κάποια απάντηση στο cease and desist σαφώς, άρα το Spotify προχώρησε στο επόμενο βήμα, που ήταν μια κατάθεση UDRP. Το UDRP είναι μια εξοδικαστική διαδικασία, σχεδιασμένη ειδικά για διαφορές γύρω από το domains. Το μητρό που εξέτασε την υπόθεση κατέληξε ότι το domain δημιουργούσε σαφή κίνδυνο παραπλάνησης και αποφάσισε τη μεταφορά του domain στη Spotify. Άρα τι βλέπουμε? Τη κλιμάκωση που πρέπει να ακολουθεί κάθε εταιρεία. Εξώδικο, νομική ενέργεια και ανάκτηση. Είναι ένα, ας το πούμε, textbook παράδειγμα του σωστού brand protection. Πάμε τώρα στο δεύτερο περιστατικό, το οποίο προσωπικά θεωρώ ότι είναι από τα πιο χαρακτηριστικά για το πώς λειτουργεί πραγματικά ένα όριμο και οργανωμένο OPP μοντέλο. Και μιλάμε για την Apple. Την Apple που έχει χτίσει μία από τις πιο ισχυρές ψηφιακές ταυτότητες στον κόσμο. Η Apple εντόπισε μία σειρά domains όπως το myappleid.me, δηλαδή μία κατάληξη που δεν είναι και πολύ ευρέως γνωστή, ας το πούμε έτσι, το myiCloud.com, το myiPhoneID.com και πολλά άλλα. Όλα αυτά είναι κλασικά phishing vectors. Domains δηλαδή που μοιάζουν με τις πραγματικές υπηρεσίες της Apple, δηλαδή όπως το Apple ID, το iCloud ή το iPhone Login. Και ξέρουμε όλοι πόσο ευαίσθητο είναι το login environment της Apple. Είναι συνδεδεμένο με συσκευές backups, προσωπικά δεδομένα, οικονομικές πληροφορίες, τα πάντα. Εδώ λοιπόν η Apple ακολουθεί αυτό που λέμε ecosystem cleanup. Καθαρίζει το οικοσύστημα γύρω από το brand της, προτού εμφανιστεί το πρόβλημα. Τι κάνει πρακτικά? Στέλνει ταυτόχρονα και πολλαπλά season disease σε όλους τους κατόχους. Δεν περιμένει να δει ποιος θα απαντήσει και ποιος όχι, τα στέλνει μαζικά. Παράλληλα, καταθέτει UTRP για τα domains που θεωρεί πιο επικίνδυνα για εκείνα όπου ο κάτοχος δεν απαντά. Και μέσα σε αυτό το συνδυασμό proactive δράσης και νομικής κίνησης, καταφέρει να ανακτήσει και να απενεργοποιήσει δεκάδες domains. Με λίγα λόγια, η Apple δεν περιμένει να ξεσπάσει το phishing. Προστατεύει το χρήστη πριν χρειαστεί να αμυνθεί. Αυτά τα δύο παραδείγματα είναι μόνο η κορυφή του παγόβουνου, αν μπορούμε να το πούμε έτσι. Καθημερινά βλέπουμε εκατοντάδες τέτοια περιστατικά και στην Ελλάδα και στο εξωτερικό. Brands όλων των μεγεθών, από τράπεζες μέχρι e-shops και πολυεθνικούς ομίλους, βρίσκονται σε αυτή την θέση. Μπορούμε να φέρουμε και δικά μας παραδείγματα, πάντα χωρίς να αποκαλύπτουμε domains ή στοιχεία για την προστασία των πελατών μας. Ένα χαρακτηριστικό περιστατικό ήταν με ένα πελάτη που προχώρησε σε rebranding χωρίς να μας ενημερώσει, καθώς δεν το θεώρησε σημαντικό. Με την ανακοίνωση του νέου brand ελέγξαμε άμεσα διαθέσιμες κατοχυρώσεις για να θωρακίσουμε το domain πορτοφόλιο και όπως ήταν αναμενόμενο, ένα βασικό domain ήταν ήδη κατοχυρωμένο και προς πώληση. Μετά την ανακοίνωση του rebranding, η τιμή εκτοξεύθηκε και φυσικά ο κάτοχος το αντιλήφθηκε, κάνοντας οποιαδήποτε διαπραγμάτευση αδύνατη. Και τώρα θα πείτε, μα αφού η εταιρεία είχε trademarks, γιατί δεν προχώρησε νομικά? Γιατί το trademark κατοχυρώθηκε μετά την κατοχύρωση του domain. Άρα νομικά δεν υπήρχε δικαίωμα διεκδίκησης. Ένα πραγματικό παράδειγμα για το πόσο κρίσιμο είναι το proactive domain strategy. Αλλά αυτό που θεωρώ εγώ πιο σημαντικό να κρατήσουμε είναι ότι τα περιστατικά brand abuse έχουν αλλάξει εντελώς μορφή, όπως ανέφερε και η Μαρία προηγουμένως. Δεν είναι απλά πλέον τα υποδοmains ή basic phishing σελίδες, είναι πιο γρήγορα, πιο επαγγελματικά και συχνά αυτοματοποιημένα με τη βοήθεια του AI. Και συνδυάζουν τεχνικά, νομικά και επιχειρησιακά στοιχεία, πράγματα που καμία ομάδα μόνη της δεν μπορεί να αντιμετωπίσει. Γι' αυτό το online brand protection μπορούμε να πούμε ότι δεν είναι μια θεωρητική έννοια, είναι μια πραγματική καθημερινή ανάγκη. Και μέσα σε τέτοιες υποθέσεις βλέπουμε πώς μια καλά οργανωμένη στρατηγική προστατεύει ένα brand πριν φτάσει σε ζημιά, πριν εκτεθεί στο κοινό, πριν δημιουργήσει κρίση. Και αυτός είναι ο στόχος μας, να προλαμβάνουμε, όχι να τρέχουμε πίσω από περιστατικά. Αφού είδαμε τα πραγματικά παραδείγματα και την εικόνα που υπάρχει σήμερα στο κομμάτι του brand abuse, πάμε τώρα να δούμε ποιοι κλάδοι κινδυνεύουν περισσότερο. Γιατί μπορεί θεωρητικά να πούμε ότι όποιος έχει online παρουσία κινδυνεύει, αλλά στην πράξη υπάρχουν κατηγορίες επιχειρήσεων που δέχονται πολύ περισσότερες επιθέσεις και έχουν μεγαλύτερο ρίσκο έκθεσης. Στην κορυφή της λίστας βρίσκονται οι τράπεζες και οι χρηματοοικονομικές υπηρεσίες. Είναι ένας από τους πιο στοχευμένους κλάδους παγκοσμίως, όχι μόνο επειδή σχετίζονται με το χρήμα, αλλά επειδή διαχειρίζονται ευαίσθητα προσωπικά δεδομένα, λογαριασμούς, στοιχεία ταυτοποίησης και κωδικούς πρόσβασης. Ένα μικρό κενό, μία ψεύτικη φόρμα login, ένα impersonation email, αρκεί για να προκληθεί τεράστια ζημιά. Αμέσως μετά έχουμε το gambling. Πρόκειται για έναν χώρο με πολύ υψηλό τζίρο, μεγάλο όγκο χρηστών, συνεχή συναλλαγές και φυσικά ένα περιβάλλον όπου συχνά ο χρήστης είναι απρόσεκτος ή βιαστικός. Αυτό το κάνει ιδανικό στόχο για domain abuse και phishing. Ακολουθούν οι κλάδοι όπως είναι η ενέργεια και οι κατασκευαστικές, δύο χώροι που ίσως δεν περιμέναμε να ήταν τόσο ψηλά στη λίστα, αλλά στην πραγματικότητα έχουν τεράστια λυσίδα συνεργατών, προμηθευτών, τεχνικών και έργων. Και εκεί το impersonation παίζει μεγάλο ρόλο. Emails που μοιάζουν να έρχονται από εργολάβους, τεχνικές εταιρείες ή ακόμα και από τμήματα της ίδιας της εταιρείας. Ύστερα ακολουθεί το e-commerce και το retail. Είναι επίσης ένας από τους πιο ευάλωτους κλάδους, ειδικά στην Ελλάδα. Έχουμε δει πολλές περιπτώσεις κατάχρησης domain που μοιάζουν με e-shop, με στόχο να αποσπάσουν προσωπικά στοιχεία, στοιχεία κάρτας ή απλώς να κερδίσουν traffic σε ψεύτικα websites. Όσο πιο συχνά κάνει κάποιος συναλλαγές, τόσο πιο εύκολο είναι να παραπλανηθεί. Και φυσικά έχουμε τα media, την επικοινωνία, αλλά και τις ασφαλιστικές εταιρείες. Όλοι αυτοί οι κλάδοι δέχονται καθημερινά μεγάλους όγκους επικοινωνίας με το κοινό και αυτό τους κάνει εύκολους στόχους στο impersonation. Ένα email που μοιάζει να έρχεται από ένα media brand ή από μια ασφαλιστική μπορεί εύκολα να ξεγελάσει χρήστες. Γενικά, όσο πιο transactional είναι ένα brand, δηλαδή όσο πιο συχνά ο χρήστης κάνει login, συμπληρώνει στοιχεία, αγοράζει, πληρώνει, τόσο μεγαλύτερος είναι ο κίνδυνος. Οποιοσδήποτε οργανισμός έχει ψηφιακή δραστηριότητα κινδυνεύει, αλλά κάποιοι κλάδοι είναι πραγματικά στο κόκκινο. Και εδώ περνάμε στο κέριο σημείο της σημερινής συζήτησης, οι επιθέσεις με AI και ανάγκη το AI να χρησιμοποιείται και στην άμυνα. Αυτή είναι ίσως η μεγαλύτερη αλλαγή που έχει συμβεί και τα τελευταία χρόνια στο online brand protection. Τα email scams έχουν γίνει όλα ένα και πιο εξελιγμένα. Αυτή η πολυπλοκότητα κάνει δυσκολότερη τη διάκριση μεταξύ νόμιμων και κακόβουλων μηνυμάτων. Οι επιτιθέμενοι γνωρίζουν την εμπιστοσύνη σε ένα ισχυρό εργαλείο, έτσι προσποιούνται ότι είναι γνωστές εταιρείες για να εξαπατήσουν άτομα ώστε να αποκαλύψουν ευαίσθητες πληροφορίες. Κάποια παραδείγματα που ίσως να έχετε ακουστά ή να έχετε συναντήσει προσωπικά είναι η Microsoft, μία από τις πιο συχνά απομιμμένες εταιρείες σε phishing emails. Καθώς οι επιχειρήσεις σε όλο τον κόσμο χρησιμοποιούν τα προϊόντα της, οι επιτιθέμενοι εκμεταλλεύονται αυτή τη μεγάλη διάδοση και στέλνουν ψεύτικα μηνύματα. Επειδή οι εργαζόμενοι βασίζονται καθημερινά σε εργαλεία της Microsoft, είναι πιο πιθανό να ανοίξουν τέτοια emails χωρίς δεύτερη σκέψη. Συνήθως οι επιτιθέμενοι στέλνουν email που ισχυρίζονται ότι εντοπίστηκε ασυνήθιστη σύνδεση στο λογαριασμό του χρήστη και τον προτρέπουν να συνδεθεί. Ο σύνδεσμος οδηγεί συχνά σε μια ρεαλιστική αλλά ψεύτικη σελίδα σύνδεσης στη Microsoft που συλλέγει credentials. Μόλις αποκτήσουν πρόσβαση, μπορούν να διεισδύσουν σε εταιρικά δίκτυα, να διασπείρουν malware ή και να κλέψουν ευαίσθητα δεδομένα. Συνεχίζουμε με ένα άλλο παράδειγμα που είναι το Facebook. Έχει μια τεράστια βάση χρηστών, συνήθως συνδεδεμένο και με εφαρμογές τρίτων, που το καθιστούν εξαιρετικά ελκυστικό στόχο. Τα phishing scams βασίζονται σε ειδοποιήσεις που δημιουργούν την αίσθηση επίγοντος, οθώντας τους χρήστες να εισάγουν στοιχεία σε μια ψεύτικη σελίδα. Οι παρεμβιασμένοι λογαριασμοί χρησιμοποιούνται μετά για νέες phishing καμπάνιες. Στέλνουν μηνύματα σε επαφές προσποιούμενοι το θύμα, ώστε να διαδώσουν malware ή να πραγματοποιήσουν οικονομικές απάτες. Και εδώ έρχεται να προσθεθεί μια ακόμα διάσταση. Το AI βοηθάει πλέον στην παραγωγή μαζικών παραλλαγών domains. Αν παλιά ο επιτιθέμενος κατοχύρωνε 2-3 παραλλαγές, τώρα μπορεί να παράγει εκατοντάδες μέσα σε δευτερόλεπτα. Κάποια από αυτά τα domains θα περάσουν αναπόφευκτα κάτω από το ραντάρ. Έχουμε επίσης και τα realistic impersonation text emails, μηνύματα, legal notices, ακόμα και συνθετικές φωνές. Τα ανέφερε και η Μαρία πιο πάνω. Όλα αυτά κάνουν την επίθεση απείρως πιο πιστική, ειδικά για χρήστες που δεν έχουν την εμπειρία να ξεχωρίζουν ένα καλοφτιαγμένο phishing από μια πραγματική επικοινωνία. Το μεγαλύτερο ζήτημα όμως είναι η ταχύτητα. όσο πιο γρήγορα παράγονται και ενεργοποιούνται αυτά τα sites, τόσο πιο πολύ μικραίνει το detection window, το χρονικό δηλαδή περιθώριο στο οποίο μια εταιρεία μπορεί να εντοπίσει πριν γίνει η ζημιά. Και αυτό είναι κάτι που καμία ομάδα manual monitoring δεν μπορεί να παρακολουθήσει μόνη της. Γι' αυτό και η άμυνα δεν γίνεται χωρίς AI. Το AI έχει την ικανότητα να εντοπίζει patterns, επαναλαμβανόμενες συμπεριφορές, μοτίβα κατοχυρώσεων, ομοιότητες στη γλώσσα ή στη δομή των sites, πράγματα που το ανθρώπινο μάτι δεν μπορεί να δει εγκαίρως. Από την άλλη, ο άνθρωπος κάνει κάτι το οποίο το AI δεν μπορεί να κάνει. Εντοπίζει το κίνητρο. Ποιος είναι πίσω από την επίθεση, τι προσπαθεί να κερδίσει, σε ποια γεωγραφία κινείται, ποιος είναι ο επιχειρησιακός του στόχος. Αυτές είναι κρίσιμες πληροφορίες για να οικοδομηθεί μια σωστή στρατηγική προστασίας. Γι' αυτό και λέμε ότι χρειάζονται και τα δύο. Το AI βρίσκει το μοτίβο, ο άνθρωπος κατανοεί το γιατί. Ο συνδυασμός αυτός είναι που φέρνει το αποτέλεσμα. Τα OBP έχουν ένα πολύ δυνατό πλεονέκτημα, δεν βασίζονται σε στατικούς κανόνες, δεν είναι απλά ένα σύνολο αν δεις αυτό κάνει εκείνο, είναι ένα σύστημα adaptive detection, τα οποία μαθαίνουν συνεχώς από τα δεδομένα και τα παγκόσμια patterns. Μπορούν να αναλύσουν πολλαπλά επίπεδα κινδύνου, όχι μόνο similarity στο domain, εντοπίζουν κατάχρηση λογοτύπου μέσα από AI vision, ανιχνεύουν ύποπτη γλώσσα, κακόβουλες προθέσεις, παρακολουθούν τη συμπεριφορά των domains, πότε άλλαξαν DNS, πού δείχνουν, πόσο συχνά τροποποιούνται, σκανάρουν χιλιάδες ενέργειες την ημέρα και προτοριοποιούν alerts, έτσι ώστε το 90% του θορύβου να μην φτάνει ποτέ στον άνθρωπο. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι η ομάδα μπορεί να επικεντρωθεί στις πραγματικά σημαντικές απειλές και να κινηθεί άμεσα. Το AI επιτυχάνει επίσης τις διαδικασίες του legal takedown. Όταν ο εντοπισμός είναι πιο γρήγορος, ακριβής, το νομικό βήμα μπορεί να γίνει πολύ πιο άμεσα, με περισσότερες πιθανότητες επιτυχίας. Και κάτι πολύ σημαντικό. Τα συστήματα αυτά μαθαίνουν σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο. Δηλαδή, αυτό σημαίνει ότι αν μια επίθεση δοκιμαστεί στις ΗΠΑ, το σύστημα μπορεί να αναγνωρίσει μέσα σε δευτερόλεπτα όταν εμφανιστεί στην Ευρώπη ή στην Ελλάδα. Είναι μια συνεχόμενη ζωντανή ενημέρωση στο τι σημαίνει στον κόσμο. Παρ' όλα αυτά, και θέλω να το κρατήσουμε, είναι ότι το AI δεν μπορεί να αντικαταστήσει τον άνθρωπο. Μπορεί να εντοπίσει τα patterns, αλλά δεν μπορεί να καταλάβει το σκοπό, για την ώρα τουλάχιστον. Δεν μπορεί να αξιολογήσει το επιχειρησιακό περιβάλλον, να καταλάβει ποιος είναι ο πιθανός δράστης ή τι ρίσκο δημιουργεί για κάθε συγκεκριμένο brand. Ο άνθρωπος καλείται να συμπληρώσει την εικόνα, να καταλάβει τα κίνητρα, τη γεωγραφία, τα οικονομικά συμφέροντα, την τοποθέτηση του brand, τον τρόπο που λειτουργεί το κοινό του. Αυτή είναι η επιχειρησιακή τεχνογνωσία που το κάνει και όχι ο αλγόριθμος. Και όταν αυτά τα δύο συνεργάζονται, τότε πραγματικά μιλάμε για αποτελεσματικό online brand protection. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για το χρόνο σας. Αυτή ήταν η παρουσίασή μας για σήμερα. Αν υπάρχουν ερωτήσεις, φυσικά έχουμε αφήσει εδώ και τα στοιχεία μας, να απαντήσουμε σε ό,τι χρειαστείτε. Ελπίζουμε να βοηθήσαμε αρκετά να καταλάβετε τι σημαίνει το online brand protection, να έχετε μία ιδέα τουλάχιστον όσοι δεν γνώριζαν.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ Παναγιώτη και Μαρία. Ήταν πάρα πολύ κατατοπιστικά όλα αυτά. Ελπίζω ότι πια οι νέες επιχειρήσεις και γενικότερα οι επιχειρηματίες είναι πιο ευαισθητοποιημένοι σε αυτά τα θέματα και σίγουρα τα κοιτάζουν. Από προσωπική εμπειρία που έχω πάντως εγώ να σου πω την αλήθεια, παλαιότερα, πριν αρκετά χρόνια, τεράστιες επιχειρήσεις πολυεθνικές δεν είχα φροντίσει για το ελάχιστο και επειδή σου ξαναλέω ήμουν εγώ σε μια μεγάλη πολυεθνική εταιρεία, έπεσε πάνω μου και άρχισε να μου λέει τις ιστορίες της. Αλλά επειδή είχα προλάβει και κατοχυρώσει εγώ πριν από αυτήν στην Ελλάδα το domain, και όσο μου πηγαίναν απειλητικά για την ακρίβεια δεν τους το έδινα. Και όταν ξαφνικά μου είπαν ότι ξέρεις τι, λέω παιδιά δεν με ενδιαφέρει, πάρτε το. Απλά δεν με ενδιαφέρει να με απειλείτε.
Δυστυχώς είναι ίσως ο άνθρωπος ο οποίος επιλέγει να κάνει κάτι αφού έχει γίνει η ζημιά που λέμε και τότε παίρνει όλα τα απαραίτητα μέτρα, αλλά αυτό είναι που αναφέραμε κιόλας, ότι το proactive είναι πολύ σημαντικό, πάρα πολύ σημαντικό, και αν κάποιος δεν το πάθει δεν μπορεί να το καταλάβει.
Κάποια στιγμή θα βρεθούμε από κοντά, θα στα πω από κοντά και θα καταλάβεις και θα μείνεις λίγο έκπληκτος.
Καταπληκτικά. Ωραία.
Είναι ένα από τα 10 πιο αναγνωρίσιμα brand στον κόσμο, για να σου το καταλάβεις.
Πολύ ωραία.
Είναι αστείο. Λοιπόν, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Ήταν πάρα πολύ όμορφη η παρουσίασή σας. Ελπίζω να είναι χρήσιμη στον κόσμο. Όποιος θέλει, έχει τα στοιχεία σας, έχουμε και εμείς τα στοιχεία σας. Αν έχουμε οτιδήποτε, θα στείλουμε. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Και εμείς. Καλή συνέχεια. Γεια σας.
Να είστε καλά. Και τώρα πηγαίνουμε να δούμε μια άλλη είδους παρουσίαση που έχει να κάνει με το Fiber Monitoring Solutions. Θα μας την κάνει ο κύριος Daniel Grunbeck, που είναι από την εταιρεία Andran. Mr. Grunbeck.
Hello, everyone. So this is just a short sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right, so let me also see whether my camera works.
Okay, it works.
Perfect. Awesome. So I will just say hi to everyone, and then I will switch off the camera because it's the presentation, which should be the most interesting part. So shall I introduce myself, or should we start right away? Or
of course. You have 45 minutes.
Perfect. So then let me quickly share my screen with you. Share presentation, share. So that should be it. Can everybody see my screen? Thanasis?
Yes, now it's okay.
Perfect. So first of all, thank you for welcoming me here today. My name is Daniel Grunbeck. I'm located in the beautiful eastern part of Austria, very close to Vienna. I am working for Adtran since 2022. I'm responsible for the business development for our infrastructure monitoring product unit. And today I would like to present our fiber monitoring solution to you and talk a little bit about why fiber monitoring is important. And I would point out that it's not always only a business case which is driving the need for fiber monitoring, but also critical infrastructure. And with this, I would like to start. And I don't know what the rules are, but please, from my perspective, of course, up to the moderator, feel free to ask questions at any time. And with this, I would like to start. Before I'm starting, I would like to lose some words about Adtran very quickly. We are a company founded in 1985 with now more than 3,000 employees in 50 locations worldwide. We are focused on everything which is related to communication networks. So we're developing, manufacturing, everything on our own, by the way, DWDM systems, regional transport, gear, access and aggregation network equipment, also fiber access equipment like OLTs, but also those end user devices which you may have in your living rooms, which we call those service delivery gateways, those Wi-Fi routers. And red highlighted here are 3 solutions Adtran is offering, which I believe, or which we believe, are solutions which are critical for securing critical infrastructure. One thing is encryption, to encrypt data which are sensitive, for example, for finance and so on. Timing and sync, very important for 5G networks. And for today's topic, fiber monitoring. Okay, Adtran does it all. And to start with, to focus on fiber monitoring, I would like to give you an idea of how successful our fiber monitoring solution is and how important fiber monitoring in the end is, and it's becoming even more important these days. 10 years ago, we started the ALM business within Atran, and since then we have sold more than 8,000 units to 400 customers worldwide, with an astonishing growth rate of 77%. And I've shown this slide beginning of this year when our 10th anniversary was, and we had only 7,000 on the clock. So this year we have sold more than 1,000 of those fiber monitoring units already. Another thing we are quite proud of is that we have been awarded at the FTTH conference this year in Amsterdam with an award, innovation award for technology we developed, which we call Deep PON Assurance, which lets our solution monitor the entire PON network from the OLT to a ONU over all those splitting stages which you have without the usage of demarcation reflectors, which are costly and which are very difficult to maintain because of logistical issues. We are very proud of that, and that's one more reason why we believe with our fiber monitoring solution, our customers have a solution which basically fits all the use cases. Now, before I'm going into the details of what the solution looks like, I would like to talk about why fiber monitoring is important. So these days, our whole economy and the society is depending on fiber networks. It's maybe not so obvious for everyone, but the fiber optical networks are the backbone, the spine of our working economy and society. If there's an outage, you realize that you will not have connections at home, you will not have internet connections with your mobile phone sometimes. And this is why it is so essential for a running economy and a happy society. Every day we can read in the news that fiber cuts are leading to outages affecting sometimes hundreds, sometimes tens of thousands, sometimes even entire continents, causing outages in the internet. And you can read it in the news, type in at Google fiber outage or fiber cut internet outage, and I'm pretty sure you will find every day new news articles. And the European Union, and we are in the European Union, have recognized this issue. And in 2022, they have released some directives which are forcing operators of critical infrastructure and telcos. Operators of fiber optical networks are operators of critical infrastructure. They are forced to implement measures to protect critical infrastructure. And this is already the link to why fiber monitoring is important. If you imagine a fiber optical network and you think about how to physically protect a fiber optical network from attacks, from environmental disasters, or from mishandling, you will very easily come to the conclusion you cannot really secure it. It's like a power grid. It's exposed, and you would have to put a guard every 100 meters so that you can secure and monitor the security of the network. So those directives are forcing not to only physically protect those networks, but also implement measures to detect issues on those networks and to put the operator into the position to recover fast. So this is law. This is becoming law. It's law in Germany, for example, with the Kritis-Dach-Gesetz or the Telekommunikationsgesetz. In the entire European Union, these directives will become or have already become national laws. And this is for sure also the case in Greece. And why I'm telling you that? Because I wanted to show you why it is important to think about fiber monitoring. There are also other aspects of fiber monitoring, moving away from the legislative forces into the business figures. So with fiber monitoring in your PON network, for example, you're saving a lot of money. And if you make up those business cases properly, if you look at them carefully, you will find out that with a relatively low investment, the return of invest will be reached within a couple of years. Of course, this always depends on the number of customers you're addressing, the POP sizes, the number of ports, and so on. But in the end, bottom line, a fiber monitoring solution always makes sense in terms of network security, customer happiness, and of course, in terms of OpEx optimization. And to give you some examples on who understood that, this is showing here an example of one of our biggest customers in Germany. And I'm happy to share the name with you. You can read it up in the internet. We have press releases. It's 1&1 Versatel. They are securing their networks, or they're monitoring their networks in Germany using our fiber monitoring solution with different aspects or with different backgrounds. The transport, for example, the transport network is monitored with the intention to optimize OpEx and reduce downtimes in case they are suffering outages. In the mobile domain, they are using fiber monitoring solution as a demarcation device. So the mobile network is operated with two parties. So one is the Versatel, and the other one is a third party which operates those DU and CU locations as well as the antenna locations. And to make sure that in case there is a fiber cut happening, which is happening quite often, or an outage, with the fiber monitoring solution, it's clear who's responsible. There's no fight starting who needs to send out which team. The ALM tells you which part of the network it is, where the fiber cut is located, so everyone knows who's responsible. And just recently, they have also started to roll out the same solution, one box fits all, by the way, in the PON network. We're in the deployment, we're just starting. It will become a big thing. This was more or less an example, or this was more or less an example for demarcation of network responsibilities and OpEx optimization. There's another example in Austria, and this is now some example where it is purely on critical infrastructure protection. The local Autobahn authority is using the fiber monitoring solution to monitor the fibers which are routed across some Autobahn segments, which are responsible or which are supporting traffic control, traffic monitoring, and so on. This is an example where it's not predominantly the business case behind, but it's critical infrastructure, and they want to become compliant, and they make the fiber monitoring solution a risk mitigating building block within their risk management system. And with this, it's a very important step to become compliant. So, summarized, why fiber monitoring is important. It supports growth by optimizing workflows and, of course, increasing the operational efficiency. In the end, it's always, if we're talking to ISPs, in the end, it's bottom line always about customer satisfaction. But fiber monitoring also helps our customers to monitor and enforce service level agreements and become compliant when it's about critical infrastructure protection. So in our case, really one solution fits all. And to start to give you an idea of how it works, I would like to first give you an example of what I mean with risk management and risk mitigation building block. So when you are a company which is ISO certified, you most likely also have a risk management system in place. And if you are an operator or fiber provider or operator of critical infrastructure, you need to have risk management processes in place. And how our customers who are placing this fiber monitoring solution in their network, how they are approaching this risk management process here is visible on this slide. First, you identify what assets you have, which networks, which equipment, where are the routes going through. And in terms of this EU directive, which I've mentioned before, the CER, you are also obliged to understand the dependencies and interdependencies. Sorry for that long word. When your fiber network is serving the energy sector or the financial sector, you need to understand what are the risks associated with these, because they are also critical infrastructure operators. Then in the second step, you analyze and evaluate the risks. You understand what's the likelihood of certain events occurring and what is the severity or the impact on your fiber network. And with this, you're building up a risk matrix. And as mentioned, in the fiber optic networks, it's never possible to eliminate all risks which are associated to the physical fiber infrastructure. So you need to define what is an acceptable risk level. And then you need to, in the end, treat those risks with a fiber monitoring solution or with timing and sync solutions or encryption, depending, of course, on the risk you identify in your network. And finally, and this is basically a never-ending cycle, you're monitoring the efficiency of those measures taken. And this is a never-ending, and that's why it's an endless risk management cycle. You have to do this over and over again. But what does the ALM do in the end? It reduces mean time to repair. And the fiber monitoring solution which we are offering is providing a real-time actionable network insights into your fiber plant. It is monitoring the fiber integrity. Please note and make sure that it is clear. We are not monitoring data. We are not monitoring the customer while he's serving in the internet. We are not monitoring companies sending sensitive data around. No, the fiber monitoring solution is only monitoring the physical integrity of the fiber. With our fiber monitoring, you cannot only detect and locate fiber cuts on ranges of up to 160 kilometers, but you can also monitor slow-moving degradations, which may happen due to environmental impacts, to landslides, etc., etc. It can be easily embedded into existing networks. So, for example, if you have a network equipment from a third party other than Atran, for example, you can also integrate our solution into the existing hardware and software environment, because we are providing the required APIs and the API descriptions. And again, for PON networks, we are able, and we believe that we are really the only company currently able to monitor the entire PON network end-to-end without using demarcation reflectors, even after big splitting stages. And how does it work? And basically, the ALM is sending a light pulse into the fiber, and it measures the reflection and the time until the reflection is received. And with this, it basically provides an entire picture of what is going on in the fiber plant. That is visible on the left-hand side of the slide. And if you're not an engineer, if your NOC operators are maybe not on engineering level, but operator level, they want to have something which is comprehensive, which is beautiful, which is usable. which is why we are also offering a software with GIS functionality where you can document your fiber routes. And in case of a fiber cut, for example, you will instantly get a pinpoint location on a Google map kind of thing, so that you know where to go, or the operators do know where to go to do repair work. So what does it mean? Bottom line, the ALM or fiber monitoring solution reduces mean time to repair. And this is exactly what the EU legislation requires operators of fiber infrastructure to do when they cannot eliminate the risks of into their networks. They need to implement measures which are at least mitigating the risks. And reduction of mean time to repair is a proper risk mitigation. If you document it properly, every auditor will go away happily and will most probably never come back. With the fiber monitoring solution, you're eliminating troubleshooting time. And with this, we think, this is also what our competitors think, up to 60% of downtime of the network in case of fiber cuts or issues on the fiber plant can be eliminated. There's something else the fiber monitoring solution, our ALM, can do. It also detects fiber tapping. Fiber tapping is data theft. So there are people between location A and between location B who are stealing data by tapping the fiber. It is causing an effect on the fiber which can be detected by the ALM, and the ALM creates an alarm, and it does not only create an alarm, it also exactly shows the location where this kind of event is going on, so the operator or whoever is running this fiber can take actions right away. And why is this important? Even if you have an encrypted fiber or fiber link, because there's a very big trend these days, and this is also going into critical infrastructure, especially into government organizations or finance sector. Steal data today, which are encrypted, and decrypt them later. So you want to understand whether someone is stealing data although they are encrypted, because people are stealing data today, and later on when we have those quantum computers commercially available, they can decrypt those data, and maybe they have an advantage of this. So you may also want to know when someone is tapping your fiber today. This is again very shortly the use case of PON monitoring. So monitoring PON networks from the OT location here where the POP is located up until the end user location without the usage of demarcation reflectors. And we believe that our fiber monitoring solution for this provides the lowest total cost of ownership in the entire industry for that use case. It helps operators to maximize the efficiency, even during the build-out phase, but more importantly, in the entire operating phase, which saves a lot of money. And if you remember back, I showed you the slide with the graph with the return of invest. After a couple of years, the return of invest is realized. This is a short slide to show how it basically works. It's quite technical. What I want to make as a point here is that the OTDR, the fiber monitoring solution, is working outside any signal band. So data, again, are not compromised. The transition from A to B is not compromised by a usage of an OTDR. And again, we are not monitoring data, we are monitoring the physical fiber integrity without affecting the signals from A to B or wherever it is. And even if the device fails, which is very unlikely because the mean time between failures is 22 years, which is very reliable, it would not even affect the traffic. Finally, to round that up, there is one solution which fits all. With one monitor with one device with 16 channels, you can monitor data center interconnections, you can monitor the PON network, you can monitor DWDM or metro links at the same time with one device. Now, critical infrastructure is routed through the public space. We are all, every day when we're walking on the sidewalks, we are stepping or taking steps above our critical infrastructure. And those fiber cables are usually routed through maintenance halls or even street cabinets. And with this, we call them the weak spots in fiber optical networks, which is why we have also passive sensors, which are working together with our centralized fiber monitoring solution, which are installed in maintenance halls or in street cabinets. They are operated via dark fibers, and they are providing alarms as soon as somebody is opening manholes or street cabinets. So operators can take immediate action and hopefully find people red-handed or decide, yes, that's our technician who is supposed to be there. He's doing a good job because he's there in time. Those sensors are passive. There are no electronics involved, which is the main differentiator to LoRaWAN sensors, for example, where you have to rely on a mobile network, where you have to change batteries from time to time. Those sensors we are offering are maintenance-free and very robust. So this is a perfect addition, complement to the ALM when it comes to the protection of critical infrastructure. On the right-hand side, you see a live picture or a real picture from a customer in Mexico. It's in the streets of Mexico City. And on the left-hand side bottom, you can see how this basically works. So you can daisy chain those sensors on a dark fiber link. You have sometimes manholes every 50 meters or every 100 meters. So you can daisy chain them, and if at one manhole in the middle, for example, somebody is opening the lid, the ALM creates an alarm. And if you have those maps or this software available with the GIS functionality, you will be also notified where this incident is happening. Besides that, we also offer water sensors. That's very interesting, especially for regions where it's getting very warm and very cold during the seasons, where there's water with the danger of freezing. You don't want to have water inside OSPs, for example, because if water is freezing, your fibers will very likely be damaged, and you want to know when water is present. And for this, we're also offering water sensors also to be operated on a dark fiber. And this on the top here, you can see an example at Tele2 Estonia, who have been suffering ice blocks in their OSP because they were not sealed properly. All those things are nice to know and nice to use. Those graphs which I've shown you, those traces, they can be beautifully used by engineers. But when it comes to the management and when it comes to the usage in NOC centers, you may want to use a proper software. And for this, we are also offering a kind of a software suite. On the left-hand side, the Mosaic Network Controller, which is our network management system, which, by the way, manage also other hardware we are offering. And in the middle, there's this Mosaic Fiber Director, which is providing this GIS functionality, complemented by our mobile solution, which the operators or service technicians can load on their mobile devices. And so with this, they don't have to carry always around their heavy laptops. On the mobile devices, whether it's a handheld a mobile phone or a PDA or iPad, for example, you will be instantly notified that there is a cut or that there is an issue on the fiber and where it is. This is a mobile browser optimized version of the Mosaic Fiber Director. And because our customers requested it, we have just recently also released our first versions of the real dedicated or real apps for the App Store for Apple and for Google. It will be officially supported by our network management system by Q1 2026, but you can already download those apps. Yeah, these are then providing the same functionality as the mobile browser optimized version, but it's a real app which doesn't require mobile browsers anymore. So that was everything to fiber monitoring and how to protect critical infrastructure and optimize OPEX with a OTDR. Atran is not sleeping. We're not the first ones, I have to admit, but we are also thinking into the future, which is why I would like to provide a small teaser here on our solution, which we call DistraSense, which is then combining distributed temperature sensing, distributed strain, and vibration sensing into one device. And with this one device, it is not based on a classic OTDR technology anymore, where the sensor is basically in the device. With this technology, the fiber is made the device. In terms of vibration detection, we are making the optical fiber a kind of a microphone array with what we can detect vibrations when excavators, for example, digging holes very close to fibers. When there are power lines where fibers are going along, are penetrated by trees which have been fallen. We can also detect temperature and fire along a fiber link. And this DistraSense device will be released end of maybe over next year. We have first prototypes available. We're working with universities and big energy grid providers in UK to test those solutions. And I want to round this up to give you an idea with all the use cases where DistraSense or where distributed acoustic temperature or strain sensing can be applied in future. So with the classic OTDR so far, we have focused very much on telecom networks and utilities. But with the DistraSense solution, the focus will be so much wider. We will also be able to serve water and oil companies, pipeline monitoring when that is coming to leakages. We can do intrusion and security control, for example, for military areas or airports. We can detect seismic activities, landslides. In some, that's not our use case, but some companies are focusing very heavily on the tsunami monitoring and tsunami alarming. And of course, smart cities for traffic monitoring. DistraSense solution would be also very nice to use. So these are all applications which we will address then with our fiber monitoring solution. And with this, I would like to round the entire presentation up by providing another 6 reasons why we believe, if you consider fiber monitoring, why you should go with our Atran ALM, because it's award-winning. It's a proven track record with over 8,000 units and more than 400 customers worldwide. It's quality made in Germany. We still believe this is something. Some people have moved away from that, but it's quality made in Germany, not in China. It is suitable to protect critical infrastructure. And again, if you have already an existing network with existing hardware and software environment, our ALM, our fiber monitoring solution can be implemented very easy, because we believe that we have the most flexible solution on the market, which lets even the users of third-party equipment implement our fiber monitoring solution. And with this, I would like to invite you to scan this barcode to sign up to our LinkedIn fiber monitoring page. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that we have still some time for some questions. Yeah, would be happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Very important things you brought up, especially critical infrastructure. We cannot have any downtime at all. It's incredibly costly. So all these tools that we have to manage fiber connection, and of course, especially for countries, I think the last part of your presentation, very important, especially for countries like Greece. We could definitely have some kind of alarms for anything that might be happening. Alerts through the use of fiber infrastructure. So yeah, I hope we can see it very soon also being used in Greece. If we have no questions, let me check quickly. I don't see anything at the moment right here in our chat. So if not, if we don't have any questions, I would like to thank you very much for your presentation and for being with us.
Thank you for the invitation. It was my pleasure. And again, open for questions or approach me afterwards if you like. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Of course, if anyone watching us has any questions, we can, you can contact Daniel directly, and all the presentations are available on demand. So, moving on, we are almost on schedule. I would like to invite Mr. Stefano Fogli, also from Atran. He's a Senior Director of Technology and Solutions, and also VP at the FTTH Council Europe for AI. We have great technology at the moment, and the key is to also have the proper hardware to be able to exploit all that technology. And of course, we are keen to hear about your home gateway portfolio, how we can maximize the potential of the new technology. It seems like Mr. Fogli needs some more minutes to be with us. So quick break, some videos, and we'll be right back. right back from our small break, and Mr. Fogli is now here with us. Mr. Fogli, good afternoon. You are muted. Can we unmute? Okay. Can
you hear me?
we? Okay, yeah, now can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you for being with us. I've already introduced you some minutes ago, right before you
Okay.
joined. So again, once again, Mr. Fogli is a Senior Director of Technology and Solutions at Atran, and also VP at the FTTH Council Europe for AI. And we are very keen to hear from you about your home gateway portfolio and how we can enjoy the full potential of a new technology, full speeds anywhere, either for private or business use. So you have 45 minutes. You can begin when you are ready.
Okay. Let me just share my screen. Thank you very much. Okay, just let me know when you see the screen.
Yeah, we can see it all right.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stefano, and I work in Atran, in particular on the access platforms. Today, as
yeah,
I am full screen. Okay, I am full screen, but I don't know. Let me. That didn't work.
Maybe just start the slideshow.
So
you know,
what do you see exactly? Do you see
we see the PowerPoint with but it's not full screen, so it would be preferable maybe if you click on slideshow.
I do. That's what I did so far. Let me see if we can share again. Okay, if I share entire screen, maybe it's better.
If not, it's okay. We can still see it.
No. I would like to. Okay, so basically now how about now?
Yeah, now it's great.
Okay, perfect. Again, thank you very much. And today I'm going to introduce you to the Atran portfolio of Wi-Fi solution, targeting the residential, but also the small, very small and medium business solutions. So let's start with the so-called Service Delivery Gateway portfolio, SDG in brief, that of course target the residential and the small side of the business business. First of all, what are we talking about here? Just 1 second, one end-to-end concept here. We are talking about this part. Okay, so the SDG, the home gateways at home with their satellite access points, with Wi-Fi mesh, and of course the application to give to the subscribers the full control of their Wi-Fi. Just for your information, of course, Atran does not do just this. We produce the ONT, we produce the OLTs. We also produce the ALM, which is our incredible OTDR that Daniel has described before me. And we produce also the full optics and the transport solution. Aside from that, we also have our management and orchestration system, which is called the Mosaic One. It is important to mention it because our whole portfolio that you're going to see today is managed also under Mosaic One. So, of course, Mosaic One, it is an umbrella system. It is not needed for the Wi-Fi solution to work, but it is important to say that it can take, let's say, in control also the home gateway and the Wi-Fi at home. Okay, so this is the only part where I will mention Mosaic 1 today, and now I can focus on the residential and small business part for the Wi-Fi solutions. First of all, before delving into the portfolio of our SDG, service delivery gateways, I want to share a few concepts that are common to all the SDGs that we produce. First of all, the antennas. Our design is very careful because we believe that the customer experience is the most important thing. Much more than a low price, but which comes with a, let's say, failed or just decent capacity and performance of Wi-Fi at home. We are very proud of our antenna design. As you can see, all our SDGs have this tower-shaped design. You have to imagine here that in this tower, all the PCB and electronic components are shielded from the antennas. The antennas are therefore free from any electronic interference to irradiate the signal in a very homogeneous and spherical way around the gateway. The experience is really very, very different. I can tell you because I have this in my home, and it is my, let's say, personal. I felt personally, I felt the change, changing from a let's say cheap design gateway to the Atran SDG family. So again, a very smart design of antenna, and so for a 360 degrees coverage. Again, on this, just to show you how it is, without the cute shell, our SDG. So the antenna attic is the one that we have here up to the tower, and then all the electrical components are shielded below, and so that there is no interference. If we compare it with a cheap OEM gateway, you can see how interfered it can be, because the antennas are basically placed wherever it is possible, and there is interference with the whole circuitry. So just to say that we really design carefully the antenna, and the results are very tangible. So enough now for the antenna design, but I hope I have explained to you how dedicated and careful we are about that, and it is true for all our Wi-Fi 6 and all our Wi-Fi 7 array, and it will be the DNA of Atran even for the future generation of SDGs. Now, one note about the OS of all our gateways. Every gateways, here you can see even the older generations that we are. I mean, I'm not going to present them to you. These are the Wi-Fi 5, the 834, 854 are the Wi-Fi 5 generation. We are only talking about the Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 7, but the point is each one of them share the same basic version of Smart OS, which is our operating system, that it is the Atran operating system, that it is present in every gateway that we have. One single model, easier to maintain, easier to deploy, less training, less testing, and fewer upgrades, and a faster time to market for us. This is present and let's say allows a standalone management of the gateway in every situation. And talking about the management, I will come back to this, but just as a initial statement, all our SDGs can be managed in three ways: again, standalone, connecting via the web portal to the smart OS to manage effectively your gateway from any browser, basically. This is, of course, the simplest way and roughest way to do it. Or using our device manager, which is a fully standard TR69, and we also are adopting the TR369 protocol on all our family. So this can be of course, from the Atlan device manager or from any other manager that supports fully TR69. And the most advanced one is IntelliFi. IntelliFi is our Wi-Fi mesh management platform, which comes also with an app and delivers a lot of value to the end user. In both the last two cases, whether we use the device manager or the IntelliFi, Mosaic One can also see and say gather the telemetry from the house, from the home. Sorry, I had an interrupt, and it can use also, it can view also the end user household environment. Now, let's after this short introduction, let's delve into the specifics of the models that we have. So let's start with the 86,000, which are the Wi-Fi 6 portfolio. So here you see the whole generally available list of our Wi-Fi 6 gateways. As you can see, we have very different types. They are all Wi-Fi 6, but with a different MCS and with a different aggregated speed. Here in the first column, you see the name of the model, the MCS, as I said, running from 3 giga to 8.4 giga. The WAN interfaces and the LAN interfaces, and of course, the frequencies and the antennas. So as you can see, we start with a very simple model, which is this one, which does not share the design that I have discussed before, and of course has a different price point. And all the other ones, from the 8612 to the 8632, share this type of design, which is the one that has the perfection antenna propagation, with at least a 2.5 gigabit Ethernet LAN, which can which can be either gigabit Ethernet or via SFP. The LAN, the number of and type of LAN interfaces can be, there is always one 2.5 gigabit Ethernet, but there can be, depending on the model, also 3 gigabit Ethernet port in addition. The antenna array is always 4x4. As you can see, the last one is a Wi-Fi 6E, fully standard, 4x4 on all 3 frequencies. The 8622 is has a third frequency, but still in the 5 gigahertz band. It is, as you can imagine, the one that it is perfect to, let's say, the third frequency in the 5 gigahertz band is used for backhaul to the station, to the main gateway. It is used for communication between the access point and the main router of the home. So aside from this, all the others are natural 4x4, simple 4x4 solution antenna on 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. So this is for the Wi-Fi 6. Let's see the Wi-Fi 7. Again, the table has the same, let's say, the same framework. So there is the model type, MCS for each model, the WAN interface, the LAN interface, and the antenna per frequency. And in this case, for the Wi-Fi 7, we have also some models with voice ports. As you can see from the antennas, these are all high-end models, except for the last one, the 8633A. As you can see, we use on the 6 GHz band a fifth receiving antenna, only for receiving. This is, I would say, fantastic for the performances on the 6 GHz band because, as you know, it is a higher frequency band, so more sensitive to absorption, more sensitive to distance, and so additional receiving antenna is very much useful for connecting every devices and sensing the noise. So this is, I would say, our first generation, current generation of Wi-Fi 7 portfolio. They are all released, and the point is, this is the, let's say, high-end array of our Wi-Fi 7 portfolio. Then we have an upcoming generation of Wi-Fi 7 portfolio, which is about to arrive more or less, let's say, terminal date is June 2026, but some models will arrive before, in the first quarter of 2026. The point here, as you can see from the antenna, it is to shoot for a lower cost, still a Wi-Fi 7 solution, but mainly on two frequencies. So the 6 GHz for the first four models that you can see here is not used, or like in the last one, the 8732 and 32V, yes, we have three frequencies, but the number of antenna is reduced, again, to have a, let's say, value for money type of gateway. So again, let me, of course, you will receive through the platform the slides, I'm sure, but let me just revisit with you very, very quickly all the gateways, because there are many. So for the Wi-Fi 6, we have, of course, two frequencies. We have one Wi-Fi 6E, and for the Wi-Fi 7, we have an array of high-end gateways, which have also in 4 out of 5 cases a fifth antenna for receiving, and these are the top performance ones on Wi-Fi 7. But also, let's say in the first part of the 2026, we will also complete our portfolio by adding value for money type of SDG. All of them, of course, are standard Wi-Fi 7. Okay, so this is the updated status of our SDG portfolio. Now, let me go to the home gateway units. As you know, the home gateway units are the gateways with integrated PON support. Okay, and we have our HGUs are value for money type, so they do not share the tower design, but they have a flat design, and again, they are targeted to shoot a lower cost device, which is a gateway with an integrated ONT, PON ONT. So this is the ones that we have already. They are all Wi-Fi 6, no Wi-Fi 7 for these three. So as you can see, the integrated ONT is GPON or XGS-PON. The wireless part is very simple, with two antennas on two frequencies, one FXS interface, 4 gigabit Ethernet interfaces, 4 gigabit Ethernet interfaces, and in the case of the XGS-PON HGU, there is also 1 10 gigabit Ethernet interface for the LAN. Then the ones that will arrive within 2026 are the Wi-Fi 7 HGU. So these first one were Wi-Fi 6. These ones are Wi-Fi 7. Again, there is a ONT integrated, which is GPON or XGS-PON. The wireless part, as you can see, is more, let's say, more robust for the Wi-Fi 7. We have 2 frequencies for the simplest one, 2 frequencies but more antennas on the intermediate, and 3 frequencies with the extra antenna on the 6 GHz frequency for the last one, for the most performing one. The FXS interfaces for all of them, and for the LAN part, we have 10 gigabit Ethernet for the last 2, always 3 1 gigabit Ethernet, and 1 2.5 gigabit Ethernet for the first one. So these are the, let's say, all the small business and residential gateway. Again, I have presented to you the home gateways only, and the full portfolio, and the home gateway units with which integrate also the PON ONT part. So now we can go to the business focus part, because Atran is also looking very interested into the, let's say, the small business and medium business portfolio. It is a portfolio that we have just launched, and it will be completed in terms of software features by within the year 2026. But at a very initial view, I would like to show you what we have so far. So this is a system, is a solution composed by 3 parts, where there is a single router, central router, that has a PoE plus, and PoE plus we connect, so we deliver also power to satellites. It supports up to 8 satellites, and these satellites can be outdoor or ceiling, indoor, of course. So you can see here the specifics of the ceiling part and the outdoor part. So this one is the one for the ceiling, the one on the top, the 9732. As you can see, the number of antenna is on the whole 3 frequencies. Of course, the outdoor one is more powerful on the 2.4 and on the 5 gigahertz, but it doesn't have correctly a 6 gigahertz frequency, because we are talking about the outside. So these are all these satellites can be connected through power of Ethernet plus from the central device. I will show you now the specifics of all the 3 boxes that I've shown in this slide. So this is the ceiling mount satellite. As you can see, is a 3-band, 2.5 gigabit Ethernet uplink, and it is powered by, through the same uplink, of course, via PoE, and well, has also a Kensington lock, and there is the plate which is included. The outdoor satellite is this one, 9712. Of course, like I said, it makes sense to have, not to have for the outdoor the 6 gigahertz band, but as you can see, the antenna build is quite robust, 4x4 and 4x5 on the 2 frequencies that you can see here. All of them are Wi-Fi 7, I forgot to mention. The uplink is on 2.5 gigabit Ethernet, and of course, this is, like the other one, is PoE plus powered. And like I said, is for outdoors, so it is IP55 rated. The central PoE router, which is the access unit, has a one combo 10 gigabit Ethernet 1, which can be 10 gigabit Ethernet and 10 gigabit Ethernet SFP. There is a 1 by 10 gigabit Ethernet LAN, and as you can see, there are the 4 8 by 2.5 gigabit Ethernet PoE plus ports, which are used to connect all the satellites. Of course, all of them are managed, but I will be more clear in the next section by IntelliFi. In the next section, I will explain better what is IntelliFi, our mesh and Wi-Fi management and orchestration platform. And I will tell you also that there is a pro version, which is the one that probably is more suited for this type of solution, which is arriving now and will be completed in terms of features during year 2026. Okay, let's talk about the IntelliFi and the IntelliFi Pro solutions. So again, IntelliFi is the Atran software that manages and orchestrates the Wi-Fi and the mesh at home, or say using our Wi-Fi products at home or in the small and medium business. It is a cloud managed platform that is complete. You can monitor, manage, and monetize the managed Wi-Fi. It delivers a very interesting in-home experience. You can create profiles. You can regulate the access to, for example, let's say adult sites, applications, and so on, or restrict the access to this type of applications. You can manage all the devices connected to the Wi-Fi. You can view the Wi-Fi network also in a graphical way at home, and you can manage the mesh by understanding which is the bandwidth to which access point that is active in the home. And of course, you can see on each access point the list of devices that are attached to the access point. Not only that, but this type of solution has also a very smart AI-powered troubleshooting tool, for an optimized experience of the end user. It is also viewable by the operator for streamlined operations, can be managed by the operator, of course, and is a solution that really makes the customer attached to the operator proposition. Like I said, is developed by Atran. Our target is to deliver a Wi-Fi that it is not anymore an issue for the end user, just works, and it comes with a very easy mobile app, very easy to manage. The functions are for installation, which is very easy installation. Of course, the app can be branded. Like I said, there is an AI-powered troubleshooter. The mesh is also, in this case, AI managed to give a seamless experience to each device. And of course, like I said, there is the profile section where you can say establish for each profile, for example, a certain type of access to certain type of contents, and also to have let's say a timetable where you can use the internet and where you cannot use your Wi-Fi does not allow you to use the internet. So-called healthy screen time habits. Okay, I discussed already about the app. Again, is a very easy, intuitive app, which also, I forgot to say that it always measures the throughput, just and let you see the trend of the throughput in the last day, week, or month, just to see what is the performance of each device that it is connected to the Wi-Fi network. We believe that managing correctly managing in an intelligent way the in-home Wi-Fi can really make the difference in terms of customer care. We believe that say that the first line of support is the self-support of the end user. So before calling the operator, the user has to be capable to resolve the issues by himself and then call the operator. In order to do that, we have our home network troubleshooter, which is a function within the app that where the end user can immediately signal to the Intellify cloud part that there is something that is not going well. The Intellify will gather data and information from the home network, matrix, alarms, topology, configuration, and logs to suggest insights and remedies. And of course, it will get a feedback. It is based on our intelligence in the cloud that is learning from its case history and improving continuously. So this is, like I said, this is our Intellify solution. We are also working on a pro solution targeted for targeting small and medium business, which is this one. It is a solution that related to the Intellify solution that you've seen adds much more. Of course, the fact that it can manage many access points, but this is obvious. I mean, the gateway and the satellites that you've seen, but also will have and has a different improved number of tools, not just the mesh view, which not just the ones that we have just discussed with you, but also other tools, also for reporting. And the first say functions that we have already is the auto one failover and the guest Wi-Fi captive portal. But within 2026, we're going to add many more functions to Intellify Pro. The target is to have Intellify Pro as the solution managing the SDG 9000 series, which is the one that I just showed you a few slides before, with the central units and the up to 8 access point, indoor, ceiling, and outdoor, so that it delivers a business-wise type of solution and a business-wise type of experience. In terms of business, of course, we target with this type of solution small and medium business, which can go from the small retail shops to let's say bigger shops, restaurants, gym, and so on. The complete solution using Intellify Pro and the system should look like this, with, like I said, an app that includes the guest Wi-Fi captive portal with email and terms of acceptance and an enhanced user experience for visitors. So, like I said, we have a set of features of the Intellify Pro that is on which we are working right now, and which is going to complete the feature set of Intellify Pro during the year 2026. Looking at, let's say, our aspiration in the future, like I said, we have already today Intellify, which is active on all the gateway that you've seen today. Of course, is not, let's say, included by force. Is something that the operator can have it if they want it, of course, is licensed, like I said. And Intellify Pro is already here today with a minimum set of features that are the ones that you see. A new set of features is going to come in year 2026, and let's say the bold future view is to have Intellify everywhere with multi-location Wi-Fi, which will have also cloud orchestration in order to manage the multiple locations. So on that, I thank you. This is the end of my presentation. I hope it was useful to you. I assume that, of course, with smart press, I can deliver the slides to you so that you can also reach out to me or through Atran official channels for any type of questions or clarifications. All the SDGs that I have shown you are also on www.atran.com, our website.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Fogli, for your presentation. If we have any questions, if you want to reach out to Mr. Fogli, you can do it through official channels. I don't know if you would like to put your email in the chat for anyone that might want to reach out to you. If not, it's okay.
It's very simple. It's stefano.fogli@atran.com. Very simple.
Yeah, pretty simple, straightforward.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to thank you once again. I think Wi-Fi 7 coming, we will see new hardware and of course much higher speeds and better network infrastructure. To be honest, at home I have a Wi-Fi 6 and as far as I can tell from my personal experience, you know, I think we are on a point that if you want the highest possible speed, you have to have satellites in each room almost. So I am sometimes, you know I won't get the full speed I can, but you know, someone that wants the full speed, yeah, you have to invest into some satellites, of course, to be able to have the perfect signal anywhere, the most bandwidth. But we can see, you know, I think at this point it's useful to also keep 2.4 infrastructure in place for other uses, and I think we will be like this in many years to come. I don't know if you agree on that.
No, I mean, I agree. I mean, 2.4 is the basic, and you know, because it can penetrate easily all types of walls. I mean, this is the pillar of the Wi-Fi. Okay, the 5 gigahertz is also very important because the problem with 2.4 not only is the top speed, but also the fact that it is very crowded, especially if you think about multiple, MDU, okay, say huge building blocks. The Wi-Fi 2.4 has, if I remember well, just a few channels, so it's very easy to fall in the same channel, and the crosstalk is the noise is actually painful. Also, I mean, from my experience, also the 5 gigahertz, which was a couple of years ago, it was a desert, fantastic desert on which you could go full speed. Now is becoming more crowded. This is one of the reasons why I personally, of course, like you said, like you've seen, we also offer two dual band solutions for Wi-Fi 7, but I personally like a lot the third frequency because it's empty. It's empty today. So it's another motorway on which you can put your cars and you can distribute them evenly. Of course, is a higher frequency, so is less, is more sensitive to walls and distance. But if you put, if you put the I don't know, the TV set, for example, which is maybe close to your gateway on the 6 gigahertz, then it leaves room for other devices which are farther, for example. So, in my opinion, it's always good to have another frequency.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Cheers.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Moving on, συνεχίζουμε, γυρνάω και πάλι στα ελληνικά, καθότι έχουμε τον επόμενο ομιλητή μας, ο οποίος είναι ο κύριος Πάνος Προυσής, Technical Director της Guardbyte, και θα μας μιλήσει για Data Loss Protection και πόσο σημαντικό είναι, το ξέρουμε πόσο σημαντικό είναι, αλλά δεν βλάπτει να το υπενθυμίζουμε. Έτσι δεν είναι, κύριε Προυσή? Καλώς ήρθατε.
Σωστά, Δημήτρη. Σε ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και το invitation και για όλα. Νομίζω όμως I will continue this in English since Daniel is with us in our meeting. So hi Daniel, hi Dimitris, very nice to meet you guys. So yeah, today we're going to talk about DLP, data loss prevention, data leakage prevention. There are many names actually in the industry, still the same in the end. But let me start by sharing my screen and just confirm that you can see my screen. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. So we are part of the GTB technologies here at Garbyte. So we're using GTB solution as the data loss prevention. And there is a motto. There's a huge motto that we really believe in this motto. It's called data protection that works, that actually works. And today for you, I have also a very short presentation. I'm not good with PowerPoint presentations. I'm more a technical guy. So I'm gonna go through what is a DLP, how it can protect us, how it can assist organization in protecting their data, to secure the data no matter where they are, the data at rest, the data that are moving, okay? And then we're gonna jump later on a very quick demo just to show you how everything works together, okay? So a few words about GTB itself. It's a USA-based company. As Garbyte, we are the official distributor here in Europe. We have over 1,000 installations all over the world, 30 installations in Cyprus. So actually this PDF is very old. So the installations now tripled or quadrupled, I think. So as well as the market leader is according to Gartner Magic Quadrant, and as well as GTB is carrying over 30 plus awards since 2016 as their data leakage prevention solution. Okay, from GTB and Gartner PR Insights, you can see the reviews talk by themselves, the evaluation, the contracting, the integration, which I think the integration and deployment is very, very useful. Easy to integrate with which each organization is different. So it's very important to integrate with any deployment. And of course, their service and support and evaluation is up there as well. Okay, so GTB is suitable choice for organizations that need fast time to value their investment. What do we mean by that is that a very good question I like to ask the organization is, the IT manager specifically in the organization is, where is your data? And the answer that I receive mostly is that our data resides on the file server. And I say that, okay, so the users do not have data on their workstations, on their desktops, on their documents. Yes, of course they do. Or the answer is no, everybody uses file server or OneDrive to save their data. But that's not the case. That's not the case. So with GTB, you can discover data that are unrest and that are saved on their documents, on their desktops, on their temp folders. So you can easily detect using policies if they have any critical data locally stored in their machine. So the GTB as a DLP versus the competition. So on the right-hand side, we have GTB, which is a very streamlined deployment. As you can see later on the demo, how easy it is to navigate through the console. You're going to see later how do we create policies very, very easily. How do we protect data? So low maintenance out of the box, a lightweight agent, or sometimes you can set up an agentless inspection. Okay, there is data classification built in, which in some competitors, this is an extra license that you have to pay. There is an OCR right built in the agent. So OCR stands for optical character recognition. It recognizes characters in PDFs or in JPEGs, in images, actually. So you can detect if someone took a screenshot. You can detect if someone has a PDF. You know, PDF is it's a photograph. Actually, it's an image. So we can detect data in a PDF as well. We have the ability to fix data misclassifications. So, for example, we have, let's say, a Word document that is classified by a user as confidential. We can fix the data misclassification done by the user manually. We can do that automatically. And of course, we can prevent any cloud data exfiltration because we can integrate with cloud services as well, like OneDrive and SharePoint and Google Drive and all that good stuff. So what is our challenge? Our challenge is that we have, actually we have a lot of challenges. We have some compliance challenges that we need to tick. So as you know, there are a lot of compliances in place, like ISO 27001, there is NIS2, there is DORA. So every organization, every different organization has each compliance that they need to comply in order to, let's say, tick that box that they have a DLP solution in place, they do data classification. So this is one challenge that the organizations or the data protection officer needs to face. Intellectual property, IP. So intellectual property actually is very important as well because let's say I have a very cool scenario for intellectual property. So GTP, the DLP GTP is being used by a restaurant. Okay, so the restaurant has its own recipes that they invent. They created some recipes, but this restaurant, it needs to protect its intellectual property, which are those recipes. So how do you protect from one stealing the recipes and sending it to his personal, let's say, Hotmail, Gmail, is by protecting it with a DLP solution. So even if a small restaurant has its own intellectual properties as recipes, we can still protect it. So imagine it in a larger scale, in a larger environment, in a larger organization, how much stuff, how those intellectual properties can be protected, and all those confidential information as well. Mobile access, we can do agentless inspection as well. So you have a lot of remote agents, you have a lot of remote users that are using their mobile devices such as iPhones, Androids, iPads, and those kind of stuff. So you need to protect data leakage from those devices as well. How do you protect those devices? Either you have to use an MDM solution, which is extremely expensive, but still a solution, or you have an agentless inspection using GTB as a DLP. Cloud delivery, as I said before, you have a lot of integrations with OneDrive and SharePoint and Google Drive, so you need to protect that kind of stuff. And social behavior as well. Maybe some user is misbehaving and sending data to their competitor to sell the intellectual property. So where do threats come from? Actually, as we just said, we have malicious outsiders, we have the organization itself, we have the users, some USBs, printing. So we have a lot of sources as threats that coming to our organization that we need this data to be protected. Common business problems, we have finding and securing our data. This is the point number one that I just mentioned during our call today. So where is our data? We need to find and secure our data, our confidential, our critical data. Okay. Or simplifying regulatory compliances. So we have a large scale of documents, a large scale of Words, Excels, PDFs that we need to protect for compliance reasons. And some key highlights of the DLP. We have fingerprinting. So fingerprinting is actually a technology to protect the data, no matter what the user does to the data itself. So let's say that I have a Word document which consists of IDs, names, numbers, telephone numbers, I mean, mobile numbers, physical addresses, etc. So I protect that data, that Word document, that Excel document with fingerprinting. With fingerprinting, no matter the user that does to it, I mean the actual document, we can still protect it. Even if a user completely makes it unreadable, so it changes the extension of the document, we can still protect it. We have the drip DLP, which is very, very cool. So drip DLP, think about it like a user slowly pushing data out of the organization. So exfiltrating data out of the organization very, very slowly. We can still detect that kind of data. Okay. Friendly UI, easy to deploy. You're going to see this in the demo later on. So again, these are all the challenges that we face. We are still facing this still in 2025. And I think this is going to be still a great challenge for the years to come. So where is my data? Our data is everywhere, actually, in our desktops, in our laptops, in our servers, network shares. Maybe we have Synologies, we have QNAPs, we have network storages, we have databases. So we have data everywhere. Who is sending my data? So the data that are being sent outside, or being sent through email, or being sent to the cloud, or being sent through our browsers. Are they trusted users? We have intruders, we have spywares, we have viruses. So we have lots of sources of sending data. And what data are being sent? So what kind of data? So me as a user, what kind of data I'm sending to the outside world? PII, personal information, PHI, personal health information. I'm sending information about intellectual properties. So we have to monitor all of these challenges that we have. And also, who is the destination? Who receives my data? Is it someone inside of my organization? Is it someone outside of my organization? Did I send data through WeTransfer? Did I send data to my personal Hotmail? So I need to monitor this kind of behavior, this kind of data. And of course, how do I protect my data? This is the Enterprise Data Protection Suite of GTB. Okay, so the most important part of the suite, of the whole suite of GTB DLP, is 02, which is the Central Console. Central Console is actually a Linux environment. It's a pre-built Linux environment. It can be both hosted as a local on premises, or it can be a cloud version. It's the same exact console. There are no differences at all. Okay, and we have 03 as well. So 03 is the agent that is installed on the workstations, so like Windows, Mac, Linux machines. And 03, it connects directly to 02, which is the Central Console. So 02 and 03 are, let's say, recommended, not recommended, are a must actually, in order to use the GTB. And of course, on the right-hand side, we have the inspector. So the inspector is really cool, actually. It can do quite a few stuff. It can be a TCP scanner, so it can monitor the network traffic and doing agentless inspection. So let's say I have a device, like as I said before, Android devices, Apple devices. It can monitor those devices using a TCP scanning, which is connecting through ICAP protocol with the firewall. Or we can set it up as a full MTA and smart host, like doing SMTP inspection. So again, we have agentless devices like Android and Apple devices that are sending data. Maybe those data are saved on the user's phone. So I need to protect that kind of data for my organization. Okay. And again, inspector and central console. So number 1 and 02 are both Linux environments, and it can be installed on premises or on a cloud as well. And we have 04. So 04 is an additional license, which is the discovery server, which is detecting data on those environments, like Microsoft Exchange Online, Microsoft Exchange on premises, SharePoint, OneDrive, Dropbox, Amazon S3, Google Drive, and all that kind of cool stuff. Okay, and as well as in databases, so it can work with Oracle or Microsoft SQL, so we can detect databases. We can detect data in databases as well. Okay. So this is it for the presentation. I don't want to take your time anymore with this. And this is the central console that we just mentioned. Let me refresh this so you can see more about what I'm talking about. Is it clear? Can you see my screen? Do you want to make it bigger? Is it okay?
Yeah, I think it's good. I can see it on a 16-inch screen. Okay, it's not that big, but I think most of us will be able to see it.
What about like this, Dimitris?
Yeah, much better.
Much better. Okay. Okay, so this is, let's go back to the beginning. This is the dashboard. So now we can run some reports actually right in the dashboard. So let's say on the right-hand side, I have some timestamps. So from March 9th to September 9th, run me some reports, and I click run all, and I can see some events over here. Everything here is clickable, and it can take you directly to the event itself and see some more detailed event. So on the left, we have 0 critical events, 22 high, 112 medium, 0 low information, and number of total events. Here in the summary, we have the top risk, which is medium. The top channel that is being used is HTTPS. Top policy is this policy called Asia Pay Test Policy. Top location is IS test. So this is the machine. The top source is the user. So IS test information.security is the user that's logged in this machine. The top department, currently this central console is not connected to the Active Directory, but you can very simply connect it with LDAP using LDAP, but this is a demo environment. Top destination is dlptest.com. So where did my data go as a top destination to this destination? So I have a very clear view of what's going on with my data, guys. Number of total events, a very nice view of the world map. So where is my data being sent to? I can see 7 events to Austria, Vienna, 1 in Iraq. I don't know why this is Iraq. Some cookies maybe going over there. 72 in United States, of course, and 1 in Redmond, United States. Some policy violations. So I have different policies. So let's say UAE, so I have some classifications in place. I have some copy to local drive, some USBs because I can monitor and protect my USBs as well. Some actions taken by the GTB DLP. So we've blocked 102, sorry. We have logged 37 logged information. We have some classifications done by the user. So a user maybe created a file or sent some data through mail. So we classify those in kind of information. Violations by channel. So you can see different channels here in this bar. Events assignment. So we have assigned 20 events to a person. So a person can be an IT manager, an IT assistant, a SOC analyst that monitors events in a DLP. We can assign the DLP events to an administrator to manage that kind of event, and violations by source. Okay, of course, I can export those kind of data here in PDF. I can only see any blocked information. I can very much customize anything that I want here. So as you can see right from the get-go, this is very easy to manage and handle. Recently, they added AI. So AI can ask a lot of questions of here GTB, how to create policies, how to do stuff here and there in the DLP, and of course it can assist you through the console and through the features of GTB. If I jump to security events, just to see how to read an event, how the events are being displayed very, very easily. So let's say this guy, so 9351. Okay, so we have November 10th, the endpoint with the location. The name of the endpoint, actually his name is GB testing, which is the endpoint that I'm currently logged in. The channel is being used is HTTPS. The user that did the action is GB-test. The destination is dlptest.com. The action that it did, it blocked it. And the policy is SSN, which is social security number. So as you can see, I clicked on the event and I can see more information regarding this. So it blocked it. The channel is being used HTTPS. Why is HTTPS? Because the destination is dlptest.com. So this website uses HTTPS, of course. The computer IP, the source, the application it was used, the event timestamp, the action rule that triggered this, and of course, the real juice is on the right-hand side, is the data that being triggered, the SSN, the social security numbers. So this user tried to send this kind of data. So as you can see, there are some first names and last names, Robert Aragon, Ashley, Thomas, with their date of births and their social security numbers. And this user tried to send data and to the outside. If you have any domain info, it can be displayed as well over here, any network info, any file metadata. This wasn't a file. So actually, this user just copy-paste this kind of data straight to the website itself. But if the user uploaded a file, you can see the data of that file over here. Any OS metadata, the DLP policy that triggered this. So the severity was high because this is confidential information. This is why it's high. User pattern, SSN, and the destination map as well. So as you can see, this is how to read some of the events very, very easily, very, very quick. Another event over here, as you can see, 9343. This user tried to insert a USB. So it did nothing. It just monitored that event, actually. Or we have something over here. Let me click this. Yep. Okay. So we have boq.docx, which is a Word document where it exists. So you see users, Lenovo desktop is in the desktop, and this user classified this document. The source is a cache Lenovo. The IP of the computer is word.exe. We have signed this event to Panos, which is me, and the classification it was used in the Word document is confidential. So we've seen here, this event shows us a manual classification done by a user. Okay, very, very simple. Let me see if I find anything. Yeah, so 9310. Let me click it again. So we have this PDF document, as you can see, ID card. The file path is this a cash bank documents, etc., which is actually a USB, as you can see in the destination at the bottom. And this user encrypted the data that are being transferred to the USB. Okay. I don't know, because we are so few people, I don't know if anyone wants to ask a question. This is not a full-blown presentation. So if one has a question, you can freely ask anything. Okay, guys?
Okay, Panos. Yeah, of course. Anyone has any questions, feel free to fire
ask,
up
guys.
in the chat and ask. And if not at the moment, maybe someone watches the video on demand, wants to reach out to you, Panos.
Yep.
So I want to thank you very much for your presentation, and I hope anyone watching us is now aware of the DLP solutions, and do not hesitate to implement, because if it happens, it's always too late.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and it's all our data, critical data are now very vulnerable. So yeah, we need to do what we can to keep it safe.
The very nice example that I always give, Dimitris, is that let's say that you have a laptop and you forgot it on your desk, or you forgot it on your car, let's say, and someone stole that laptop. It's not the price of the laptop. The price of the laptop is 500 euros, 600 euros. It's the data inside of the laptop that is more expensive than the machine itself. So you need to protect the data. You need to protect the data no matter where they are. This is what I need for everybody to have it in mind when we finish the call, because this is the important stuff, to protect our data.
Yeah, and that also applies to any our devices having data, like our smartphones. Okay, there are different solutions for that, but we must be aware that much of our critical data is now are very easy to be stolen or to be compromised. So
Compromised. Yeah.
yeah, thank you very much, Panos.
Thank you, Dimitris. Thank you, guys.
Well, now we are almost done. We have one more speaker to go, and it's Mr. Junyoung Woo, who is architect at Supermicro, and he will be talking to us. He will be speaking to us for the next 45 minutes. Title is Deploy Your AI with Supermicro Building Block Solutions, BBS. So, Mr. Woo, I would like to welcome you. You are muted. If you could unmute your microphone, please, and we should be okay if you can hear us. Mr. Wu. Okay, let's do a very small break, 2 videos, 2 minutes, and we'll be right back. We're back. I don't know if you can hear us now, Mr. Wu. I think we should wait a bit. I'm sorry about the delay. And to be honest, we are kind of ahead of schedule because all of our previous speakers were on time. So that's good. Usually we have the problem of overshooting the time. But yeah, so let's do another break. And as long as when Mr. Wu is with us, as soon as Mr. Wu is with us, we'll be right back. We're back. Mr. Wu, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Great,
back, yes.
great. Yeah, sorry about that. We're kind of ahead of time, so
No worries.
let me introduce you once again to our audience. Mr. Jun-Yong Wu is an architect for Supermicro, and he will be speaking to us today about building block solutions and how we can use them to deploy AI solutions. So, Mr. Wu, you can start your presentation when you are ready.
Sure. Let me share my screen first. Just please give me 1-2 minutes.
It's okay.
Yeah, let me share my screen. That's great. Okay. So I think you can see my screen, right?
Yeah, we can see your screen. If you could put it, yeah, we could have a full screen, the left part to be, full screen.
I think this is already in the presentation mode. Let me try it again.
Yep.
It's okay?
If you can go to display settings, to the top left, display settings.
Top left,
No, in the previous screen where you have the slideshow open the slideshow again.
Yeah.
Like you did before, and now top left display settings.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the swap presenter view and slideshow.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Great.
Okay, thank you. Just learned something new. Okay, thank you very much for having me. My name's Jun-Yong Wu, Solution Architecture with Supermicro. So it's my privilege to be invited here to give you some overview of one of our solutions, very unique solutions to deploy AIs not only the data center, but also at the edge side. But today, we're gonna focus first on the data center side. So that's why the solution is called Data Center Building Blocks Solution. In short, it's in DCBBS. If you have happened to hear, to have heard about that. So, the foundations of the AIs or AI deployments is first about the massive volume of data. How those data will be connected and will be fed into the GPUs or CPUs and to be processed, and then let the data speak to some things for you, and for you and to get the results out of there, or like you want to get the models and the big language model trained. You want to get the inference. You want to get big data and analytics. All of things you need a kind of like what do we call it? An infrastructure. And the Supermicro has a long history as a server vendor, or in this industry we call it an ODM, like it stands for original devices and manufacturer. But later on, Supermicro actually we are on the way to transfer ourselves to be a solution provider. So that means it's not only about the server, it's not only about the network, it's not only about the power. Actually, that's kind of like that aligns everything under one roof. That's something we call the data centers and building blocks. And here's you see some things starting from a very niche a topic is you may keep hearing about cooling, because the CPU and the GPUs their powers especially the latest generation of those devices, the powers and TDPs go up especially. And from previously like 300 watts already thought to be a very hot device, but now today it went up to 600 watts, or even later it will be 1,000 watts for a single device. So traditional air cooling is not enough to capture the heat and to remove the heat from the data center's operation, because those heat actually will consumes a lot of additional overheads, the powers of the data centers, and creates some additional costs for every data center operators. So that's liquid cooling step in to remove those additional heat to actually let more electricity focus on computing, focus on the AI development and deployment. And as I mentioned before, those massive volumes of data needs to be connected, because an external devices like a server or even a rack, that doesn't make a lot of sense. You need so many big volumes and a great deals of data to get those data and processes and only through that you can find out actually what's behind the data, what those data can speak to you to tell you what you want. And of course the powers which means and when deploying those solutions like a rack, like servers and networking, you need to calculate how much the powers for operating such a data center to allocating of those devices to facilitate those devices. And this power is of course directly related to the TCOs, which is the total costs and ownership. And the cooling stuff actually there are also various solutions or platform or products under under this and topics and we started from the indirect or which is most of the common scenes when you see that a cooling solution presents in a internet or on events traders show that usually you will see the servers and it's covered, for example, with most of the major components of these servers, which is also power hungry and devices like a CPU, GPU. They will cover directly by a plate. The plate is on top of that. Actually, the plate is takes off all this heat generated by the devices and it gets them exhausted out of the data centers. And then you have those pipelines, of course, to carry the coolant actually to cool the devices. And then you need the CDOs stands for coolant distributions, the units to distributing the coolants in the rack actually, so to get this coolant flowing and to get the waters cool down. So this is a smart devices actually, it will monitor the coolant distributions within the racks and also it will monitor some things that worst happen. For example, if a leakage happens in the racks, they will immediately give you an alarms and that to tell you that something wrong is going. And then you have to shut down the operations or whatever. Those kind of information will be shown in the software, which I will talk about later in this presentation. And then for those customers or for those data center operators, where they might have some traditional data centers. Traditional, I mean. The data center might have been built for quite a long time ago. A data center has unfortunately limited power consumption or power budget. So deployment of a indirect liquid cools is not possible or is not as an option for now. But don't worry, Supermicro has alternative solutions. It's called chiller door or rear doors and heat exchangers, which is actually apparent from the words you can see. So kind of like devices can be mounted directly on the back sides and actually can be also mounted on the front side of the rack. And this will take out also the heats and from the racks and get those exhausts out of the data centers. And for the data center operators who has big demands of those coolings and capacities. We have not only the chill doors, but we have also the sidecars, which looks kind of and more than a massive or robust solutions, that are similar to chiller doors, and also we have the inroads and the CDUs. So this is anything I will give you a details presentations in the latest slides. And these are the devices actually usually seen inside of the data centers, and of course it's outside the data centers some cooling towers and whether it's the water or dry the cooling towers that will be used to do this heat exchanges. So here you can see that all has carried a Supermicro logo, which means these are parts of our solutions. And as I mentioned before, Supermicro is not enough to be just a box shifter. We want to be a data center solution provider. So it includes all those things and inside the data center, outside the data center, including also the pipes and also the installation and commissioning, whatever is co-worked together with our SIs. So and then we bring this latest technologies to the data centers that operate to help them to reduce the TCOs to get more efficiency out of the computing, not only spending the monies on electricity that will be used to remove the heat out of the rack. And then the networking is also the parts, the fundamental parts of deploying AIs, and here is very down to the detailed stuff. There's like the transceivers, adapter, switches, and the cables. That's also part of the Supermicro's portfolios. And if you look for details in products, you can just go to Supermicro's websites or check with our partners, and even we have in the online stores, and we provide multiple or pretty comprehensive solutions for networking. And very similar to the power supply devices and like BBUs and a power shelf. Okay, then on the other side, I think that perhaps the parts that will be more familiar by most of people, that's the service solutions, and starting from the middles, and that's ours L10 systems, which means the L10. I think most of people understand what this L10 means, and that's actually the servers, and it can be a standalone server, can be deployed or can be connected to create clusters and to get yours application runs, and there's another on top of that, or the next level is the L11 racks, which means these are servers that have been packed into clusters or just total racks and solutions, like so example like this on the bottom of the slides, like the GB300s and the NVLs and 72. So this is the rack actually contains not only the computer node. I think the images here is a little bit small to identify those devices. Maybe we have some slides later on, but let me just give you a quick overview of what is in this rack and what are in this rack. So actually, from the bottom, this is CDUs, and it clearly tells us this is a liquid cooled solution, and then a bunch of computer nodes featuring with NVIDIA's latest Grace and Blackwell 300 and GPUs and the CPU super chips, which means the servers has a GPU and CPU and the GPUs integrated onto one die solution, and then out of that we'll build a node, we'll build some computer nodes and put us in the rack. And of course, we need some switches to connect the multiple nodes to make this into the rack, into a cluster. And what we are missing here is of course some other nodes will place also pivotal roles such as storage, because you have a big amount and data. Sometimes it's even gigantic volumes of data. This data must be in storage somewhere, and for the future processing or whatever. So and once you have this one rack and you can put multiple racks together to form up to kind of like this L12 racks, and we call this a solution. So if you happen to heard the presentations of NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang about his GPUs and roadmaps, and sometimes you heard that a Rex solutions even can replace a traditional data center, which means previously you had multiple racks of GPUs or CPUs and nodes and storage nodes and other nodes, whatever. Today, you might need only one rack, like the ones shows on the top left of the slides. So this kind of the racks and has exactly the same the powers or the capacities compared to the previous the whole data centers can deliver. And this is the things that we Supermicro is collaborating with our partners like NVIDIA, like AMD, to deliver such as a total solution or turnkey solution to our customer. So literally, our customers get this racks and already validated in our lab. Sorry, and then those devices, those racks, once delivers on site to the customers and data centers. Just a little bit how to say exaggerated is that what the customer need to do is just to connect the power cords to the racks, and what inside of the racks, like the cablings and connecting the nodes, the cabling connected the switches, and the cablings and all this and connecting the cooling distribution manifolds, all are done actually. The customer don't need to do any extra work. That's it. It delivers as it is, and customer got it. It's got it as a turnkey solution. Just turn on the power on. That sure works. That's our commitment to Supermicro's commitment to our customers, who's is willing to deploy our data centers in the building blocks solutions. And by the way, why we call this in the building block solution? You can imagine this is kind of like just the Legos which you might have played during your childhood or the young time, and all those in the blocks like a server, like network, like a switch, whatever. These can be replaced flexibly with the devices produced by ours and the manufacturers, by others and the manufacturers. For example, switches, it must not be a NVIDIA switch, it can be also the switch from Supermicro or switches from Cisco. And even the servers, it cannot be Supermicro servers, as long as the racks is compatible to the server. You can also get the server from other vendors, and also the CDUs from other vendors, other manufacturers, as long as that meet the requirements for your data center operation. So that's what we call building blocks solutions. So based on such flexibilities, so we give customers the most efficient solutions, and we know that there's some customers they don't like this kind of so-called vendor lock-in. So with these flexibilities, it just eliminates customer concern of being a vendor locked-in situation. But on the other side, if customer prefer the holistic building blocks solution from Supermicro, and of course it provides a massive advantages, given that Supermicro's agility and always the first to the market to bring the latest technology to the market, and also some services for advantage. For example, as I mentioned, that all these rack solutions have been tested before they are delivered to our customer site. But once customers came across an issue or problem, they usually they just need to pick up the phone to call the super micro service persons, and then they will come to customer sites and to get issues solved. But instead of this scenarios, for example, you have the multiple devices from multiple vendors. The ones issues happened, you need to dig down to the very deep of which devices from which vendor that's creates this kind of is creating this kind of the issues, and then they will take a lot of time to dig out and to do the bug fixing, and then it's leads you to a very long downtime because bug fixing is really time consuming, and also you need to identify who's is the vendors that you need to call and who's responsible for these devices. This all totals generates or leads to a long downtime, which is definitely unwilling for every data center operator to see. So some of the figures is about super micros, and I don't want actually to give you too much some very dry data here, but the only things the purpose is the idea here is of the slides is that a super micro is now growing actually with the capacity. Those numbers actually shows our commitment to the market that we are capable of delivering the solutions that we promise to our customers, and we are working to that and growing our capacity and facilities to be more capable to be the keys and players to this AI market. So let's take a look to the various data center building blocks and stacks. As I said, we call this building blocks, which means these customer can utilize those building blocks to form a clusters for different purpose. The purpose, which I means actually is to what kind of workloads. So like if the workload is following HPC data center, and the data blocks may look different to that data center building blocks to enterprise data center. Like for example, HPCs data centers always requires in powers computing intensive CPUs and data and accelerators like GPUs, and also the high speed networks with very low latencies. But on the other side, if you look at enterprise data centers, it might not need such a powerful and very high core counts CPUs, and networking is not the critical as long as latency is not as keys metrics for the applications. So all this makes the formation of data centers, the building blocks is different. Since today we are focusing on the AI deployment, so we take a look at examples of the BBS with the latest NVIDIA's GPU solution, which is B300. So a typical like BBS AI cluster consists 32 nodes, including the GPU CPU nodes, including the storage nodes, and the switch on top, and the switch on top of the rack switch, plus the out-of-band switch for management, and the other networking infrastructure, and then the data centers and platform. Actually, this is refers to our software, which is also essential to DC BBS. Through that, you have these real-time overview. You have the real time monitoring of what is going on, what has been running in your data centers. It gives you all those information you need, and also provides additional value. For example, you want get your servers get on server softwares and updates automatically, and you can just sit in your control room, regardless of the servers and data center is how far is from you. You can do this all remotely. And also the global services together with our partners, we deliver services globally to make our customers happy to remove the concern. So this is kind of like just examples or down to the details what this is in a DCBBS is a regular look like. Just as I mentioned, actually, DCBBS is may consist of multiple racks, multiple similar racks, or racks with slightly different. But a typical rack looks physically on what like this on displays on the right hand side of the slides. So it consists with servers, networking devices, and the cabling maybe on the back side, so you cannot see that. And this definitely obviously is a air-cooled solution, air-cooled racks. So it doesn't have many folder and CDUs and but whatever. It's just a analog to what I want to try and let you know that this is an rack and what is in the rack being stored. But then from the another point of view and from another perspective, the solution is this rack actually provides a facility to get the operation or get the workloads run, or this kind of like stack of the software running on the stack. So the software the stack consists multiple layers. On the bottom is the storage race as I mentioned that you need but those here's on a slide you see this is state as is optional, but usually in many projects is the practical projects storage is kind of is part that you cannot leave out of the solution as long as you have big volumes of data to be processed. So the storage actually will be processed through those nodes, actually also servers, and on top of that or in the middle actually these are Supermicro servers, and then what's running on that of course is the operating system, and is layers and highest on that these are the different workloads, enterprise workloads, applications, big data analytics, or on Kubernetes for orchestrations or AI influence everything. So such a rack actually is the facility actually to get those softwares or applications deployed actually. And then we go outside of the data centers and take the views take the elevators views of the DCBBS or data centers, the building blocks approach. So it looks like there's the key parts of the DCBBS are made up of those parts, and of course it's in a computer room, in the cooling systems, and for liquid cooled solution, and in the cooling towers and electricity parts, of course, to get the powers and ins to the data center. So we make the system displays and just like this it looks like this it's in a different boxes and have been places onto ones and comments and plates. So just with difference in and parts. That's because it's a data cores and a solution, a power station, and cooling solution, etc. And under the hood of each blocks, then you see the details and the parts or detailed blocks of each or bigger blocks. Like in the data halls, you have the switch, you have the third-party switch, storage, computer nodes, and it's in the cooling solutions. As I mentioned before, you have CDU, sidecar, chiller door, water towers, or whatever. And in the service and on the power solution, you have the BBU, power chef, whatever. Now let's take some examples and to give us a deep dives reviews and of, for example, here we take out the liquid cooled B300 direct which is deployed in a data center. So on the left corner, bottom corner, that's the 8 U systems featuring 8 GPU systems with air cooled. It's just actually examples because here actually we're trying to show the liquid cooled racks but and since the liquid cooled for your systems that has not been officially released, it's very coming soon. We're not allowed to show the image of the servers in public as an event. So I take this as the image of the air cooled systems as a symbol actually here. But yeah, but that's not the point at least. And the point is that we want to show here how is a DC BBS for B300 looks like. So that contains so the major parts is, of course, in the middle is it's the B300 servers with CPU, GPUs, and others computing components, and switches that connects those servers across the clusters to get the data moved, to get the data moving, to get this in outside of the clusters to others data centers. And you see that I mentioned quite a lot about liquid cooling, and I know it might not be a kind of hot points hot topics for now in many countries, especially where the traditional data centers are still the major data centers in there, where those operators they may face pretty pretty hot issues like this how to get the get those pipe ins and how to get the water towers installed due to limited space or whatever. But anyhow, I think the training for the market is that we are moving ways from air cooled to liquid cooled solutions, especially for AI deployments. And the beneficials is quite clear for for many for all data centers operators. You can see that from this diagram. So the histograms are showing the data centers and the heat center captures capabilities with direct liquid cooling, which I said is and just the CPUs is covered with a cooling plate, and GPUs with a cooling plate. So this is we call direct liquid cooling. So usually with this solution, 80% of the heat will be captured and will get exhaust outside of data centers. And at the same time, you are actually utilizing the fans. Perhaps there's many fans, like there's multiple 6 or 8 heavy duty fans in one server to capture the rest of 20% of the heat. And the more the fans and the higher the electricity consumption actually is, you will see on your build actually, which is of course not ideas are not efficient to each data center operators. And then we move to the next level. It's called advanced liquid cooling. The difference between the ALC and the DLC is that it's not only that the CPU or GPU are covered with the cooling plates. Instead, it's an additional the memory and the power and the consumptions and the power units, we call it VRM, also here are covered with cooling plates, which means the heat generated from those devices will be also captured and gets expelled out of the data center, and then increases the heat captures the capability from previously 80% to 90%. But and at the same time, the fan duties duties get lowered down from 100% to 35%, which means the capacity, the electricity and power consumption spent on those fans from previous 100% down to 35%, which is quite a lot. And sometimes it's still not enough to meet the requirements of many operators. And then we go further to the next levels. It's called here we put also the AOC, that's advanced add-on devices like PCIe in the cards for networking or for others was inferencing cards, or those small devices actually also covered with cooling plate. And then that's put further the heat capture capacity further up from 90% to 95%. Only left the 5% still the rest in the data centers. And with that movement, the power consumption is spent on the fans and get to reduce further down from 30% to 20%. And most likely this 20% will stay remains unchanged, even we go through the most of the advanced levels. It's called DLC2, whereas in the heat captures capabilities reach up to 98.5%, or very close to 100%, which is the ideas and physical limits. It's very hard to reach, but we're still working towards that. So you can see the here's through the liquid cooling deployments, the power consumptions on the fans have been dropped massively from 100% to 20%. And even that's why in some DLC equipped servers, there's no fans but that's some very specific design. For example, but for some telco customers, they want this kind of so-called all all-inclusive or liquid cooler design. That's just complete failures. But for most of the cases, at least, still there will be very few very low amount of data fans deployed in the servers that captures the heat captures capture the heat or remove the heat that cannot be captured by the liquid cooled solution. So here I want to give you two cases showing how to use liquid cooled racks in air cooled in the data centers. So that's exactly what I meant before. For many data centers where they have limitation, they have the constraint to deploy those pipes, to deploy the water towers outside of due to the space limits, or they cannot the most common issue or limitation we have seen are the powers captures or the powers the budgets of the data center. So for those data center operators or customers, they want to deploy the advanced GPU solutions on one side, like the B300, but on the other side, they cannot afford the very high power consumption that has been used by those fans to get the power to capture this heat. So here that we Supermicro step in to give them an option. It's called liquid to air sidecar. So the sidecar will be connected with multiple rack devices, CDU racks actually, and to do the air to cool to liquid to cool liquid to air in heat exchange to capture the heat, generates in the racks and get them out of the data center. This device looks very massive. It looks a little bit complicated, but indeed it's actually. I can tell you that you can just imagine this as a huge air conditioner that you use in your home. Of course, it's not just in a home appliance, and it's actually it's an industrial device, but with pretty very high capacity for the heat exchanging. And another solution is that the chiller doors the rear doors or we call it rear doors in heat exchangers that can be in the mounts directors on the big side of them of the racks, and it's inside the racks. The inside of the chill doors there's also a heat a liquid cooled cooling circuits, and in this circuit will take out will absorb the heat that it generates inside of the racks and then get them out of the data centers. But for chiller door, of course, you need also, as I mentioned, within the chiller doors. Here's unfortunately I don't have this the views or the pictures showing the inside of the chiller door. But as I mentioned, it's actually inside utilizing the cooling water actually to cool down to cool down actually the airs and captures the heat from the racks actually. So the advantages of the chiller door is that it's cost effective compared to the previous cycle costs and for especially for the data centers where the total computing capacity is not that big, not that huge, and the amount of the racks is not that high. This could be very suitable and entry level solutions. But the other side is, of course, is that you need some additionals and the power, additional pipes to carry the coolings of the waters in the inside and outside and the chilled doors, to do the heat exchange. And of course, for that you need cooling towers. So these are the additional maybe the costs that you have to bear in mind or taking into consideration when building the data center. When you look at the TCO, we look at the expansions that these are the kind of effects that you need to consider about when deploying a chilled door or whether it's in a sidecar. So these are the two solutions for now for the customers, for the data center operators who cannot go directly with the DLCs and DLC-based rack solutions. So this is in a very busy slides showing that actually what our data centers and solutions are offering, and dealing with different customers. For customers, build retrofits, which means some customers build the data centers from scratch, and what our solutions can cover. Of course, together with our partners and ecosystems and partners for the design, for construction, and electricity supply. You just name a few. And for colos, it will be pretty easy actually. I mean, assuming that the most of the infrastructure are already there, that can be just used and get our solution delivered, and connect to those pipings and connect those pipes and others devices and get the work to the real done. So that's the interpretations of the data center solution offerings from another perspective. So what is actually under the solutions is like to what is the data holes fits outdates updates can be done through which the technology or through which product, for example, is like through Supermicro's data center infrastructure management software, and for build outs customers what they need or what they from what suppliers or what partners that they need for which part of the work. So this is the kind of like just a breakdown of data center solutions offerings catering to different customers in different categories. And by the way, I heard that this is in a conference about AI for telcos, and of course, Supermicro is actively working in the telco areas and brings in leveraging the AI technologies or AIs powers and to the telcos to the telco markets, and we are collaborating with partners with, for example, like NVIDIA, and they are very proactively in introducing the AI based solution for Open RAN, and also for the cores in the business, and just get more transferring more workloads and away from traditional CPUs to accelerate for example GPUs or DPUs and whatever. In the Supermicro is always partnering with those vendors, with those solutions suppliers. As I mentioned at the beginning, it's not only for the data center, but also for the AI deployment on edge side. So that's my presentation for today. I hope I give you today's a holistic overview of Supermicro's DCBBS data center, the building blocks. Then gives you in rough ideas of what Supermicro is working on as a solution provider instead of only just a box shifter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wu, for this great presentation.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions from the audience, from those watching. So at this point, we are right on time. I would like to thank you, all of our speakers today in this workshop session after the InfoCom World conference that was held today in Athens. It was great having you here, great presentations from everyone, and of course, they will be available on demand if you missed any of them. So just check out the official website infocomworld.gr. Από εμένα, το Δημήτρης Κιάνη, καλό σας απόγευμα και πιστεύω ότι θα τα ξαναπούμε σε κάποια περίσταση πολύ σύντομα. Να είστε καλά.